Just thought of something, yeah, very good. Thanks.
How did you try that?
Good, I was supposed to speak. Once you go and learn.
Just get up and running.
Mhm.
Mm.
It's taken a sweet time, so. Yeah.
Recording in progress.
Hello, hello. We got a delay.
in yet, but I will get. Good morning, San Miguel County. Today is Wednesday, October 15th, 2025. This is a regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, which I am calling to order at 9:31 a.m. Present in the room are all three commissioners, a number of staff, as well as members of the public, including some who made the long drive over from Egner, and we are happy to see you. We will begin with a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Thank you. Reviewing the agenda, a couple things to note under item 9, manager matters. We are going to continue item 9C, which is the community grants conversation for the Parks and Open Space Fund. And we are going to consolidate item 9D, which is consideration of a budget adjustment for health insurance and wages, and discuss that together with our conversation about the preliminary budget, which is 11B. Otherwise, we will carry on as outlined unless anybody else has a something to change or question.
This agenda looks great. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay, do we need to go with that?
I agree with it, yes.
Is that a motion?
Nope, just a comment.
I'll take a motion.
I-
No, not a motion yet. No, we gotta get to the consent agenda. Okay. Excuse me. Item 5, public comment for items not on the agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes. If comments are not related to an item on the agenda, there will be no board response or action taken, since the topic was not posted with proper notice, and any comment could potentially violate the Colorado Open Meetings Law. So again, this is for items not on the agenda. Is there anyone in the room who would like to speak in that regard? Not seeing any hands. Anybody online? Also not seeing any hands. So we will carry on to the consent agenda, on which there are 2 items. Any comments or questions about the consent agenda? I did ask Mike about item 6A. It looked like something sort of substantial to do with the Ilium Valley lots that the town of Mountain Village owns, but that is really just kind of a paperwork, housekeeping document to kind of get the ball rolling on any potential development application. There was no negotiation or anything. It's just kind of a notice that may be coming down the pike. Yes, Jared.
I just wanted to point out for these purposes that this is Lawson Hill Lot C, which is in Upper Lawson.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought that Mike had said it was something down in Ilium, and right, yeah, okay, so where's Lawson Hill Lot C?
If you know where the Cindy Bread is.
Yes.
It is the lot immediately behind it.
Behind it, and did that really
To the west.
Yeah,
recently acquire that, or are they on?
I've had that for many minutes.
They've had it for a long time.
yeah, so it's a little bit of positive news that they have some intention to do something with it, and it kind of puts them on a clock to.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. That's even more interesting. Alrighty, I'm ready for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
I'll second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, the consent agenda is approved. Now moving on to item 7A, we are going to have a check-in with the Primetime Early Childhood Center on their fiscal solvency plan and current actions. Jared, would you like to bring everybody up to speed on that, please?
Sure, just to update the board, as you know, we made an action on our meeting on the 3rd of September to extend some emergency funding for prime time with some caveats that they would update us before November on their, kind of financial solvency plan. And so I would turn it over to Melissa. I see she's on the line to just give us any updates that she sees fit.
Okay, Melissa, you should shortly be able
Good morning.
to. And there you are. Good morning.
Good morning. Is it still echoing?
Nope, that's
You got
been taken care of. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Yeah, so we have started to implement the plan that we presented to you guys. Our one part-time person has we have basically have them subbing at this point. That way, that gives us a little bit of leeway. Their schedule is flexible enough they could still do that for us. Our one full-time person that we were unfortunately having to lay off is splitting a part-time position with another part-time employee until the end of this month, and then they will leave, and so then we'll just have one full-time person instead of two people splitting it. Our office person will go down to part-time hours in December. And our infant room will unfortunately be closing in December, but we are trying to find grant money to see if we can keep it open at least 2 days a week. So if that changes, we'll let you know if we find some funding to help do that, because we don't want to see the infant room close completely if we can help it. And we know that was a concern that you guys had brought up as well. We did reach out to Montrose County Board of Commissioners. We went over, presented in front of their board, and unfortunately have gotten zero response from them. Not at the meeting or after. We sent a follow-up email, and still no response. So I'm assuming that's a no from them for the third we were hoping to get from them.
And were there any further discussions, Melissa, with the Norwood preschool program about trying to consolidate your operations during this time?
So we did talk to them, and at this point, they do not want to take on full day preschool for this school year. They are in discussions about whether they would take that over for the next school year. But no definite decisions have been made. If they did that, then we would likely close our preschool program because there wouldn't be a need for 2 full-day programs. And then we would just run as an infant and toddler center, which is one of the other reasons we're trying to find ways to keep that infant room open. So we already have families and can, hopefully sustain that as just an infant and toddler program if the school chooses to do that.
Relina.
Yeah, thanks for all this info, Melissa. I'm curious if you've been working with Bright Futures on the potential grant for the infant room, and if you could receive some technical assistance from that organization to outcome there.
We have not. We apply every year to the Strong Start grant, and part of that funding in the past has been to help the infant room. But we have not asked for any additional funding at this point besides the ECAP portion of that 1/3 that was discussed at the last meeting with you guys.
Yeah, I just wonder if they might be able to help even search for some grants that could come into play at this point.
Yeah, we can absolutely reach out and see if maybe Clea knows of any grants that we're not aware of.
Yeah.
We can also reach out to the town of Mountain Village because they run an infant program, so potentially they maybe have some funding. And our plan is also to reach out to El Pomar.
Okay, great.
Okay, so are things feeling a little bit more stable?
They are, thankfully. we have had a couple of new kiddos enroll, which is great. Any, additional enrollment is wonderful and helps in, so like that's been great. That's made us feel a little bit better about how things are going. And knowing that we have a plan in place to help alleviate some of the other costs, has definitely made it less stressful.
And I remember, as we said, that your goal was to acquire a third of the supplementary emergency funding from San Miguel County, Bright Futures, and then Montrose County. Without that Montrose County contribution, where does that leave you?
That definitely leaves us short. We were going to see if you guys would be available. We know you already gave us, approval for your third. But if there was a chance that you guys could help us with that additional third, if that's a possibility.
Melissa, because I did the initial outreach to Montrose County and Commissioner Pond, if you're comfortable with it, I might just follow up, and just kind of ask where they're at with it, just to get an official response there, considering you haven't been given any kind of an answer, yes or no. I think it might be appropriate at this point to just get a final consensus on where they landed there.
Absolutely.
And if I may.
Yes,
Melissa, am I correct in my understanding that, having been awarded kind of 2/3, that was gonna get you to approximately January, so we may have a little bit of time to kind of pull on a few of these strings
Yes.
before we make any further commitments?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you're not in a cash crunch in the next couple of months, but you can
Yeah.
get on the horizon here.
We need to reach out to ECAP because they agreed to give it, but we have not received the funding yet. So we just need to reach out and check in with them and see when that funding is coming. But yes, as long as that comes in before then we should be good, and that should give you guys a little bit of time.
Okay, and can you remind me what our initial contribution was? Of that third, if you will?
It was 21,667.
Yeah, okay, I mean, I'm not just jumping at the opportunity to hand over another $21,000, as you might imagine, so.
Yeah,
would
absolutely.
encourage you to work with Bright Futures to find other sources, and also would want to see that if we are being asked for another contribution, that would get you to a point of sustainability.
Absolutely.
Any other thoughts from the other commissioners?
I share that last sentiment.
Yeah, in the meantime, I will follow up with Montrose County and just see where they've landed there. I know that their budget cycle right now, and I'd like to get a definitive answer from them, because when my initial outreach sounded fairly supportive and positive, so I'm a little surprised they've just not given you any kind of response.
Yeah, that would be great. Hopefully you can at least get a response.
And Melissa, I don't know the history of and specific history of why there are two programs in Norwood, but it would seem to me that any efficiencies that could be gained by working together with the Norwood school system is a real opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. The history behind that is that the district has never provided full day care. And so there has always been a gap in that care for those parents that needed full day. So if the school went to full day, that could potentially close that gap, and then, that would.
Or could it work the other way, where you all provide full daycare for everybody who needs it in order to get your enrollment up? I don't know. It just seems.
I don't think the school will give that up because they get UPK funding.
Oh, yeah, we talked about that. Yeah. All right, well, that would seem to be anyway, you'll explore that.
Yes.
And Bright Futures sort of holding your hand through this, Melissa, that was something that they had offered to do. Have you had any any conversations with them in terms of consulting?
We had one meeting with Kathy from Strong Start, and she came up and talked to us a little bit about what it could look like if the Norwood School District took over full-time preschool. But that's been the only meeting we've had so far.
Okay.
We
All
can
right.
reach back out to them today.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah, okay, good. Thank you so much. Yeah, definitely regarding the grants and any other counsel they can provide. We don't want you to think you're out there on your own.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Maybe we should circle back one more time in December. So that we can hear how things are going, just as we did today, and understand if there are gonna be additional funding gaps. Does that make
Okay.
sense? So why don't you just let us know a good time to report in December? And
Okay.
Carmen? Thanks, Melissa.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Bye, Melissa.
Bye.
Okey doke. Moving on now to item 7B, consideration of appointing Kayla Bell to the Open Space Commission. And Janet Kask is here, our Parks and Open Space Director. And it looks like Kayla Bell herself may be here. Hi. Hi.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Yes, I wanted to introduce Kayla Bell. She applied to serve on the County Open Space Commission. And we would just love to have her appointed. She brings a long background of having volunteered with the Denver Botanic Gardens. She has a long history with Parks and Recreation. She's a big outdoors and environmental enthusiast. And she would love to assist us with our programming and planning. She has already attended a number of County Open Space Commission meetings, and we find that she will be a true asset. So we'd love to have your consideration for her appointment. And Kayla is here to introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you and meet you today.
Thanks for your willingness to serve.
Yes, absolutely.
Did you want to?
No, I don't. I think I would just echo everything that Janet said. I have a huge passion that extends to, now moving to the area, and would love to serve on the board. And yeah, would love your appointment if I can have that.
And with Kayla's appointment, if you decide to do so, the Open Space Commission would be full because she would fill the alternate slot.
Fantastic. And so is that 5 members plus 1 alternate, or?
It's 7 + 1, so it's 8.
Oh, okay. Robust group. Great. Well, it's nice to meet you, Kayla. And as Galina said, thank you for your willingness to serve. Your background and your passion sounds like a really good fit.
Yes, super excited.
I move to appoint Kayla Bell to the Open Space Commission.
I say
How do you vote?
aye.
I as well.
I as well. It's official.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Very excited.
All right.
Round of applause.
Right.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 7C, consideration on the chair's signature on proclamation 2025-08 proclaiming October 2025 as Bullying Prevention Month in San Miguel County.
And Amanda is here.
Amanda from Pure Kindness?
Yes.
Hi, Amanda. I think you might have been online last year. Is that right? Or-
No, I think Joey was on last year.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Great.
So, yeah.
Are you local or are you from out of town?
I'm local.
You're local, okay.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes,
you.
thank you. Hello. Thank you guys for allowing me to be here and allowing me to speak on this. So
Yes, please. I forget now, do the commissioners generally read the proclamations? We do, right? Isn't that how that goes? Jared's tends to be,
Unless somebody from the
yeah.
wants to volunteer otherwise.
Does any of the commissioners care to read it? I mean, we'll let you speak in a second, Amanda.
Be happy to read it.
That would be nice.
For school age children.
Yeah, that would
Knowing
be
how
great.
important this is.
Yeah. Would you like to provide a little background before that, Amanda?
So For our 2024-2025 school year, we reached over 6,000 youth in over 5 counties. And just a little heads up, like not heads up, sorry. Little information. Just in the past month alone, we've had 10 bully navigation cases that were in Montrose County and Delta County. So bullying is a really a serious thing that we are dealing with, and Peer Kindness is providing support and education on bullying in over 5 counties and in all the schools. I believe in the last school year, we were in about 200 classrooms teaching the youth about it. So, yeah.
Can you give me some info just on your read, like what 5 counties those are, just to get an idea?
So it's San Miguel, Ouray, Montrose, Delta, and then Gunnison County. And we also actually, in that last month, we did one in Mesa County, and we are starting to do some things in Mesa County as well.
That is fantastic. I'm looking at your website here. This is great. I'm seeing that 20% of students report being bullied. 41% of those believe it will happen again. 15% report being cyberbullied.
Yes.
And then 57% of bullying stops when a peer intervenes. So that's probably a bit of your training then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, just, we are a bully prevention and education nonprofit organization, and we teach the children how to be upstanders and show empathy and kindness to one another, and just the effects of bullying has on somebody. So.
That's great. Have you considered doing any work in Washington, DC? Just kidding.
On another level.
Hopefully you're preparing our youth to be a little better than our generation. my
Yeah, and
generation.
we actually just last week did a second class at the Shed with the youth that are here in town. So we've been in partnership with the City That Cares and the Shed program here. And then I believe at the end of the school year last year, we did a lesson with preschool here at the library.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Good. Well, thank you for your work.
Can you tell us about the participation numbers at the Shed? Was that single digits, double digits?
So the first one was single digits, but then they kind of reassessed it and figured out like time wise what would work with the youth and stuff. And so I believe there was about 15 or 17 students present at the last Shed meeting.
And
So.
do you know the age group?
And the age groups of that were between 13 and I believe 17 on that one.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Great. All right, well, without further ado, I'll read the proclamation naming October 2025 as Bullying Prevention Month in San Miguel County. Proclamation 2025-08. Whereas bullying is unwanted, aggressive behavior among school-aged children that involves a real or perceived power imbalance. The behavior is repeated or has the potential to be repeated over time. The children who are bullied, those who bully others, and those who witness the behaviors may have serious, lasting problems. And whereas bullying occurs in neighborhoods, playgrounds, schools, community organizations, and online through technology. And whereas various researchers have concluded that bullying is the most common form of violence affecting millions of American children and adolescents annually. And whereas thousands of Colorado children and adolescents are affected by bullying and annually, and 1 in 5 students report being bullied. And whereas targets of bullying behaviors are at increased risk for depression, anxiety, sleep difficulties, lower academic achievement, and dropping out of school. And students who repeatedly experience bullying behaviors often fear such activities as riding the bus, going to school, interacting online, and attending community activities. And whereas children who engage in bullying behaviors are at greater risk of engaging in more serious violent behaviors. And whereas children who witness bullying behaviors often feel less safe, helpless to stop it, and intimidated. And whereas organizations such as Peer Kindness are dedicated to providing support to children and adolescents experiencing the bullying circle and providing prevention education through partnerships with youth, schools, and youth serving programs and community leaders and organizations to reduce bullying and foster a peer kindness stand. Positive, encouraging, empathetic, respectful, and kind. We urge all citizens to work toward the prevention of bullying and consider pledging to be part of the solution to end bullying in all its forms. Now, therefore, the San Miguel County Board of County Commissioners hereby proclaim October 2025 as Bullying Prevention Month in San Miguel County and urge all community members to engage in a variety of awareness and prevention activities designed to make our communities safer for all children and adolescents.
Thank you, Galena.
Thank you.
I believe we need a motion.
I move to approve the chair's signature on proclamation 2025-08 proclaiming October 2025 as Bullying Prevention Month in San Miguel County.
I second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Aye as well. Proclamation 2025-08 is approved.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
for being with us, Amanda, and thank you for your important work for our UOB.
Thank you. Appreciate you all. Thank you.
Okay, we are moving now on to planning matters. We have 2 items in this of the agenda. And I will note that it's not quasi judicial hearings, meaning these are decisions that the commissioners are making based on kind of protocols and regulations, land use code that is in place. So our job here is not to evaluate whether we like these plans personally or don't like these plans. It's really to evaluate whether they fit within the guidelines of the land use code. That's one thing to note. The other thing to note is that during these sorts of hearings, we treat them a little bit more formally, like a kind of judicial hearing, if you will. We generally allow first our planning department to make a presentation and follow that up with any comments and comments and presentation, if you will, more further information from the applicant. During those 2 pieces of the hearing, the commissioners may interject with questions and comments. That would not be a time for public comment. After we hear from our planning department and the applicant, we will have time for public comment. And the way that works is we have a set time limit. For item 8A, we generally allow 3 minutes, but given the fact that folks from Agner came all the way over, we know what that drive is like. I'd be happy to extend that to 4 minutes for each person. We will have a timer going, which is a little, be a little stressful, but that's the way we kind of keep it fair. During the public hearing, there is no back and forth between the commissioners and the public. We will take notes of your comments and your questions. And then once public comment is closed, we will talk those through as best we can with the staff. Did I miss anything? Does that sound right, everybody? Okay, so let's begin with item 8A, and this is consideration of the chair's signature on resolution 2025-32, a proposed West End subdivision exemption to create 4 lots owned by Bruce Hankins. And that is parcel number 479910400014. Nicola Kerr, our associate planner, is handling this application. Good morning, Angela.
Good, thanks, Anne. Like Anne just said, this is a public hearing, and a land use application. So this is for a subdivision exemption, in the West End. All right, our applicant is Bruce Hankins, and he is on Zoom here today. He has been represented by Savannah Lytle, who works for Goff Engineering out of Durango. The location of this subdivision exemption is just slightly west of Egnar, near the intersection of State Highway 141 and County Road H1. So very close to the firehouse where we have our BOCC meetings occasionally. The parcel is currently 32 acres. And it is zoned West End. This type of land use application is a one-step to the Board of County Commissioners. And it is the subdivision exemption process specifically for the West End. So this exemption would create 4 lots out of 1. The first lot would be about 8 acres, the second lot 9, the third lot 7 acres, and the fourth lot also about 7 acres. Here is a vicinity map, just showing you roughly where that parcel is located. And just underneath that red arrow is where that Egnar firehouse is. And then here is an aerial map, just a closer look at the property here. And then here is a subdivision exemption plat. I know it's a little hard to see on the screen, but here's a closer look. So as you can see, lot 1 and 2, which are on top, will be accessed from State Highway 141 that's running along here on the east side. And there will be an easement through that lot 2 so that whomever is developing lot 1 could have access. And then lot 3 and 4 on the bottom will be accessed from County Road H1. I think it's also known as Monticello Road. So this public hearing was noticed in the Telluride Daily Planet and the Norwood Post on September 26. The applicant Bruce Hankins completed the required mailing and signposting on September 5th, 2025. We did receive some public comments yesterday, so those weren't included in your original packet, but I think hopefully you should have gotten them forwarded along to you. And a quick summary of those comments. Patty and Mark Thomas, who I'll just go back a page, own this chunk that's basically inside, border.
That's not listed.
Oh, okay.
We're
Okay.
to the west.
I gotcha, to the west.
You go back to
Forgive
the
me.
satellite, you can see it.
So this property over here to the west is Patty and Mark Thomas's. Thank you. So they are neighbors to the property, and they commented that the fence lines on the property do not accurately represent the property lines. They moved to Egnar to avoid neighbors, and they were not aware that parcels smaller than 40 acres could be created. They asked if the county is allowing the population to increase in Egnar. Are they going to be providing additional resources in terms of law enforcement to the West End? Because currently they're very low crime rates. Walter Breshnahan, hopefully I said that correctly. Okay. Another neighbor to the property commented that he was also unaware that a property could be divided into parcels less than 35 acres. Also, he did not move to Egnar to have a subdivision across the street. He is against the approval of the subdivision exemption. He thinks it's going to open the door for more development in the Egnar region. So this was referred to the county attorney, county manager, deputy county manager, county road and bridge director, county surveyor, the Colorado Department of Transportation, Egnar Fire District. David Foley, our county surveyor, reviewed the plat, and he had 20 comments to be addressed. We did get an updated plat from the applicant just yesterday or the day before, which David Foley will take another look at. Mike Ordonia, the county manager, commented that he was curious about power, water, and sewer uses long-term to the property. He also asked if a highway access permit would be a condition of approval. So a part of the West End subdivision exemption application requires that you address water and legal access, and hauling water is an acceptable form of water access in the West End, and that is what they plan on doing. And then Dan Rusane with the Colorado Department of Transportation commented that it would be CDOT's preference to move all access to all 4 lots to Monticello Road, County Road H1, due to the traffic volume and the turning speeds that are lower on State Highway 141. However, if the landowner decides to request access off of State Highway 141, milepost 9.4 is about where an existing access currently is. It's a little overgrown and is not officially permitted, but there was a historical access there. But if they would like to apply to use that access in the future, they'll need to apply for an access permit and bring that existing access up to standard. And the applicant has been in coordinating with CDOT to get that access permit. So the review standards for a West End subdivision exemption, it's a 1-step review to the Board of County Commissioners. And here are the review standards. Basically, the reason we allow folks in the West End to do the subdivision exemptions is because, you know, the land use code, we're aware that farming can be sometimes bring some economic hardships, and is super laborsome. So we wanted to provide some economic diversification opportunities for agricultural folks in Egnar, so that they could, you know, supplement their income. So the max amount of parcels that they would be able to create are 4. Each parcel needs to be 3 acres or larger, which they are. The applicant will need to prepare a final plat in compliance with all the plat requirements. They included the note with the guidelines, just regarding some things in the character of Egnar. And the applicant must show proof of adequate water supply. And like I mentioned, they'll be hauling from the water dock and will access the parcels off of County Road H1 and State Highway 141. Here's a sample motion up on the screen with the conditions that the plat would receive Dave Foley's final approval, and that the applicant will obtain an access permit from CDOT, and that any appropriate development permits would be attained. That would mostly be for the access off of H1, which would be inside of that development permit. And let me know if you have any questions.
Yes.
Nicola, does the county have any desire to know where power would be coming from, or is that on the developer?
Yeah, that is not a part of the application requirements. You know, that is down the line. It's not a requirement to have a SAMPA access to be able to subdivide a property. So that will most likely come later.
I see what you did there with down the line.
Yeah.
So does that mean, I did notice that it said they would eventually need to acquire a development permit. Okay,
So just as a reminder, in the West End Zone District, residential development does not require a development permit for the house itself or for the, and they do not have to get a building permit. So where they would get a development permit is for the access to a county road. They would be required to get an assigned address, and they would be required to get an OWTS permit. So in terms of any other utilities, whether it's electric, gas, telecommunications, that's between them and the utility companies.
they can remain off the grid if they.
Or they can build off the grid, yes.
Galena?
I was hoping you could go back to that slide, with code section 5-1211. just recognizing that this potential ability to have a subdivision exemption comes with the pretense that it might create opportunity for those in agriculture to diversify. And Kay, would you help me, or Nicola, help me kind of understand, like, was this an addition over the years to the land use code based on requests from the community, or just, I'm just trying to get a better understanding of where this evolved from, and to me, this seems like the hard tack language in the land use code to potentially allow this kind of exemption.
Yeah, and I had a similar question, if you could just kind of review the history of this, because it sounds as if it's come as a surprise to the neighbors that this is something that's been long established in the land use code, this opportunity for the subdivision exemption.
Yeah. I don't know exactly when this was added into the code. I'm gonna say 25 to 30 years ago. It's not a recent change.
And, okay. And you don't know the history of it, because Galena was asking too, was it something that the community requested, or?
Yeah, I do not know what process they went through. We have a number of subdivision exemptions that were created to address a lot of concerns and desires of specific areas. So, in addition to the West End, we also have Wrights Mesa, we have open lands. We have a subdivision exemption for properties that already have multiple residences on them. So there's all these special cases carved out by the subdivision exemptions.
This is one of them.
Yeah,
Yes.
In this case, I'm gonna make an educated guess that the logic behind it was, as the language says, farming is a high risk and high labor endeavor. And I think that this was created in case there was a bad year and the crop didn't come in, that it would provide a small farmer the opportunity to kind of keep the farm afloat by selling a small portion to anybody that was interested, but maybe even a family member, and keeping the ranch and the legacy going. And I think that that must have been the intent. The way that I read this, it was not designed to carve up farmland deliberately, but to allow landowners the option in dire straits to have a little carryover in order to keep afloat through a lean time. That's how I interpret this. And I don't have the history of who thought that up or why exactly it came to the table, whether it was the community or whether it was the planning commission. But I can say that logically, it makes sense to me that in a high risk endeavor like farming, it would be nice to have an option to stay afloat during a lean time.
I think it's important, this is something we spoke about when we reviewed this sort of, on October 1st, when we were in Agner, that my understanding, and from the memo as well, is that once this subdivision exemption is executed, there can be no additional dividing of these parcels,
Yes.
right? So this is not opening the door to this property being, 4 parcels and then 16 parcels, and then it's 4 and done, right? And my understanding is that, as long as the application meets those standards, we'd have to come up with, we'd have to find a reason not to approve it, right? That would be within the standards, and I don't see that right here
Let's listen to the applicant
Yeah.
and public comment, but
in the public
I
comment. Yeah,
agree with your previous statement there, Commissioner, that we need to go off the language in front of us, and we're not allowed to make up a finding out of thin air and decide to negate the land use code just because we don't feel like it today.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's, continue with the hearing. Mr. Hankins, I see that you are online as well as Savannah Lytle. Which one of you would care to address the commissioners at this time? Bruce. Hankins. Oh, and Savannah, we have the option. Would you like maybe stop sharing the Nicola, and then we can see them a little bit if they'd like.
Can you hear me now?
We can, and you're welcome to turn on your video as well if you'd like to, Mr. Hankins.
I'm fine. I don't think you want to see my morning hair, but anyway. So you're exactly right. So my dad passed away last July and left most of the farm to me. My sister took most of his cash reserves, so it is pretty lean. Trying to keep the farm going, and I don't know if you follow commodity prices or not, but wheat's the same price as it was in the 1960s and 70s, yet diesel's $4 a gallon. You know, tractors are $100,000, combines are $1 million. I mean, you get the picture. This piece of property is out of basically a 400-acre piece that was left to me. I deeded 240 acres to one of my brothers that just lives across the road from it. There's 80 acres around my dad's house, and then there's 40 acres that my sister wanted between the house and this 38 acres. So it really kind of orphaned this 38 acres. It's currently in CRP, which I assume is going to, if I stayed in with that contract, they're going to make me rework it and reseed it because the grass stand there is basically non-existent because of the recent droughts. So it's kind of a piece of property I don't know what to do with. And, you know, I do need some cash flow to keep the rest of the farm going. I don't know what else to say. I'd be happy to answer any of your questions. You know, there is power and water on two sides, on the H1 side and the 141 side. There's also natural gas on the 141 side. So, you know, somebody could tap into the rural water system. So it wouldn't necessarily just be hauling water. I did read the letter from the Thomases. I don't know how the deal went down with my dad. I was not part of that. The only thing that I know is my dad said that the fence was off and he had offered the Thomases they could move the fence anytime they wanted to. You know, there was a situation, I've been in and out of that place a few times. We'd gone in there to kind of check the CRP to see what needed to be done. Mr. Thomas came onto our property and confronted us about who we were and what we were doing on his property. And I told him that it was our property and he needed to get off. I was unaware that there was a right-of-way issue at that time. But, you know, if he needs to move the fence, I got no issue with that. One of the reasons I wanted to get this surveyed was to make sure that we had accurate boundaries for the property. And I'd be happy to answer any questions the commissioners might have.
Just out of curiosity, this has no implication for any decision, but do you live in Edna, Mr. Hankins?
I live in both places. So I currently have a house in Grand Junction, and then I have a house in Egner. And I'm back and forth pretty often, especially with the farm.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Hankins?
Not at this time.
Okay. I think we are ready now for public comment. And as a reminder, each individual is allocated 4 minutes today for their comment, and we will be taking notes of your questions and points and then address as many of those as we can with the staff following public comment. Do we have our timer ready to go? Yes, thank you. It appears that Patty Thomas is our first speaker. Nice to see you and thank you for coming on, Patty.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. And can I ask Bruce a question?
You can, but he will not be responding at this point.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
you
what
can-
I want to know from what he just said is that there is a right-of-way issue. I want to know what the right-of-way issue is. Our fence is not the property line. And I don't believe we are mandated to move the fence onto our real property line. It's still our right-of-way outside the fence. It's still our property.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a quick question. I did review your letter, but remind me, is the fence inside your property line? Or
Yes, it
out-
is. It's
is.
32 feet
Inside,
inside
that's
our
right.
property
Okay.
line by by a half a mile. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that's my question for Bruce. In regards to the change, we've been in this house for 29, almost 30 years, 29 and a half years. And if the county were to make a change to change the lot sizes, would the owners of property where that's being done not have to be notified? Wouldn't I have to have been told and given an opportunity to come before the County Board of Commissioners and say, we don't want subdivisions in Egner? Shouldn't that have been for my right as a resident? And that was never done. I was never notified that there were changes in the zoning in Egner.
Okay.
Another thing that I think should be taken into consideration and has not been mentioned is that property right now in CRP is an elk migration from the Dolores River up and over to down the H1, and then they go down back to the canyon and down into Disappointment Valley. I don't understand why nobody cares or has thought about it being a migratory route for the elk and the deer. We get herds of them through there. And you said something about, they want to carve up the land because they can't afford to farm. Well, that's not why I live in Egner. My land is farmed. I lease it out to somebody who farms it. Farmers aren't starving out there. I don't understand why it's because they're hungry, they get to carve their land up, and the rest of us get to live in a subdivision. So, that's just not fair to residents of Egner. And so you're saying they carve it up into 4 pieces, it's one and done. Well, you know what? I thought it was 35 acres and done. And so the next time they decide to carve it up smaller, and they read between the lines on the 3-acre parcel, and he says, well, I have 7-acre parcels, I want smaller parcels. Is that just going to come back before the board again and say, well, let's read this rule a little bit differently this time? Because look, it does say 3 acres and he's got 7 and 9. What's going to keep them from not keep subdividing this?
There's a line in the language that says very clearly that it is a one and done.
Bruce?
And I would hold,
Lance, I'm sorry.
it's okay. I would hold that to a future board, and that is written and that is codified.
When I bought my property, it was 40 acres, done. And now 30 years later, I find out that it's been carved up.
Ma'am, I am going to suggest that you were working with 2 different statutes. One was the state statute for 35-acre parcel exemption, and that is very much truth in the state of Colorado. But in the county, which is a smaller part of the state of Colorado, there are also land use codes. And in this case, sometime around when you purchased your property, as Kay said, somewhere 20, 25 years ago,
I should have been notified.
I don't have 25 years of history. I've only
You
been here for 18
understand what I'm
years.
saying? I should have been notified.
Okay, I've got your point about notification.
Yeah, let's continue with public comment and then we will come back and address your questions and concerns. Thank you, Patty. Who would like to go next? So Mark Thomas.
Thanks for hearing me out this morning. I'd like to respond to Bruce's comment that I chased him off of their property. The property that he accessed to get onto that property was my property. His dad was elderly, obviously, and I watched out for him. And when anybody came through my property to access that property, it kind of came to the back end of his house where he had no idea anybody could sneak up on him that way. That was why I went there, to see who it was. His attitude and the way he came off on me completely took me by surprise. And he had his dad sitting in the car or the truck with him. And he said he could get there anytime he wanted. He didn't care whose property it was to me. That's how he gained access to that property. And at the time, I was aware that that property had been sold to his father's ex-wife. The gal's name was Cherry, and the property that he's splitting up was hers. So he obviously purchased it from her, or Sam did, his father, to get it back. That property was in CRP when we purchased the land. And Sam told me directly that there was a 35 acre or 40 acre minimum, and that nothing would ever be done, with that property. And that if the property was to go up for sale, he would let me know and give us the first opportunity to purchase it, which didn't happen. Bruce here doesn't even, full-time live in Egner. And like he said, they've got a lot more property there to be singling out the property that's right next to mine to subdivide. I don't agree with. There is an access from H1 to that road, and that's on my property. And Bruce thinks he can go and use that anytime he wants. Well, he's wrong. And to gain more access to those other lots, he'll have to permit, with you guys, as far as access from H1, or if you're gonna have to do 4 accesses. But the property line, when we bought the property, we had it surveyed, and we noticed a discrepancy of the line, and our contract with his father was that he was to put a fence on the west side of the property. Well, he put it in 32 feet on our property. And when we approached him about it, he apologized and said that he would fix it. But when we had the surveyors put the pins in, 2 days after they were done, those pins were pulled up and thrown, which I found several, 40, 50 feet away from the actual property corner. So he was the only one that knew that we were having the property surveyed, and it was done at 2 different corners. For the west side property line was also off. To me, they haven't been straight with us from the beginning. And yet, here we are now, they're trying to subdivide the property against us, when we were told prior to buying the property that from this man that, the restrictions was a 35 acre, as small as we could go. So like Patty said, we were unaware, of the change, but I can see my time's up here.
I see, that's unfortunate, that information wasn't accurate or understood. While I have one of the Thomases up, and Patty, you're welcome to rejoin Mark if you'd like. I think we should talk through what Mr. Hankins said was a right-of-way issue. Let me ask you this, have you seen the plat, the current version of the plat for the subdivision, is that
Yes.
correct? And are you, Mr. and Mrs. Thomas, are you, comfortable or do you agree with that survey line?
I'm not sure. I can't really tell how it's looking at our property because there's only one way for him to get on that 35 or 32 acre piece of property. And that's to drive through the driveway on H1 that is on the east side of our property, bordering that property. He does not have a driveway to access that property from H1 at this time.
Okay, okay.
So I just want to make sure, I want to make sure the property line is respected.
Is clear, exactly.
It's clear and respected.
And you asked, were we good with what I guess
Plat says,
the
yeah.
new survey it was.
Mhm.
I walked the line. I didn't see any markers anywhere other than down on H1 at the corner, which would be the southwest corner of that piece of property.
That helps.
Actually, I think the satellite is a little more helpful.
You be helpful here?
I would just suggest we finish public comment.
Okay.
There might be more folks and then we close that and dive into a bunch of these questions.
Okay, we can do that. All right. I thought we could sort through the right of way thing quickly while Mr. and Mrs. Thomas were speaking, but we'll continue with public comment and come back to
Okay.
it. Thank you both.
Okay, on here, I can see my fence line.
Okay, we're gonna come back to that, Pat. Thank you so much. Okay, all right. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak? Yes, Walter Bresnahan.
Thank you.
Come on up.
How are you folks this morning?
Happy to
Yeah.
see you.
Yeah, I moved to Agner, but I bought the property in 2005. And it was my understanding, it was 35 acre parcel, like it says state, but I didn't understand the county. I was just a little concerned about, I came from Salt Lake. I don't want to live in Salt Lake again. And my concern is they start breaking up property, even across the street from me, and put it in the neighborhood. It's like, this ain't gonna work. But as far as Mr. Hankins goes, if he's in a bind for finances, I'll cut him a check today for $50,000 for that piece of property. If he's willing to let it go, all this will go away. And I'll take it from there. So, I mean, it's gonna hurt these guys really bad. But, I guess they're sitting here thinking, all right, if he's in a bind for money, sell it. I'll buy the whole property.
That's
Yeah.
a very generous offer, but it's one that we don't need to
Yeah.
get in the middle of.
Just want to make sure he's aware of that there are people who want to, even Tom Dixon, he offered to buy it and they never would sell it to him. I'll take it.
Tom Dixon lives in the corner parcel.
Yeah.
That's on
That's okay,
81
Patty.
and 41.
That's all right. As Lance said, that's a little bit outside of where we are.
That's cool. But I just, I hate to see development because I know where I came from. I could reach out and touch a neighbor's house in Salt Lake City. I don't want that to happen again. I'd like to keep Agner rural. I'm actually looking at the 800 acres to the north of me to purchase just to keep it and then put it in the land bank like they did in the Supla Ranch.
Mhm.
That to me is more important than allowing it to get broken up. So, you guys are gonna make the final decision, but if we can avoid it, I'd prefer that.
Sure.
Yeah. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else? And actually, I should be looking online as well. I have not seen any hands raised, but if there's anybody online, we normally do alternate between the room and online. No hands going up online. Anyone else in the room care to speak? All good? Okay. Let's get back to, I guess this issue of the right of way, and Kay, and staff, I'm looking for a little clarification here from you. Have we confirmed, I guess Dave Foley would have confirmed that the plat, is accurate to the property that Mr. Hankins owns, is that correct?
Dave Foley is not going out on site and redoing the survey markers to confirm in that sense per se. But we do typically, when someone has a property line dispute, the way to settle that would be to hire a surveyor. So we like to think that what the surveyor has provided is accurate. I would be happy to pull the plat up onto the screen again. I think that Patty's concern was that the fence line and the property line don't match. I mean, you can see on the plat, it does have that fence line and the property line, and they're not in the same location. You know, they have the property line is further to the east than the fence line, which I think was her concern. If you would like me to pull that up,
Sure,
I
why don't you go ahead
can
and
show
do
that
that.
a little bit
I
more
think you
clearly.
can see it on that if you close that window.
So this dash line with the X's, I believe, is the fence line, and then the property line is here to the east. So they did not just use the fence line as the property line,
Okay,
which I believe was the concern.
okay. And that's where the road is, to get into, I don't see the road on the plat.
It's
that
on the south side.
Thomas is
So yeah, the
thinking of.
H1 would be down here.
I see.
To the south.
Okay, I guess I was talking about how Mr. Hankins got onto his lots.
Yeah, I think so. Currently, I believe they have been, at least what has been represented by the applicant, using that historical access off of Highway 141 that's more or less grown in. It
Mhm.
sounds like there's been maybe some altercations regarding, you know, using other accesses that I cannot speak on. But the plan for the subdivision would not be to have an easement through either of the, you know, pre-existing neighboring lots. It would be to get a new access off of County Road H1 and then get that Highway 141 access permitted. So the applicant has not proposed using any of the neighboring lots for access.
I understand. Mr. Hankins, would you like to speak to the right-of-way issue that you mentioned?
A couple, yeah, I would. So they said it was the only access. That's not true. There's an access off of 141. There's also multiple accesses from the north of where my dad's house is. So it's not the only access. And I assumed if it's approved that we would have to do another approach off of H1 because, you know, Thomases are right. That approach is on their property. I don't dispute that. The fence is off. I don't know the historical conversations my dad had with them. You know, I'm fully aware that there will have to be another access off of H1. But with that access and the access off of 141 to access the northern two lots, I don't think it's an issue.
Okay, and my understanding is, thank you for clarifying that, during this, the noticing process for this subdivision, there would have to have been survey stakes in the ground, is that correct?
I would have to refer that to Savannah from Goff, but I'm sure there's survey stakes. And the other thing that I would like to clarify is it's my understanding that Miss Bresnahan lives probably 7-8 miles to the west of this property. So I'm not sure when he said across the road what that meant to him. I'm not aware of him owning any land across the road from this parcel.
Okay, well, evidently he does live across the road from that parcel, is that correct, Walter?
Did I say that?
No.
No, he says he didn't want to see a
A future
development.
subdivision.
across-
Oh, I see, so you live further down the road, like your concern is that this same activity would take place in your neighborhood.
Yes.
I understand, okay. All right, so I think we have sorted out the right-of-way / fence issue. It does seem that it would be helpful, especially if you plan to market these lots, Mr. Hankins, that you get those survey lines or those survey markers back in there, so anybody who's looking at them would know where their property is.
So let's clarify that. I think Mr. Thomas referred to when his survey was done, when he bought the property. Again, I don't know anything about the markers then, but I assume, and Savannah could clarify this, there's markers where the current survey was done.
Yes, Savannah Lytle with Goff Engineering and Surveying, we're licensed surveyors, and those, as part of this plat, they were surveyed and monumented. So this plat, the markers are there and have not been removed.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Ryan Rigetti, our road and bridge supervisor, has his hand up. Ryan? Oops, hand down. Kay, you had your hand up.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna reiterate that under state law, anytime a new parcel is created, it does have, by plat, it does have to be monumented. If anybody has any, objections to a survey, there's a process under state law where somebody can object, and we're not part of that.
But they could potentially get some guidance from you on that process.
I'd say talk to an attorney,
Okay.
or a surveyor. It's not us.
And when you say monumented, does that mean they put in that metal?
They put
that stake?
yeah.
Yeah.
And, if you ever look at a plat, it'll tell you exactly what type of monument it'll be. It'll say rebar with this type of cap, mark this.
Okay, and that's meant to stay in place.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ryan, your hand is up again. I think maybe we need to make Ryan Brigetti co-host on it. Thanks. There we are.
There we go. Yeah, I couldn't unmute it. I did put some comments in the SmartGov system, but they didn't make it into this. But I did comment on the access. If the access for those lots is going to be off of County Road H1, if any more than 2 residences are using that access, then that 20-foot utility easement that they have, or access and utility easement, is going to be insufficient. That access will have to meet the standards for a local access road. So it'll have to have 50-foot right away, and the road will have to be constructed differently. So I just, that comment,
Thank you.
wanted to get.
Yes, okay, thank you. And my understanding from everything we've heard so far is that only 2 lots would be accessed off H1, and then lots 1 and 2 would be off of Highway 141. So that now come into play. If that changes, okay, I guess then Mr. Hankins would have to, he would have to come back anyway for that road approval or access approval. Okay.
Yeah, the access approval is administrative. If for some reason, an easement had to be changed, we would look at, what the process is, and it might come back to you for review and approval. If we had to amend an easement as shown on a plat. I'm not sure exactly what the process would be if we needed a bigger easement right now.
Okay.
But right now, we don't need it because they're saying 2 lots off of H1, 2 lots off of 141.
Okay, I understand. And then I just want to address Patty Thomas's concerns that she wasn't notified that the zoning had changed after they bought the property.
Yeah, we've been doing research over here.
Oh, and do you have anything else
Yes,
to
we do.
share?
In 1997, the West End Master Plan amendments were adopted. And there was undoubtedly a public process for that. And that's how master plans work. And in fact, there was a West End Planning Committee. And through that committee, and I don't know who served on it. I was busy doing other stuff in 1997. The West End Planning Committee formulated the attached proposed land use code amendments, which would create a new West End zone district. And the committee proposes to rezone all land within the West End master plan area. So, and then it goes on to say that at an August 12th, and I think that's 1998 meeting in Agnar, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended rezoning of all land within the West End master plan area and adoption of the proposed amendments with minor changes that were discussed during the meeting and agreed to by the West End Planning Committee. And then on October 14th of 1998, at a regular meeting, the Board of County Commissioners considered the amendment to the land use code and the rezoning. So that created the West End Zone District, and it created the subdivision exemption. And those have been unchanged since then. So October of 1998, following numerous public steps and having a public committee. So we've had this in place now for 27 years.
Yeah.
And so.
It,
Well,
it,
we were never notified. We've lived there for.
Yeah.
Mark, let me pose another question. Kay, I know that when there is a change in zoning that there is a requirement that neighbors be notified. And I recall that it's based upon a number of feet from the parcel. Is that
Well,
in play in this
If it were
situation?
individual parcel being rezoned, yes, that's
Mhm.
what would happen. I don't know how they did it back in 97 and 98.
Mhm.
If it were me today, I'd be mailing notice to every single affected property. I don't know if they did that. By looking at the resolution, it's obvious that there were definitely, there was a committee that I have to assume was made up of members of the community. And there were planning commission meetings and there were BOCC meetings.
I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking about the initial decision, but
Well,
in,
through the whole thing, so it looks like there was a public process that led to the creation of this zone district and what's in it.
I understand that. I
Yeah.
think my question is more for this application.
Yeah, they.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
that's how we were
Right.
deciding this
Okay.
one.
Yeah.
Right.
Shop.
That's
So,
what I
yeah,
wanted to make
subdivision
sure that
exemption,
was clear.
yeah,
Thank you.
application, yeah, there was a posting of the property, mailing to within 500 feet.
Thank you.
And then also legal notice published in both newspapers.
Excellent. That's what I wanted to be clear about. With that explanation, Kay, about the history of this subdivision exemption and the West End committee that created the entire zone district, I don't know how to notify every transfer of property that they should take a look at the county land use code and see what zone district they live in and read it.
But
But
this happened after we purchased our property, so we should have been notified of the change.
Yeah.
again, I wasn't there. I don't know how to fix that. But I do know that I'm more confident that you were notified about this change, and that's why we're here today in the same room, which is a blessing. When I first heard you say we weren't notified, I was concerned that it was not
Notified when it-
understood. I understand now. Thank you.
I think unfortunately, what I've learned in my few years as commissioner and many years in the community is that people sometimes, and I don't mean to blame you in any way, but miss things and don't really recognize what's going on until it impacts them. And that is a possibility. These meetings evidently were taking place in Egner. As Kay said, there was a committee and there was a whole West End master plan happening, and it's a shame that it was either missed or that it wasn't clear what the implications of it were. Yeah, one more comment here, Mark.
At the last meeting.
Mark, if you come to the microphone, then everyone in the Zoom can hear you too. Thank you. There
At
we
the
go.
meeting you guys had at the beginning of the month, and you were on the Zoom call and you talked about the West End, but that a lot of it was initiated from areas of the county that were at the West End, but that were more to the north, not at the property that was up at the top of Slick Rock Hill, let's say. I think that maybe that was the governing force down there in Nuclear, Natarita, that might have been
Let's
running the land
Let's
change.
clarify that. What is the area that the West End master plan covers? That's not Norwood, Nuclear, Natarita. That's for.
The West End Zone District starts just a few miles west of Norwood. And it is the entire west portion of the county.
Right, so it's nobody in those Norwood, Natarita, Nuclear
Yeah.
community, it really.
So,
There we go.
I just weigh in that
Yeah.
Natarita and Nuclear are
Out.
sited in Montrose County.
Oh,
And so
Yeah.
that they wouldn't have.
Yeah, there would be
citizens
no
from
input.
those counties.
I'm just going on what was said at the
Okay.
last.
I don't recall saying anything in that regard. But you see on this map, the darker green color is the Wrights Mesa Zone District. So the brown color that goes west of Norwood and abuts Utah, Montrose County and Dolores County is the West End Zone District.
Okay, thank you. So I think we are where we are today, and we can't make a change to this, to the land use code today. I would say to the members of the community here who are concerned that this may be the first of many, subdivision exemptions or some subdivision exemptions that change the nature of the community that you deliberately moved to, intentionally moved to. That would be something that we would have to take up, I suppose, Kay, as a potential change to the land use code. Is that correct?
It would go through a significant community process. We'd be
Yep.
looking at a master plan amendment. And then working with the community as to what exactly they want their zoning to be.
Yeah.
You know,
If that is
we-
something that is of interest to, you know, a considerable group within the West End Zone District,
I
then
think it's possible. Yeah.
we would certainly be interested in hearing from that group. Again, it's not something we can address today. Galena.
I am curious, I haven't heard of plans, future plans to update the West End master plan. Is that in the docket for future years?
It would be a number of years out. I don't have enough staff and you don't have enough meeting hours in the day.
Yeah. Well, it's not, I mean, we generally do update these things every decade or 2 or 3. We
There's
do
a
know
whole
we
lot
have
of
the
the-
Down Valley Master Plan and the Rights Master Plan ahead of that.
Yeah.
So we
And-
would need some considerable community.
That's how we would go about
That's how
that.
we would go about that. Jared, did you have something you'd like to add?
I was just gonna kind of add to what Kay was mentioning, and you kind of hit all of those points, Commissioner Brown, of, you know, we currently have the Down Valley Master Plan kind of loaded up for late next fall. We will then keep moving to the west.
Mhm.
And so I think our commitment would be to revisit that plan once we get through the Wrights Mesa Master Plan.
Yeah, we also have all the other mesas that we've been, need to look at.
Right.
We have a lovely section, our master plan called the rest of the county. That really needs a lot of attention because that one dates from the late '70s.
So I,
Well,
I
let's
I think we can reprioritize,
Exactly.
we can identify other opportunities, but as of now, it's not
On the
in
agenda.
very hard on a calendar.
Yeah, so that's something that you would have to get together as a community and bring to the commissioners to reprioritize. All right, Patty, one last comment and then we need to move forward.
Feeling a little misrepresented.
Come up to the microphone, please.
Sorry. I'm feeling a little misrepresented at this meeting because I really thought that we were gonna have something to say about this that mattered. And I think that you said before the meeting, oh, there's the plan, we can't do anything, that's where it's gonna be. You know, so that's really a big disappointment when you come to a meeting and you think that maybe you have something to say that somebody, excuse me, but gives a shit about.
Well, I think you can tell from our conversation here and our demeanor that we do give a shit, Patty. And we've been looking for ways to understand where we could work around this if indeed that was the right decision. And there aren't any. That's just the way it is. I mean, that's why we talked about the right of way. That's why we talked about the fence line. That's why we talked about the history of this zoning. This is not something that we are rubber stamping and feel good about rubber stamping. We absolutely hear what you're saying, but we are having to make as I said in the beginning, just to set the table, a quasi judicial decision based on very clear, decision standards, which Kay has laid out, and we don't have any wiggle room here.
Yeah, I'll also weigh in, that is why I was trying to get to the bottom of the history of land use code 5-1211, which thank you, Kay, for digging into that and just historically. Nicola, thank you for, I just wanted to get a historic understanding of when that came into play and how, and
Yeah, it would have been nice if we'd have had that understanding too.
I do not disagree with that.
Yeah.
And like Commissioner Brown was saying,
I-
sometimes these portions of the land use code come to light when there's an issue that is suddenly in your backyard, right?
Well,
And
I know that
reading
if we
the
had,
land use code is a thick document.
if we had been notified that there was a zoning change in Egner, or that they were talking about a zoning change in Egner, we moved here for the same reason Walter did, to get out of the city.
Yeah.
I would have noticed a notice that says, hey, they're gonna be able to split up property out here soon. We need to do something.
I
You
understand.
know, I was active then as I'm active now. You know, and
I don't think any of us can recreate that moment in time to understand why it didn't hit your radar. But all we know is what Kay told us about the process. I was reassured to know there was a West End Planning Committee, that it went through a West End planning process. It evidently took at least a full year, if not longer. And I'm afraid that's what we're living with right now, Patty.
I'm
really
guessing
sorry.
it's because the county wasn't aware that people received mail at their street in Egner. The same problem we had in the beginning,
Okay.
because everything
Thank
went to the
you.
post office.
Thank you very much for being here, and making the trip. It's good to see you, and I'm sorry that that it appears we can't find something around here. Stacy B can't speak in mute. Excuse me?
Oh, did we want to,
Well, we have, actually, I didn't actually officially close public comment, so sure, we can hear from Stacy B for her 4 minutes allotted. Right, there's 4 minutes allotted.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm for the subdivision. I plan on building a barn dominium on the
Excuse
north
me,
2 lots.
sorry,
so
Stacy,
it'll pretty much
can
just
you please
be-
introduce yourself, your full first and last name, and any relevant affiliations?
My name is Stacy Bosch. I have property, half interest in the post office, which is just south. I'm getting an echo. So a couple of the people that wrote letters don't even live there full time. They're half the year. One of them lives 5 miles down the road, not right across the street. And I think they're worried about a bunch of low income housing being put in. I'm a realtor and we have lack of housing in Egner. There's only 3 listings and none of them are affordable. I just wanted to say that. And I'm helping Bruce apply for all the permits. We applied for a CDOT permit, and the lady in charge of section area 5 said she didn't think it would be a problem because it's actually on an open straight roadway. Excuse me. And then for the bottom 2 lots, we wanted to get access off of H1 and not necessarily in the driveway that's already there. So I guess that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room or online who would like to comment on this subdivision exemption? Okay. Any further discussion or questions from the commissioners? Doesn't sound like it. As I have expressed, was absolutely open to hearing options for either approving or denying this request. And all I have found here are regulations that tell me that we do need to approve this. So I am ready for a motion to approve, or can make that myself.
Yeah, I also would like to speak and just say that, you know, section 5-1211 really caught my attention in the packet, and I was really curious about how that came about and appreciate the background there. And what Mr. Hankins presented to us today, and that the way that he acquired this property and is in a pinch that it complies with the findings in the land use code there. So that is what I'm basing my rationale around. I do want to recognize that I am hearing from residents that you didn't gather that noticing 20 some years ago, and that's unfortunate, and we're really working to do better at this era in San Miguel County to be transparent and give information to residents that they should receive. So, you know, we're here now, and we want to make sure that all residents receive information in a timely manner. But yeah, based on what we are presented with and that is spelled out in the land use code, I don't see any reason to deny this, what the applicant is asking for a subdivision. And that's my time. But for the subdivision exemption.
I move to approve the chair's signature on resolution 2025-32, a proposed West End subdivision exemption to create 4 lots owned by Bruce Hankins. And the parcel number is as Commissioner Brown read at the beginning of this hearing. I see Jared's hand up. Jared, would you or Maura prefer
We
to?
close the public hearing.
Well, that's a good
Yes,
idea.
thank you, thank you, thank you. I will now officially close the public hearing.
All right.
Thank you for everybody's comments.
And can I just make one note, just before you move on with the motion, the resolution as presented doesn't include all 3 of these conditions, so if you do want all 3 conditions
I would like to
included.
continue my
make that
motion.
note so we can.
Thank you. Subject to the following conditions. I'm continuing my motion. 1, submission of a final plat that addresses all of Dave Foley, the county surveyor's comments. And I know that's in play, but we'll need that wrapped up. 2, the applicant shall obtain an access permit from the Colorado Department of Transportation for access off of State Highway 141 for the 2 lots as discussed. And 3, prior to construction on any of the lots, a development permit will be obtained with the county. This will include approval from Road and Bridge for access off of County Road H1.
I have a question about that. Is that correct, the way it is stated here, that prior to construction, a development permit will be obtained? I thought that Kay had said we don't need a development permit
It
here.
would
We
be
need-
for the septic and the addressing.
Okay.
So they don't need one for a house per se, the building department doesn't need a review, but we do want to make sure folks are getting addressed,
Sure.
getting septic, and then also getting the access. from
The
county road.
access. So is this language correct to cover that? That works. Okay, just wanted to clarify. It's not a macro development permit. It is the permits required.
Development permit lowercase, not
I
capitalized.
see that. Okay.
There's a
thank you.
difference.
Okay, any other questions or comments about the motion? I'm prepared to second the motion. How do you vote?
I vote aye.
Aye. Aye as well, the motion carries. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Mr. Hankins, I just want to remind you that if you didn't hear it, you have an offer to purchase the property from Walter. So you two should get in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you. Susan, will you grab Mark's coat for him if that is?
yes.
Thank you. Drive safe. Okay, moving on now to item 8B, which is our second agenda item under planning, again, a quasi-judicial hearing. This is consideration of the chair's signature on resolution 2025-31, an amendment to the development agreement for the Deep Creek Mesa Ranch subdivision and planned unit development to eliminate the requirement for burning. I am moving to that section of our packet here. Before we get started, I would just like to mention that I did share information about this agenda item with some of the neighbors up there, just because I know how engaged they have been in the past. And was told that they were not noticed of this application. I checked in with Kay, who let me know that notice is not required for an amendment to a development agreement. Do I have that correct, Kay?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, nevertheless, there are people who are aware that may be interested, and I imagine they are online if they would like to comment. In this case, we will be resuming our standard 3 minutes of public comment. And I'm just trying to get to the memorandum. There we are. John Hubner is the senior planner at the county, and he will be handling this conversation.
Unfortunately, my computer powered down.
Oh,
What I plugged into wasn't actually
was
turned
it
on.
live?
I do have the presentation. Are you up and running?
I wasn't planning on being on Zoom.
Oh,
I'm on Zoom.
I think Jared's got you.
Oh. Just bear with me one moment.
Pregnant pause.
There we go. All set. Thank you for your patience. As the chair mentioned, this is an amendment of the development agreement between the Genesee Properties, Inc. and regarding the Deep Creek Mesa Ranch. Inserted just to set the stage. This is regarding specifically the berms that are part of the development agreement. And in your packet, there are a number of pictures, and this is the one that we have from the turnout on the airport road, looking northwest. Just to put a visual on this. Excuse me, and pardon my voice.
Need some water, John?
I have some. I just
Are we making you nervous?
absolutely feel that the commissioners are intimidating. Okay. We're just some background information regarding this. The Deep Creek Mesa Ranch was subdivided in a action in 2016, developed into 15 single-family residential lots. The PUD and subdivision was approved by the BOCC in 2016 with a 10-year vesting. So with that 10-year vesting, we're coming up on the infrastructure needing to be put in according to our subdivision improvements agreement. And the berms are considered part of the infrastructure, and construction must start by the December of 2026. And so this was brought to our attention by the applicant. These lots are subject to the scenic quality or ridgeline limitations found in Land Use Code Section 5-2102. The particular lots of the 15 are lots 1 through 4 and lots 11 through 15, where the residences have a potential for ridgelining when they are constructed. As part of the approvals that were approved by the BOCC, there included a ridgeline compliance report, which was part of the original application. It addressed mitigation tools used by the applicant to enable development on affected lots to comply with Land Use Code Section 5-2102. some of these tools that were used or proposed by and adopted by the BOCC were the shifting of home sites to sites that were less visible. There was an adoption, and this is above and beyond what the land use code requires for building height, an adoption of a maximum roof line elevation above sea level, which means that the approvals were hardwired for a maximum elevation of the roof line. And in addition to that, the home sites are proposed to be lowered during the grading process to further minimize their view from the view angles that were looked at that time. And as part of the approvals, there were 5 earthen berms, which were considered to be part of the infrastructure. They have not been built yet at this point, but the applicant wanted to bring this to our attention to check the pulse of the county to see if the requirement that was required at that time by the previous board, is still felt as strongly at this time. They are willing to go ahead and build the berms that were required, but as the applicant likes to say, is the juice worth the squeeze that would be required for this? The proposal before us was brought by Tom Kennedy, attorney on behalf of Genesee Properties, Inc. The location is at the Deep Creek Mesa Ranch PUD and subdivision. The project size is 91 acres. It's zoned low density residential. And the application before you is to eliminate the requirement to install 5 berms, which is part of the ridgeline mitigation measures approved by San Miguel County and are to be constructed with the project infrastructure. The amendment of a development agreement requires BOCC review. It's not a 1-step or a 2-step review. Therefore, it was not required to be noticed to the adjoining property property owners. The proposal for the application is that a large amount of dirt would need to be imported to the site in order to construct these berms. Some of the dirt would be brought to the site in, we'll assume 10-yard dump trucks, and they would need approximately 640 dump trucks to be delivered to the site via the airport road, and including return trips, that would be 1,280 round trips. Another impact of building the berms would be that given the terrain and surrounding landscaping and conditions, the subdivision improvement plans do not contemplate the planting of trees on the berms. The native grasses will take several seasons to grow, and the bare berms will be visible during regrowth. And I guess what I'm saying here is trying to bring to the communities or to the commissioner's attention, various impacts of building the berms, and to see if that is, worth not having the berms, or should we keep the berms in place, in the development agreement. Since the approvals, Lot 165 Aldisora Ranch was a vacant parcel at the time, and has since has a home built to the property line, which is clearly visible from vantage points along Highway 145, looking northwest, and from Airport Road looking northwest. This home was exempt from Ridgeline Land Use Code standards as Aldisora was platted prior to these regulations being adopted. Home sites on lots in Deep Creek Mesa are located further from the view corridors. That these lots are potentially visible were restricted in height to reduce visibility, and those restrictions would still apply. There are requirements regarding berms and landscaping that will be enforced when these homes individually are designed and constructed. Vicinity map, the the proposed project area is located adjacent to or close to the airport and south of the airport road. The the next slide is an aerial map, and it more clearly shows the meadows at Deep Creek Mesa to the north of the project and Last Dollar PUD project site south of the property. Also north of the property is Aldosora Ranch, and directly to the east, lot 165 of the Aldosora Ranch, which was developed south of the airport road. This is a slide created by the planning department to more easily see the location of the proposed berms, which are shown in red. The affected lots shown here are lots 11 through 15 and lots 1 through 4, which were the lots of concern during the application phase. One thing not mentioned in the memo is if the berms are built in the current location, this would certainly have an impact on lot 165 of the Aldosora Ranch. Berms would be these potentially berms, and Tom can correct me, but they're either between 12 to 18 feet, 12 to 15 feet at this location, and certainly would affect the views which the home was oriented for the lot 165. That's not a necessarily a concern of yours, but just would be an impact of the constructing the berms.
How high would they be? 12 to,
In that location, 12 to 15.
okay.
The question, John, since we're on this slide, and forgive me if I missed this in the packet, but the Remine Trail, that's right through there.
It is right. Yes.
So I'm wondering how that trail would be affected with this potential berm construction, and what.
It wouldn't change.
It wouldn't change. Okay.
We put the trail in knowing that the berms were likely going to need to go.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I missed what the answer was because I was reading it.
Oh, it's just a remind.
Right.
Can you go back one slide?
Yeah.
This is just your neck of the woods, and
Yeah.
you'll know,
That's that corner.
that's that corner, you see where that house is, which you're probably very familiar if you
Yep.
ever on the Remind Trail. I was just curious how that
With the trail.
berm construction would
Just
or
is
would not affect.
Same
the-
same
Yes,
location.
Okay.
We designed
Thank
the
you.
trail around.
Okay, thank you.
This was a picture included in your packets, and it's I have to let you know, it is really difficult when you are standing on 145 to ascertain, the view corridor. So we put some location points showing homes in the Last Dollar PUD, and also highlighting lot 165 Aldosora Ranch, that at this vantage point, can be seen from Highway 145. It's the proposed Deep Creek Mesa Ranch is further back than these properties are. They're located closer to the ridge on Deep Creek Mesa, and so the potential or the applicant subdivision, they're further back. Similar, they're not as far back as the meadows at Deep Creek, which aren't visible from that point, but are located further back from the Last Dollar PUD, and would not have the same visibility as these particular home sites, which did not have to apply. These were built prior to the scenic regulations being adopted by the county.
Yeah, Lance.
John, excuse me, while you've got this slide up, I don't know if it's possible to extrapolate the existing conditions with home site placement, height restrictions, and the lowered grade. But with those restrictions in place, can you tell us what portion of the potential homes could be visible? Is it roof line only? Is it going to be half of 2 stories. I don't know what the height restrictions are, for example. I don't know what the grading restrictions are. If those were enacted as written, would they be visible at all?
They,
Maybe let John continue on.
Okay,
We'll
do we
look
get
up
to a
the
slide there?
numbers.
Great, thank you.
And while we're on this slide, I have a further question. So when you say the homes are behind or something about a ridge line, I'm seeing a ridge line right here.
yes,
Is that the open space portion of, and the homes would be behind the ridge line that we're seeing right now?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, none of the homes, you're correct in ascertaining that the open space portion of the parcel comes down from
Yep.
that ridge line and comes down to
Perhaps in
the
front of
airport road.
165.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So there's an open space buffer, is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we'll see, there's some other vantage points too. But you're gonna show those, right?
I'm not showing all of them. I was relying upon the photos in the packet. One thing I wanted to mention when taking pictures from this vantage point, with using a camera, it's really difficult to ascertain how your human eye is going to see it. This particular picture has, it's cued in closer to the subject of the picture. And I'm just blanking on what that is called when you zoom in on your camera to get that closer look. This has a zoom feature on it, this particular picture. And so if you can imagine these pictures, but with the vantage point even further back than what is illustrated.
Than what we're showing, right? One picture I didn't see in the packet is from sort of Lawson Hill, where you're more at the elevation of, okay?
I actually drove down Lawson Hill the other day and wondered about that. And the thing is, when you're coming down Lawson Hill, you're above the site. So you're actually looking down.
Mhm.
So you don't have that skyline effect that's the intent of the regulation.
Interesting,
You have backdrop instead.
interesting.
We've all looked up and seen, all the homes up in El Desaro, they have backdrop.
Right,
They don't, there's a few homes that are visible from down on the highway, but it was skyline that's the.
well, there are definitely some homes, whether it's in the Meadows of Deep Creek or in Last Dollar subdivision, that at a certain point you are seeing that. Well, maybe they're not against skyline though, I see what you're saying. Okay,
Lot 165, depending on where you're located, can definitely be, skyline, but they were not, that particular home is not subject to these regulations.
okay, thank you.
The application was referred to county staff, the county attorney, county manager, deputy manager, and the road and bridge director. County manager Mike Bordonia stated he had no strong opinion that berms were necessary. It inquired if neighboring properties had requested that berms be included in development, and they had not been. It wasn't a request from the neighboring property owners. The county attorney stated that the form of the proposed amendment to the development agreement is satisfactory. Ryan Rigetti, County Road and Bridge Director, stated that removing the berms from the development plan requirement would not impact County Road T60, the airport road. And the review standard for ridgeline development is stated here. For emphasis, it's the portion that states as silhouetted against the sky from any state highway, County Road T60 between the Telluride Regional Airport and West Colorado Avenue. And so the particular vantage points that I focused on for the pictures contained in your application were from those locations. And also it goes on to state that any street in the town of Telluride and less than entire project parcel is ridgeline or within a final platted county approved subdivision. And so, portions of this requirement don't necessarily apply to this particular location. It's county staff's opinion that berms on lots 3 and 4 and lot 12 will not be visible from Highway 145. Berms within and adjacent to the open space parcel are unlikely to have any effect on the visibility of construction of homes on lots 13, 14, and 15 from Highway 145. And this is more of a comment on the previous approvals for the Deep Creek Mesa Ranch, is that as part of the reviews of the Deep Creek Mesa Ranch, certain site-specific evaluations were prepared for each residential lot that considered site conditions. And this was the mitigation report that was created. And such as existing topography, vegetation, conditions related to geologic, wetland, and other environmental factors, spacing from other lots and from adjacent subdivisions and highways. In addition to the establishment of maximum house size, which are below what's allowed within the land use code, and building height, which is a more restrictive calculation than contained in the land use code, further regulates the apparent mass and scale of the residences. In addition to the land use code definition, the maximum elevation for each lot has also been established in order to ensure that no portion of the residence shall exceed or protrude beyond the established maximum height above sea level, which is intended to be a more restrictive calculation of height. And so before the board, the board may decide to amend the development agreement or to keep it as the same, and to amend it, they could remove the requirement for the owner to build the berms as proposed. Should the BOCC decide to do that, to grant a waiver to the requirement, findings should be made describing how a waiver to constructing the proposed berms would be in the public interest and not just in the interest of the applicant itself. And to that end, the sample motion includes findings for the commissioners if you choose to amend the development agreement, finding that the environmental benefits of not constructing the berms in terms of minimizing the dirt imported to the job site, the hours of machinery operation, and surface disturbance of the site are benefits to the public and outweigh the potential partial visibility and ridge lining of home sites on lots 13, 14, and 15 from the traveling public on Highway 145. The board would further find that the home sites on lots in Deep Creek Mesa Ranch are located further from view corridors than those homes visible from Highway 145, located in the Last Dollar PUD in Lot 165 Aldosora Ranch, and development on these lots that are potentially visible are restricted in height to reduce visibility, and the ridgeline restrictions would still apply. There are also lot-specific requirements regarding berming and landscaping at the time these homes will be designed and constructed. Finally, given the terrain and surrounding landscaping and conditions, the development agreement did not contemplate the planting of trees on the berms. There are really no trees on that ridgeline area. The native grasses would take several seasons to grow, and the bare berms would be visible during regrowth. And so we provided the sample motion if you do decide to not require the berms, and Kay has further comments.
Yeah. So just give you, some numbers. Yeah, John, if you maybe wanted to flip back to one of the views up. So the lot 165 Aldosora Ranch home, if you look at the far left corner in this photo, that's at an elevation, the bottom of the house, not the roof, is at an elevation of about 8970 to 8980 in that range. And lot 14, which would be to the next of it, to the west of it, the max height allowed by the PUD is 8964. So the height is actually below. And it might be in front of that ridge, but it's below that corner. And then the other lots that we're looking at are up behind. You know, we really can't see anything from there.
So are you suggesting that lot 14, oh, I see,
Lot 14 is
would
probably,
not have the ridge lining issue from this vantage point?
if there is any ridge lining, it's going to be very minor.
Lance, do you have a question?
No, I was going to thank you, Kay, for helping me understand that. I dug into those tables of heights and lots, and I
Mhm.
just needed you to reassure me that you had done the math and come up with an answer.
Yeah.
What I think we're being asked is to weigh some trade-offs here, and let's keep talking and hear the applicant and hear the public.
Karina, anything else?
Yeah, I'm just eager to hear public comment, potentially from some neighboring subdivisions and of course from the applicant himself.
Sure, before we get to the public comment, yeah, John, is that everything from you?
That's everything.
Great, well then I would invite Tom Kennedy, representing the applicant, or Tom is the applicant, to address the board.
Morning. Still, how are you? Tom Kennedy here on behalf of the applicants, SMVC and Genesee, they co-own the property. So it seems like only yesterday, like 12, 13 years ago, I was starting the process on Mill Creek and Deep Creek. The number of boxes that you need to check as you're going through the processes, and one of them is the ridgeline or scenic view stuff. And we had it both in Mill Creek and Deep Creek. We are doing berming and landscaping on Mill Creek, so none of that's changing. This is just talking about the Deep Creek part of it. And at the time, the ridgeline, the blue sky regs, I guess that's what they're calling them, because it's really, you're trying to avoid houses silhouetting against the blue sky. If there's background, a mountain or something else, that's not what we were addressing. And it was really from very specific corridor points, the state highway, and the spur. And if you could see things from the town of Telluride, you're not going to see these from the town of Telluride, but those were the areas that were targeted. So like Mountain Village or within Lawson Hill, those weren't places that were considered. And so in doing the box checking, some of our lots would silhouette against the blue sky, and largely it's from the area down around the circle, Society Turn Circle, and then kind of that little area that used to be a parking area for the valley floor. Those were a couple of the spots that you would see it. And we went through and did the study and figured out how to manage those issues through a combination of tools, keeping the heights down on a number of the homes that were more prominent, and imposing restrictions on the height, even in addition to the lowering of the home sites, and then just other factors, including in our design guidelines about the materials and glare and avoiding glare and things of that sort. And the berming was kind of like a final thing to deal with those issues. And I don't know how much of the homes, but I would imagine it's really kind of the very upper portions, the roofs and things like that, that would have been affected by the berming if we did it. And we're still prepared to do it. If we need to do it, we'll do it. But I always find out that, you had something, we checked the box. It was something that was important in the code, and it's still in the code. And I'm not saying it isn't important, but philosophies and things change from time to time. And so we are in the process of getting ready to go forward with our infrastructure work, and the berming would be part of that infrastructure work. And then I was starting to ask the question, well, geez, how much dirt, and that's really where it kind of hit me. And I probably knew about it 15 years ago, but there are a lot of things thinking about, and it wasn't that, and thinking that at 600 plus truck trips, like, And then it was also happening at a time where I knew that there were conversations with the community and you guys about truck traffic going up and down the airport road out to the airport and various things like that. I'm like, well, geez, what's everyone to think when I'm bringing 600 truckloads of dirt up? And I'm like, before I do that, and we'll do it, but before I do it, let me pause and ask the question, does this still make sense? And I also am familiar with berming that was done over on Sunnyside Ranch for a couple lots there that are also driven by the blue sky regs. And I know that they're put in and people put them in. But it takes a couple of seasons for those grasses to come in and you're still seeing the dirt piles. And I didn't want somebody, so we'll do it, but I didn't want somebody asking for the next 3 or 4 years. Why did we do that? And so I just wanted to take a time out and a pause and just, this still makes sense. We'll do all the other requirements, keeping the height down, lowering the home sites, and doing those kinds of things. But before we did it, I just wanted to come to you guys. Does this still make sense? It was always sort of a little weird to me knowing that we're going to be doing this and we're going to be putting berms in and doing the work and the activities. And again, we're perfectly fine doing it. But looking at Last Dollar and a bunch of the homes up on Last Dollar, which silhouette, and then it really kind of hit home when that Aldosora lot built literally right next to us, and it's just ridge lining, and blue skying all over the place. I'm like, we'll do it, but does this still make sense? And that's really kind of the general notion. So anyway, I'll leave it there and let you fire away.
Any questions before we get to public comment?
Oh, I did talk to Dirk in the Meadows, and actually he said, and I don't know if he's on the line or anyone else is, that they probably think this is a good idea. He didn't have an issue or a problem with it. And just so you know, the berming is really only intended to affect those limited corridors down from the highway. So like for instance, any of the berming that we would have put on wasn't really designed to block views from the west looking this way. It was just literally to deal with those impacted areas down by the circle, and across from Society Drive, and from the state highway. So the berm going away wouldn't really have any kind of appreciable effect from anyone looking anywhere else. It's just literally, so Last Dollar looking at us, it wasn't designed for that. Meadows looking our way, Aldosora looking our way. The only one who really is the gentleman who built on the lot right next to us. It's a very big berm. And it was there. The approvals were in place when he bought the lot. Frankly, I think he moved his home site a little, or the home site was moved a little bit. So it is what it is, and we'll build them. Just, does it still make sense?
Question, Tom, just about the berm and landscaping required once these home sites are constructed. Will you just touch on that?
So for each of, I like to think we all did good jobs, the planning department and the Board of County Commissioners, the Planning Commission, we spent a lot of time on plans. And we worked through a number of combinations of things. So we have design guidelines that are pretty particular. We have an HOA and a DRB that's going to be involved in looking at everything. And then we actually, so through the combination of those things, that goes into the design of the homes. We also had sizes of homes that were limited, considerably less than what it could have been under an F zone, but none of these are 12,000 square feet. And then we looked at particular requirements, like for instance, the height that you heard about, so it's got to get graded down. And then the height of the home with the grading down. So they were in the approvals, but then we actually developed a sheet of paper for each of the lots, which established a series of requirements that said, there's a modest berm here that, none of the big, but a modest berm here with some landscaping that you're going to need to do in this area. Your home site needs to be dropped to this amount. Your building height is limited to this. And each lot had its own development map that was recorded. So when somebody buys a lot and they're ready to develop, the county will know, our DRB will know, and the buyer and the developer, the owner of the lot and designing the house and their architects will all know what those requirements are.
Lance, anything? I have a question. It was very clear from the presentation what mitigation was suggested by the study, the ridge lining study. And one was to shift the home sites, the other was to maximum roof line elevations, lower the home sites. And then the fourth one was to install these berms. And I don't really understand why the berms were considered necessary then and are not considered necessary now.
So,
I mean,
so.
there's gotta be an impact on building the berms in terms of ridge lining, right?
Yeah, it was done to effectively from those vantage points to make it invisible
Make it
from
invisible.
from the blue sky.
Yeah.
And so with and I don't know what the percentages are. I didn't go back and do it, but I think that it in combination with everything, there was some benefit of
Yeah.
the berming, of taking care of that little final potential visit, because that's all it could do. And so I'm not suggesting that if this is eliminated, there won't be any blue skying. I think there could be, and I can't tell you how much. And so that, but I'm still saying, is that worth it?
Right, okay. So just to clarify, if the berms were in place, and this is a question for the planning department, there would be no ridge lining? Is that the way it was set up?
Yes.
Okay, so now we're saying if we take the berms away, there will be some ridge lining. And that, maybe, okay, that brings me to a question about, and I see you and I have the same table open here, Tom. Mine's in page 96 of our packet. I just tried to track this and I couldn't really figure out how tall these buildings were gonna be. Based on the table, it's called suggested max roof and finished floor elevations. Can you just point to me the column that says how tall these buildings are gonna be above the existing highest elevation in the building envelope?
So if you look at the column, it says proposed max roof elevation above sea level, 8964 on lot 14.
Okay, let me go there. Yeah, I see that.
That's what I was pointing to.
Yep.
And then if you go to the next page and zoom in and follow all of those various lines, you can compare where that 8964 is relative to other houses that are up there.
Proposed max roof elevation, okay. But then like there are other max roof elevations as high as 9079.
Well, that's because those are in
Different
different
spots,
areas.
right.
Because the property does rise up.
Right.
And then but as it rises, because it also kind of goes behind a ridge.
And then drops.
You don't
Yeah.
necessarily see those.
Guess what I'd like to be assured of, and I don't know if you can do this, is I get your point, Tom, about how, and we'll hear from the public as well, but I get your point about how lot 165 and last dollar, they're all ridge lining, right? I would just like to know or somehow be assured that these homes, if we remove the berms, are not gonna be ridge lining more or substantially more than those. Do you know what I mean? And I don't know, where's the indication that that won't happen?
I think it might be in what Kay gave us, which was the looker's left corner of lot 165 house, and the fact that the highest elevation of lot 14 is going to be 6 feet below that. But that's no assurance. It's just
That's just, which is assuring, actually.
Reassuring, yeah.
That particular lot, but the ones behind, I don't have any way of understanding what the implications are of removing the berms in terms of how much more those homes might protrude above the existing protrusion. Do we have that?
So if you, so scroll on past that table of suggested max roof and finished floor elevations. You get into the actual layout of the various, with the topo.
Yep.
And so you can see, so if you go to the second sheet, the very next sheet, you can kind of see the footprint of all those homes in last dollar. And then the other properties are further behind it to the north. And you can't see those properties from the highway. I mean, they're not visible from that
Okay.
point.
Okay. I'm just wondering if there is some stipulation that we might consider adding to this amendment that would say that these roof lines would not protrude from similar vantage points above the existing homes at Ridgeline. Is that?
I mean, that's basically how this was all developed.
But that was with the berms. We don't have
Yeah.
the berms, cause I do get the point about 1,280 truck trips and then
Yeah.
moving all of that land. I mean, that is a huge impact.
I mean, the way I'm reading this and these topographic maps.
Yeah.
and Just like knowing that landscape.
Yeah.
And I don't wanna overstep and say like, I don't think that will be problematic, but
Right.
the other home sites are set further back, like kind of into the hillside, if that's, you know. how
Yeah.
I'm understanding the lay of the land here, and so as far as these ridgeline concerns, that really wouldn't come into play because those home sites are further back.
Mm-hmm.
And from the vantage points down on the valley floor,
Mhm.
basically, those would be out of sight, if I'm
Mhm.
not mistaken.
Yeah, it's, you move up and we've got a fairly steep front face, but then it slopes back. So you're seeing the homes that are, right here,
Mm-hmm.
but then as this slopes back, because you're down here up to
Yeah, it
there.
gets further behind.
The entire hip, front face of the hill is way.
I mean, if you look at some of the houses in the meadows at Deep Creek, like Dirk's, we all
Yeah.
know his, and
Yeah.
his is pretty, we all know Dirk, if you're listening, we love your house, but
Mhm.
I don't think you see that silhouetting, and that's kind of the point, that as you go back further into our property, closer to the meadows, that's more likely the type of thing, plus the fact that we're pushing the lots down and pushing the home sites down. That's really kind of the thing. It was always sort of one of these things, we were doing it because we needed to check the box, but it really didn't make sense back then, but we did it to check the box. Yeah.
Another question, it mentioned in here that the DRB for the homeowners association will ensure that all of the homes are built within those table, the table we were referring to. Is that, something that the building department, our building department also checks?
Yeah, when they're getting their development permit and their building permit, we check to make sure that it all meets it as well, so.
Great.
Yeah,
Not that I would not trust the DRB, but I know those are lay people and, that's great to know that we would be doing that.
And you had a comment earlier that I meant to mention. So a couple of the techniques where there were some areas that could be a little bit more visible than others. And so we established building envelopes and made those open or not developable areas. So the areas that might have had a bigger propensity for being visible, they're outside building envelopes. So you got to build in the building envelope. I meant to mention that earlier.
Well, I will say though, building envelopes get moved.
But we're saying they can't get moved.
Can't.
Yeah, in the CCNRs, I had this concept of county enforceable restrictions. So things like that,
Mhm.
you'd have to approve that.
The county would have to approve moving
Yeah.
the building envelope.
Yeah.
Okay, that's different from the homeowners.
it's on the plat, so.
Yeah.
It would be coming through a one-step process to move it.
And those individual development sheets too that I was mentioning.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions before we go to, public comment? Okay. That's reassuring. Okay, I will now open public comment. As a reminder, we have a 3-minute limit. I don't see anybody in the room here to make comments. Is there anybody online? Shelley Duplan. We will make you a co-host so you can unmute and turn on your video if you'd like. Okay, should be happening now.
Hi, this is Shelley Duplan, Aldosoro Ranch Homeowners Company. Thanks for clarifying the noticing part in the beginning of the meeting. aware that there was not a requirement for noticing on these kind of PUD amendments. So thanks for clarifying that. Just having to briefly review the materials just with the time crunch. There's been a few conversations that I've had with some owners, including the owner of Lot 165, which is adjacent to the Deep Creek Ranch's property. And a couple things that stand out, with the berming, and that we would agree some of the negative impacts of those bermings would be, a lot of dust, a lot of dirt, the re-veg taking years if not more, in like several years. And being part of some berming projects in Aldosoro, taking several years, and that's with water. And so, putting my water manager hat on, water as a partner with Deep Creek Ranches and as the water provider to this subdivision, it would take a lot of water to re-veg those berms. And although there might be an alternate source for surface ditch irrigation water to do irrigation there, water is always in our forefront in our mind and management, and we only have limited amounts for outdoor irrigation. And so, with those things said, it's just really important to kind of minimize what you have to water outdoors. The other issue is kind of some of the privacy, and that's not part of why these berms were obviously contemplated. It's more of the ridgeline view, but I think that with that ridgeline view, we just don't know at this point really what those impacts are going to be if you get rid of those berms. And there's some folks that think that it might be a good idea is just retaining that right for berms, and looking at it once development starts, and maybe utilizing some berms if needed in the future. So meaning don't necessarily have to construct the berms where they are exactly right now, but maybe if a berm is needed in the future to minimize some of that ridgeline view, maybe that's an idea that could be contemplated, just to retain that right. And so I would just say, with completely eliminating, the requirement to put in berms, I think maybe asking to, retain that right for the future if needed. And how that would work, I'm not sure, is, maybe during the DRB or the development phasing, the county could weigh in once plans are received. So, thank you. Thanks. My time is up.
Shelley, I want a point of clarification. Were you suggesting that the rights to have the berms installed would be retained in case the ridge lining is greater than acceptable or anticipated, or for privacy reasons?
No, just for ridgeline, not for privacy, because it was never, part of the privacy. It was never contemplated as a privacy issue. It was the ridge lining. So I would say, maybe keep that right. And as a follow-up to that is, maybe those berms would be good, even as and landscaping is used for privacy. Maybe those berms can be used in the future for privacy in general for the subdivision, but that would be up to them. So that's just my two cents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public who would like to speak? I don't see any other hands. I'm now closing public comment. Yeah, I'm a little unsettled because I don't know. I mean, I'm hearing assurances with the way everything is set that the ridge lining won't be extreme, but I am concerned that for some unanticipated reason or without having, all of these, a real 3D representation from various viewpoints, that there could potentially be a home that ridge lines higher than lot 165 or the last R subdivision homes. Is that a concern to either of the other commissioners?
Let me pose you a question, Commissioner.
Mhm.
If that situation did occur,
Mhm.
against all the assurances and the efforts that we've all undertaken, would one more home be worth 1,200 some vehicle trips with heavy equipment?
Well, I don't think if it were just one home, we
Mhm.
wouldn't have 1,200 vehicle trips, right? Because that would be to build 5 berms. And the berm might be more, strategically placed so that it, was being effective from that particular vantage point for that particular home. So I think it would be a much lower impact.
So are you thinking that lot 14 is the main concern? Or
No,
are you thinking that all of them could be a concern?
Is that lot 14 is fine. It
Mhm.
would be just not really getting the topography of the land, And as Tom pointed out, I mean, having seen other homes that really do protrude depending on where you're looking. It doesn't sound like that's a concern to you.
I share your concern, and I don't think that we're gonna know until the day that all those homes are built, whether or not all the efforts that we've made mathematically with our best trigonometry
Yeah.
are sufficient. What I am intrigued with is hearing Tom Kennedy's response to Shelley DePlan's suggestion of stalling the requirement until those homes are in place, and hearing how he would consider that proposal.
So we're gonna have the earth moving equipment out there now, doing the infrastructure. If we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it now, not later, because that'll all be done and gone. The roads will be built, and then we're gonna be tearing up the land and maybe messing up the road. So if we need to do it, now's the time to do it, not later. And the only other, look, you might recall, a couple of, I'm not sure if you were on the commissioners, but we, like West Meadows, we came in front of you for a berming thing, about a year ago, year and a half ago. And part of the conversation was maybe reducing the berm, and then maybe like supplementing some planning. I mean, I could look at doing something like that, on a site specific thing, that if this thing is going to be a little bit more visible, if we're going to do berm, we got to do it now. But if if I wanted to put something in that said, maybe the DRB will look at maybe supplementing some landscaping, it won't make it invisible, but it could diffuse it a little bit. So something like that, I could look at, but I can't say this lot will require 5 more trees, now, but I could just say, it'll be looked at, and if there is some propensity, for the silhouetting, then maybe we could add a little bit more of a requirement for some landscaping.
Now, landscaping doesn't do much
Yeah.
though, and it also.
It diffuses it, but it doesn't
Yeah,
eliminate it.
blocks people's views.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, sorry, Galina, did you have something to say?
Finish your thought. Oh,
I lost it
here.
I lost it, you better go.
Yeah, I mean, really what we're grappling with here is a temporary, but what I see is significant impact to traffic in the region, which is, just being increased by other regional projects, with the long-term potential visual impact of this development, from those particular vantage points down at society. And I'm thinking big picture, like thinking about the med center development, they call it that, and visually what that, if that comes to fruition, what that will look like from that view shed, and just what I'm trying to do right now is just like
Imagine the
into
future.
future and think about what visually that whole area is gonna look like and the impacts of that, right? And kind of weighing whether if we make a decision to waive this berm requirement in the name of reducing those 640 truckloads, not just going up the airport road, but probably will be coming from either Norwood or Montrose, right? So the entire region will be affected traffic wise with that project, versus safeguarding this previous requirement to have that ridgeline view protected.
Mhm.
And I'm feeling, just kind of like looking at those topo maps and hearing what Tom Kennedy is saying about some design considerations that they're taking into consideration, that it's gonna be, in my mind, if I can try to like visually picture what it'll look like, fairly minimal visual impact if those berms are not built right now. But it will be some level of visual impact, and I think that needs to be just acknowledged, right?
Right.
It will, yeah. But from what I'm hearing and what I'm envisioning, it's gonna be like some rooftops that you're seeing.
Yeah, kind
in
of
that
more of
view
what's
shed.
already there is sort of what I'm envisioning.
Well, yeah, compared to what's already there, it will be way more minimal, because what you're seeing right now, a lot in those Alsaro development. When that was platted so long ago and this requirement wasn't in place. You're seeing entire homes in the ridgeline view in some cases, right? Because that requirement
And
wasn't in
last
place.
dollar.
And less, yeah, so I think. Based on
This
what
is
Bob
already
is telling us,
improvement.
it's an improvement, but it will still be a visual. It'll be in the view shed, if these berms are waived.
Yeah, I just, saw lot 165 going up for the 2 years that it was under construction, and the conversation in the community about how in the world did that happen? And now we understand why. I just don't want to be the commissioner that allowed something even a bigger impact than that, And we don't really have that proof, if you will. We just have assurances that will not be the case. Is there any way, I'm asking our staff, and I've asked it once, but I don't know, that we could somehow add a layer in here that says that none of these homes will protrude more into the ridge line than the existing properties, or significantly more?
Yeah, so I just had John put the
Topo up?
so yeah, this is out of Exhibit F to the application, which shows the building footprints as well as the berms. And so you see that there's those two berms over on lots 4 and 12, and the home sites for lots 11 and 12 are actually closer to the last dollar subdivision. They're in front of the berms. So right away, that's kind of a, wait a minute. And
in what way, Kay?
Well, if the homes are in front of the berms, then obviously it was determined that those homes are not gonna be visible. And then likewise, the berm on lot 4, also from the highway, you're not seeing any of the other homes that are beyond that.
Right.
So that's why I'm looking at it saying, I don't think that one's necessary at all. The berm that's up there in the open space parcel next to lot 15, that might provide some screening for a moment as you're going up Airport Road. And then lot 14 is definitely the most prominent and visible parcel. And you can see in that dark dashed line, that's lot 165 at the corner, and where that house is, and you can see that the terrain is rising up. So
yeah, it looks like you're right. Lot 14 would be. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna drop this in a minute. You can hear my concern.
So lot 14 is forward but below lot 165.
Which is funny, that why would they even need those berms to begin with for lot 14 if the roof line was below the base of 165? All right, well, I don't think there's any way to fully satisfy me, but I'm partially satisfied by the other mitigation efforts that have been made, and do agree with your the public benefit of not trucking all that dirt and having those bare berms. Anybody else?
I follow your logic, Commissioner. I wrestled with this and came to the same conclusion that we won't have surety, but we, you know, the 1,200 vehicle trips right now from far away carrying dirt is adding extra pressure to an already crowded roadway system in our region. And that, I want to believe the math.
Yeah, I do. I want to believe, yeah. Colleen, anything else?
No. I didn't make any definitive statement other than what we're grappling with
Yeah.
here. I guess I will say one more thing in that I am a commuter and I've been definitely feeling the pressure of even just the breaking ground Four Seasons and seeing the truckloads going back and forth. I've been kind of keeping tabs and it's noticeable and it's definitely contributing to the congestion and just safety of the roads in general. So I guess I'm swayed by the thought of not contributing to that traffic anymore than is already contributed to.
John, could you pull up the recommended motion again, please?
Yeah, there was some of that motion that I didn't really buy into so much. I think we could maybe simplify it a little.
And when you're ready, we can flip to the next slide.
Okay, I like all of that. There was some more on the next page I didn't personally think was necessary. Yeah, I mean, we don't know anything about that berming and landscaping, whether that is intended to minimize ridgelining. That doesn't convince me. It's not a finding that I'm interested in. And I think we've already, I don't think we need any of this on this page personally. It's covered when we talk about disturbance.
I agree, and that's why I asked that question about the burning and
Yeah.
landscaping, because I think it's separate from what we're hashing out right now. And will come later in the design. So.
Yeah, it's probably more about privacy within the subdivision.
Would either of you care to make a motion?
Sure, I'll go. I move to approve the request to amend the Deep Creek Mesa Ranch Development Agreement to remove the requirement to build the 5 earthen berms and to adopt Board of County Commissioner Resolution 2025-31, finding that the environmental benefits of not constructing the berms in terms of minimizing the dirt imported to the job site, the hours of machinery operation and service disturbance of the site are benefits to the public and outweigh the potential partial visibility and ridgelining of home sites on lot 13, 14, and 15. Sorry, do we need to add 2, 3, and 4 to that? Because the berms are also up in there. Yeah.
Sure, add them in,
Is that the right ones?
Oh, yeah, I had.
You could see the lots called out in the ridgeline report.
Oh yes, lots 1 through 4 and 11 through 15. So let's amend that. Sorry. Outweigh the potential partial visibility and ridgelining of home sites on lots 1 through 4 and 11 through 15 from the traveling public on Highway 145 and T60, the airport road. The board further finds that the home sites on lots in Deep Creek Mesa Ranch are located further from view corridors than those homes visible from from Highway 145 and County Road T60, located in the Last Dollar PUD and Lot 165 Autosoro Ranch. Development on these lots that are potentially visible are restricted in height to reduce visibility, and the ridgeline restrictions would still apply. Sorry, I don't know what that part means. And the ridgeline restrictions would still apply.
That contemplates the location of the building envelopes, the
height
height.
restrictions.
Those are the
Okay,
existing
okay,
DRB
yep.
requirements,
Perfect.
subdivision.
Okay, all right, I'm good with just adding in the accurate lot numbers and then adding in also County Road T60.
And then excluding the rest of the sample.
Excluding the rest, yeah, on the probably page 14. Is that clear enough? Okay,
I'd second that.
how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
I did want to give you a heads up. So when we're doing the Deep Creek infrastructure, which again, we're going to be doing this fall, you might recall the airport road sits above our property. There is going to be an area there right at the entry that we're going to have to do some fill there to get it off the road. So we have like 20 or 30 truckloads of dirt, that not the hundreds, but I did. And we're likely to do that this fall. And I didn't want you to be surprised when we just had this conversation and I've got a couple of trucks coming up. We've got a permit pending with you, but I just didn't want to surprise you.
Great, I'm glad the public's aware of that as
Yeah.
well. Thanks for mentioning.
Thank you.
All right, take care, Tom.
Thanks.
Thank you to our planning staff. We had intended at this point to be at item 9, management matters, but we needed a little more time for previous matters, so we are going to push that until after lunch, that community grants requests. I'm just trying to think if there is anything time sensitive, so that if we're gonna roll right into 9 after lunch or need to shift things around.
I think the one particular item, or there are two particular items that are time sensitive.
Yeah.
One is the meeting with having John Pandolfo.
And CMBOA.
And the
Okay.
TMBOA matter.
Okay,
And so those should take precedence, but we may popcorn around.
perfect, okay.
Otherwise.
So when we come back, we'll directly address item 11A, which is the TMBOA matter. And then we will be sure that thanks, Tom, we are on time for Superintendent Pandolfo at 1:45. And they shift things around. Oh, and then we also have probably this county housing matters. I'd expect the Dines to be here, so we will make sure that we're on time for those agenda items, and then as Jared said, we'll just popcorn around as necessary on the rest of it. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back at 12:45. Hello, San Miguel County. It is 12:47 on Wednesday, October 15th. We are continuing the regular meeting of the San Miguel County Board of Commissioners. As an agenda note, we are going to shift most of item 9, that is 9 ABC, review of community grants for 2026 to a November 5th meeting, so we can give it a little more time and consideration. We are now at item 11A, which is consideration of the chair's signature on resolution 2025-25, consenting to certain amendments to the general declaration of the Tyrite Mountain Village Owners Association. We have Maura Fahey, our county attorney, who help us through this, as well as Stephanie Fanos, TMVOA attorney.
Yes.
Great, nice to see you both.
Thank you. So just as a refresher, we first discussed this at the September 3rd meeting. And I'll go over a bit of the background again for you all, and then some updates on things that have happened since our last discussion. So the county is being asked to consent to certain amendments to the TMVOA declaration as is required by a 1999 settlement agreement with the county. That settlement agreement arose out of litigation that was brought by the county regarding the formation of the town of Mountain Village. And the county's primary concern in that litigation was certain land use restrictions that would apply within Mountain Village. And the declaration governs certain aspects of TMVOA's operations, including membership, assessments, the rights and obligations of the members, as well as providing density limitations and open space requirements, among other things. The county's consent must be provided only for amendments to specific provisions of the declaration, and those provisions are listed in section 10.14A of the declaration. So it's not every single provision that we have this consent authority over, only specific provisions. The proposed amendments to the declaration that are before you today arise out of a separate 2023 settlement agreement in litigation that was brought by TMVOA members against TMVOA, and which the town of Mountain Village later joined. The provisions that require the county's consent include changes to certain definitions. Specifically, the term purchaser is being changed to transferee. The definition of site is being revised to be based on ownership rather than density units and leases, which it was previously. And the town of Mountain Village is being defined with a legal description instead of a more general definition as it was previously. Other changes include some substantial revisions to the RETA provisions, the real estate transfer assessment. And that red line's included in the packet. And then also to attach some exhibits that were previously omitted from the declaration. As part of that 2023 settlement agreement, TMVOA also agreed to make changes to its articles of incorporation and bylaws. Those documents, those changes are not before you today for consideration. The town of Mountain Village Town Council provided its consent to this version, the amended declaration, at its August 21st, 2025 meeting. And at your September 3rd meeting, you heard concerns from a member of TMVOA about the election process and the proposed amendments. In particular, the membership voting requirements for amending the declaration that is set out in section 10.14C, which requires an affirmative vote of all classes of the members, the 4 different classes. This particular provision is not one that requires county consent, so it's not within the scope of your review. The set of amendments presented in the packet and as reflected in Exhibit A to the resolution is all that's before you today for your consideration. That being said, since our last conversation, TMVOA did propose an amendment to that 2023 settlement agreement to address that particular concern and revise section 10.14C of the declaration to provide that amendment of the declaration be approved by an affirmative vote of members holding more than 50% of the total available votes without regard to the membership class. So that would just be a straight majority vote and would, I think, and Stephanie can speak to this more, resolve the concern that was framed as TSG having veto power, because now it would just be a straight majority vote of all members. I did meet with Bob Patterson and Paul Zoidis of Friends of TMVOA, and they did confirm that this proposed change addresses their concern with that aspect of the declaration. Both the town and Friends of TMVOA have signed off on this proposed amendment to the settlement agreement, but they're still waiting on approval from some individual TMVOA board members. So once that amended settlement agreement is final, then the revised amended declaration will be again submitted to a vote of the members. But this doesn't change what's being asked of the county, because no further county consent would be required if those additional revisions to the declaration are approved. So with the adoption of the resolution, you would be providing your consent to only those amendments that are before you and authorizing the chair to sign the final approved version of the declaration following that process for these additional revisions. And if there are questions about, because I know there were concerns raised by members about the election process, and Stephanie can address those if there are additional questions about that, as well as whatever next steps there are. And Commissioner Brown, I know you had sent me some specific questions kind of before we had this update on changes that have occurred since the last meeting. And I think I've touched on most of those. One you had asked was, to what extent could anyone, including the board, practically alter these proposed changes, given that they're coming out of a settlement agreement? And my answer to that would be, this board can't amend or alter those proposed changes. You're giving a yes or no decision here on whether to provide consent. And if that consent is not provided, then that amendment wouldn't go into effect, as I understand it.
Well, I think the important point here is that the objections that we heard at the last meeting, was it September 3rd, did you say?
Yeah.
Are actually unrelated to what we're doing today.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and the same would go for, the issues about how the election was handled, is not really within the purview of the county. The county doesn't provide that level of oversight role in any HOA election process, so.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you. It was just a lot to get our head around in that initial meeting with all the, okay, thanks.
And, if you have any other questions or Stephanie.
If you have any questions for me, I'm happy to address anything.
I do not have any questions at this time, but Stephanie, is there anything you'd like to share beyond what Maura had to say?
No, not really. I think she did a great job of covering everything, and we are really in a little bit different position than we were before. But TMVOA wasn't in a position to be able to implement the changes that I'll call the opposition group was advocating in front of this board without amending the settlement agreement. So we're probably 90% of the way getting that settlement agreement amended, and then there will be another vote of the members on that. And we will follow the same process that we followed before. And that process is a little confusing sometimes because Kiowa statute that controls HOAs has a high threshold for amending the declaration when you're dealing with large associations. And they recognize that and put in a process that if you didn't achieve that threshold, there was another process that you could go through with the court to try and obtain approval. We're hoping that we'll achieve the over 50% affirmative threshold in this next round. but we have to prepare as if we won't. And so we're following the process that we're required to process by having, members meetings to discuss the amendments, and we'll go through the sending out the ballots again.
Commissioners, any further questions?
Yeah, man, this is a great example of sometimes not doing anything is time passing solves problems.
Yes.
Yes.
I agree.
And hard work. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. What we're looking at today is just feels different based on knowing all those other issues are being addressed. Yeah.
I just want to say this is clearly an example of why we have lawyers, because this is so freaking complicated. Because nobody else would want to do this. No, exactly. 1999 settlement agreement, and we can approve certain provisions and not others. So thank you for your good work. And it makes me realize how old I am now, because like I remember.
You remember
those times.
Well, and Stephanie, thank you for your patience as we got our head around this. You could tell there was some concern on the board because of the protests of the community members, and we really didn't feel like we could move ahead without understanding that further. So appreciate your patience. Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready for a motion, and what would that be?
I move to approve resolution 2025-25 consenting to certain amendments to the general declaration of the Telluride Mountain Village as presented.
I second that. I think we need to say Telluride Mountain Village Owners Association.
You're right.
You're right. Friendly amendment.
Accepted. Telluride Mountain Village Owners Association.
Okay, I second that from the amendment.
How do you vote?
Aye.
I as well. I as well. The motion carries. Thanks, Stephanie, and thanks, Maura.
Or you fed me a bum motion.
Sorry. Okay. Oh, yeah, there you go. Great. I think we are now ready for item 11B.
Thank you.
Review of the preliminary budget. And just as a reminder, thank you, Stephanie. At the same time, we are going to be taking up matter 9D, consideration of a budget adjustment for health insurance and wages. And this is where Jared Biggs really shines. Let's go, Jared.
Thank you, commissioners. Don't know that that is true, but we will get along. Before you in the packet today is a draft budget or preliminary budget as required per state statute. We do have to present a draft budget to the board on or before October 15th of each year. So it's apropos that it is the 15th today. And I figured we would go through a few of the high level items, and then for reasons that you will see, I wanted to kind of talk about our trajectory that we've previously agreed upon for compensation and healthcare adjustments. So I don't know if Ramona is in. She's in the crowd here as well. I believe she might be.
I see Paige.
I see
Paige.
here.
Okay, so
Ramona is also there. And just if I could, as a reminder, this is not, the commissioners don't vote to accept this. It is simply that it is being presented to you, and then it will be on display for the public, and for the public's knowledge, we'll post a version on the website, but also from the administration office in the Miramonte building in Telluride, there will be a draft paper copy of this preliminary budget for the public's review there as well. And Ramona was able to get her camera on now. Great.
Yes, I can see you. I can hear you now. Sorry about that.
All right. But Jared, are you making the presentation?
I think we will be tag teaming a little bit here and there. Mike and Ramona will chime in where I get it wrong, which means often and very regularly. And then we'll all be available to answer a few questions. And as Mike mentioned, this is by no means final. We really go in earnest through our process here. To get here, we've had a lot of meetings with our department heads. we've continued work to kind of take their requests and kind of suss them out in a way where we can have a balanced budget put in front of you. And we're happy that we've been able to do that and actually have some positive notes to provide thereafter. So
And Jared,
as
before you get going, could I ask the commissioners one other thing to be thinking about as they're listening? And that is on the 29th of October, which was poised to be a work session, now likely to be a special meeting, given that more of my reviews will be occurring that afternoon. It is agendized to have individual discussions with departments or offices. And that is something that has been done differently year to year based off the commissioner's input or questions or desires. So I would ask you to think of, if you do want to hear individually from departments or offices on the 29th, which ones of those you're likely to want to hear from, because most years we do not go through everybody. You have some specific ones, such as the sheriff's office is the largest part of our general fund, for instance, that you may wish to discuss, and you can indicate which ones after Jared and Ramona have gone through this if you would like.
Okay.
Did you say we're reviewing you on November 29th?
October.
October 29th, which is in 2 weeks?
That's correct.
All right, we gotta get on that.
I believe you all got some emails this morning about that.
Okay.
And so
Delivered.
it
Okay.
may be a little bit of a surprise.
Okay. All right, we'll be on that. Okay.
And commissioners, we can back that date up. That was something per Mora's contract. So if you would like to adjust that date later for your own time, we can do that.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
after that TNVOA presentation, I'm ready to fill out your.
Tens across the board from Mora. Is that what you were suggesting? Yeah.
Except for that rough motion she sent me.
Title of the document.
Okay, I was reading it off the agenda, and it did say Mountain Village Owners Association.
Well,
Demerit.
with that, we will get moving through this document. And again, I agree with Mike. If there are particular places where you all want to dive in, it's great to know that, and we can schedule that. We do have what we call the budget deep dive scheduled for November 19th as well. And that's where we will get into a lot more in-depth detail about a lot of the line items. I know I was able to sit with Commissioner Gleason this week and kind of walk through some of this. And she had some really great questions. You both always have great questions. And so we're happy to answer those, but just know we've got a lot more coming. So I'd like to kind of keep it as high a level as possible. So a couple of things in this budget are that are notable, and we did attach an additional memo to this that Ramona had helped to craft as well.
Jared, I have not seen that memo. I saw your email. But where's that memo?
It is in the agenda.
In the agenda, okay, missed it.
I can grab that
Okay.
as well. And it's just a really brief budget memo, kind of talking about some of the assumptions that we had previously had.
Okay.
And are you guys seeing, you guys aren't seeing that particular screen share. I can stop share and adjust that. So
I think Anne's got it now.
It's okay.
And save yourself some buttons.
So, here we have the memo on our screen. And it just kind of goes through some of the assumptions we had early. As we've been talking about all fall, we've been kind of projecting a pretty conservative budget based on the 5.25 limit, based on a number of other things that are happening in the local economy, a minor decline in sales tax and a few other things. And we've actually been pretty fortunate not only to have a balanced budget this year, but to continue to have a minor surplus. And we'll talk about that momentarily as well. A few of the items of specific note are, we do have the 5.25% cap on all of our various funds, with the exception of the housing fund. Right, so all of those that receive a property tax mill levy portion, which include the general fund, road and bridge funds, social services, retirement, MHAP, EHAP, and parks and open space. Those all are reflected in this budget as being subject to that 5.25% limit. The only one that is outside of that is the housing fund, and that's because we asked that question last November, which exempted us from that 5.25% limit. And so that is the only fund that has been excluded that receives property taxes. If the ballot questions that are currently proposed were to pass on November 4th, we would then bring those amendments to our coming budget discussion in November, right? So that November 19th deep dive, we will have amended numbers for that. We did note here that we moved community support requests, which was a significant amount of money from our human services fund into the general fund. And we'd been backfilling the human services fund anyway.
Yeah.
And so we just kind of recognized that, moved those community support funding requests kind of out into the general fund budget, and stopped just kind of paying those out of the human services fund to avoid kind of just moving money around needlessly. So. One note from last year, you recall, we had personnel savings or vacancy savings that were very significant last year. I think we were on the order of about $1.4 million, and that's because we could not get full staffing. It was a challenge to get full staffing, and we ended up saving some money. This year, we're projected to be about $800,000 of savings, and so that's our projection through the end of the year. So it's still a significant amount of money, but we are making progress in the right direction to actually get fully staffed. So
Good news.
There was a note in here that treasurer's fees have increased. That is in some respects due to the increase in property tax collected, because treasurer's fees are a flat fee on all property taxes collected from all districts.
Flat fee or a percentage?
It's a percentage.
Okay.
So it's 1% from all, and then on other transactions, it can go up to 3%. And so there's kind of two pieces in here. All local governments are collecting a bit more money year over year. You know, we've had a couple ballot questions passed that has increased those treasurer's fees, but we also had a change in methodology with Brandy in the treasurer's office, where we changed and we started collecting some of those fees on our own funds. So that's something that's causing a little bit of a bump in that as well. So. Capital requests include completing the EV charging station project, which we expect to go into next year. Debt service for the Norwood Annex. Our vehicles for the road and bridge fund, some plows and other things.
I thought we had paid off the annex, or was that the jail we'd paid off?
That was the Fruin building 2 years ago.
Okay.
So.
All right.
And some equipment replacement, carpet replacement for the courthouse, an actual boiler replacement for this building, and a few other items within the capital fund. So we'll spin through that pretty quickly in just a minute. Of note, and this was a great note that Ramona put in, 9 of our operating funds are dipping into their reserves, but our general fund is not. And we'll go over a few of these things, and then at kind of a high level, and then, like I said, we're happy to answer a few questions, but there's a whole lot more.
I have a high level question. You said we're running a minor surplus.
Yep.
And yet you mentioned that a number of funds or dipping into savings, so help me understand that.
I will show you that in just one
Okay.
moment, if you bear with me here.
I will bear with you.
So one great thing that Pedro and Ramona did this year they put our projections or our fund balance projections at the very beginning of each one of our funds.
Mhm.
So you can see here our starting fund our ending fund balance for the current year is projected to be 28,536,267. And that is based on a surplus of $2.7 million, a little bit over that. Next year, as Mike and I have been discussing, we were being pretty conservative, and we were asking everybody else to be conservative with us because of the 5.5 and a decline in tax revenues otherwise. And we were expecting to be maybe breaking even or even being in a negative position, about $500,000. After we finally got all the math and the dust settled, we're still $745,000 ahead.
But that's just in the general fund.
That's just the general fund. And so we'll walk through the other funds similarly. So that's positive news because our expectations were a little bit more dour than this. But it will prompt us to have a conversation of, does this prompt us or you as a board to make any different decisions? And particularly the ones we're thinking of are healthcare and on the class and comp implementation. And we'll go more into that, but I would invite you to walk through all of this. I don't want to go line by line. I don't think there's a need at this point. And I already kind of called out a few big ticket changes that have been happening through here, but I would like to just stay at fund level right now, because that's the level where we're kind of seeing the big picture. The Road and Bridge Fund is the next one. You can see at the end of this year, we are running a net surplus of about $226,000, which is great. We'll put our end year fund balance at $5.8 million. And next year, because of the wage increases, as well as our additional work that we've kind of already put into the plan here, we are projecting to bring in, or actually run a deficit in that fund of negative $1.1 million. I think that's the testament to the commissioners saying we need to improve our roads. We need to push a little bit harder in that respect. And this again is with the 5.25% limit. So you can see our property tax revenue is, our revenue is about even, and our expenses are going up pretty significantly. And if we are to, if 1B passes, we would simply pile that additional money into extending some more of those projects, doing a few more lane miles of road. And Ramona has a hand up, so I will let her.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Ramona.
Yeah, thank you. Just another note on that, the treasurer's fees and the apportionment both are increasing proportionally to the mill levy increases. So should the ballot measure pass, then you're going to see an increase in apportionment to the towns because of that, because we will be collecting more property tax. So in this net deficit of 1.126 million is those other factors that are outside of our operations. Those are just statutory requirements that we're doing. They do equate to a large portion of their operating expenses. I think for 2026, we calculated it was around $900,000 that would go into apportionment to the towns as a result of our mill levy collections. So just a note. I mean, we're not spending all 5.9 million on road maintenance. There is a big portion of that is a pass through to the towns. I just wanted to point that out.
And that's approximately 37%
Exactly.
Of
that.
of the total collections,
The
Property
collections,
tax.
mill levy.
property tax. And the other thing I wanted to mention is that 1.126 million deficit also is if we remain at full staffing. We've been lucky that we've finally gotten to a much higher staffing level, in Roden Bridge, but we know that historically Roden Bridge has had attrition throughout the year. And so I don't estimate that that number is going to be as much of a deficit by year end.
Fair. Why is the total income dropping if we are getting the 5.25% increase? From 25 to 26?
This version of this version that you're looking at is calculating with the 5.25 cap. We did not we didn't put the other scenario in here. So this is with the reduction.
But the 5.25% is an increase.
Correct.
So why wouldn't that be?
It's other revenue sources that are decreasing.
So the 5.25 is actually increasing our property tax revenue, but some other revenues such as, I think there's a slight decline in highway users tax funds that are going to be coming from the state. Gas prices have been lower. The state is collecting a little bit less. And so that is going to be down in a minor way. And there are a few other minor adjustments, you know, it's within almost, or just a hair over $100,000 of difference. But it's attributable to some other economic trends that are happening and how that kind of flushes through the Roden Bridge Fund.
And just as a reminder, HUTF is the second greatest income source for the Roden Bridge Fund after property tax. And as Colorado continues to lead in EV adoptions, the gas tax revenue is proposed to be less year over year.
Thank you.
All right, I will keep running through here. Human Services Fund, again, I already mentioned the biggest item is that we removed community support requests from this. And that kind of leaves them at a relatively even spot, a positive net income of $53,000. And so, and historically, we've kept that fund balance at a relatively low level. Talking with Linnea, she's confident that we can keep doing that. You know, and she is very aware. I think she and Grace in particular, their funds are going to be impacted by these continual changes at the federal and the state levels. And so those are a couple that we're watching pretty close, particularly on the revenue side, to see how the adjustments kind of may change our revenue picture. Sales tax capital. So the revenues to this are half of our 1% sales tax go into this fund, and our expenses are for capital items. I rattled off a number of those capital items that are within that budget memo. But again, they include trucks, you know, debt service on a few on one or two of our buildings and a few things like that. We are projecting to spend a little bit more than we take in next year. But again, we have a pretty healthy fund balance in that respect. So we felt like we could go ahead and replace, in particular, I think $800,000 worth of plowing equipment and other trucks in Roden Bridge that, you know, we're improving our fleet. We're getting rid of some of our older rolling stock and kind of advancing that effort a little further. Go ahead, Ramona.
So just to answer your question, Anne, we did pay off the jail. So the only debt service we have is the Norwood Annex and the solar project. Those are our only two debt service projects currently.
Thank you. And then again, why are we seeing income drop in sales tax? I thought we had anticipated, oh, is it? Go ahead.
We had anticipated, and similarly, the towns are anticipating a declining sales tax.
Of how much again?
I believe we put in, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ramona, -3%.
That is tying to what the town of Telluride is predicting for next year.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, I will keep moving. Our contingency fund, and this is where we have, I think Mike can speak to this, but we've deployed emergency firefighting apparatus and other things like that using these resources. It's staying steady at 1.5 million, no particular action needed with this fund.
We anticipated deploying them when we had the fire up on Specie Mesa early this summer, late spring. Luckily, the contractor said that they did not want to bill us for their expenses, so that's why it remains whole.
The transit fund is generally a pass-through to SMART, and so that one is really there's a little bit of net income of $3,000, but really it's everything that comes in is transferred out to SMART. So it's pretty cut and dry. Our retirement fund is where we pay all of our employer portion of our retirement contributions from, and that is again a relatively even exercise, negative $32,000. But with forfeitures and other things that happen when somebody leaves and a little bit of their money, they aren't vested. So we do see that, we don't see that $32,000 being the ultimate number that will end up in the year.
Just to be
Commissioner.
clear, part of that negative balance, is that coming from the treasurer's fees that?
I believe so. And Ramona, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think there is a minor amount of treasurer's fees that have been transferred from this ultimately into the general fund, which is where transfer or treasurer's fees get deposited.
So for 2024, there were treasurer's fees in there, but we zeroed those out for 2025 and 6. That is one fund that we did correct, an internal fund. So that one currently is not being projected to assess treasurer's fees.
Do you mean corrected in the sense that we aren't paying a treasurer's fee, or corrected in the sense it's happening out of the general fund?
Correct. So let me rephrase that. So in 24, there were treasurer's fees being assessed. In the 2025 budget, we had asked for those not to be assessed, and she went ahead and assessed those in 2025. So we're seeing where there was a $12,000 treasurer's fees impact. In 2026, we are projecting to go back to the way and asking her to not charge fees on this particular fund. So there's zero in that. $0 is anticipated for expenses in 26. Now, if she continues the methodology, we might see that. But right now in this particular budget, that for 26, that 32,000 deficit does not include any treasurer's fees. But for 25 projections, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, it's very confusing. I apologize.
And it's the nature of the game with treasurer fees sometimes. So we'll keep moving. The open space and parks fund. You can see we are projecting to end this year at a negative 118,513, and I think that is based on the potential completion of a few projects. And next year we are moving some personnel out of this fund in the 2026 budget. That way we can further balance. But we still will have a negative $270,000 kind of net income number. Largely, that's if a number of their projects come to fruition. So there's still a little bit of wiggle room if they're able to achieve, their full slate of capital efforts that they want out of that fund in the year.
But still a healthy fund balance.
And to keep going, Conservation Trust Fund, that one this year, you can see our total expenses were nearly nothing. And that's because we didn't execute the project that we had planned. Next year, there are 2 projects planned. And so you can see that that will eat into that fund balance a bit. But that is one of those funds, we get lottery funds, and that's what the Conservation Trust Fund is, that can be used for historic preservation or for parks and open space purposes. And so that's a fund that kind of grows slowly over time, and then we spend on a big project and it drops those balances. Lodging Tax and Tourism Fund, again, this one we transfer almost a 1-for-1 basis directly to our tourism agencies. And so you see that's really just an in and out of $120,000 for the coming year. And a minor net income of -$50 in the current year. And that I think is just a minor accounting item, so. Vegetation management. This fund, again, it's been pretty thin, and there is a jump in expenses for the 2026 year. And that is, I believe, because we have a new vehicle lease that is hitting this fund. So they got a new vehicle, they pay that lease out of this fund. So that's really the big difference in this fund for the current year. Causes them to have a negative $44,000 position. And I think we're just going to be monitoring that over the next year to see how that goes. We're hopeful because they did get fully staffed this year for the first time in a little while. And we hope that continues, and we'll kind of see how that plays out through 2026. Early Childhood Care and Education Fund. Again, these projections are with the 525 limit in place, not with we aren't, assuming that the ballot questions that have been proposed will pass. So you can see that fund, we will end up with a small net positive number of $58,000 for the 2026 year. And we do have a pretty healthy reserve balance still for the end of 2026, a little over $1 million.
What does it mean, reserve included?
So you can see there's that reserve line of $550,000 just above there. So that is just indicating that projected fund end balance includes that reserve number. Instead
Commissioner
of
Brown?
double counting.
Yeah.
I apologize for interrupting. That is for the development of a future child care center is how the panel has indicated that reserve, that if there needs to be a substantial capital contribution towards the construction of an additional child care center within the county, that is the amount that they have reserved for that contribution.
Thank you.
But it's just to say that is inclusive of that total. It isn't a part, so. The next fund is the Mental Health Services Fund. Similar amounts of total income. You might note that it's a little bit less in total income. That's attributable to interest income. Their fund balance is lower, so they don't quite get as much interest income. But again, in this fund, that board has indicated that they really prefer to push ahead and try and meet the needs, and are okay kind of dipping into those fund balances to do that work. And again, it's prior to us not assuming passage of 1A. And so you can see this is the position that they would be in without the passage of 1A as we move ahead. Public health and environment, and I mentioned this when we were on human services. The total income of $656,439 is what we are going to be watching pretty closely. And it's great to have Grace because she watches those numbers incredibly closely and is very knowledgeable about them. But as the state particularly amends their budgets, that's where that number may move around a little bit. Her total expenses are just a touch under $800,000, which puts that fund at a negative $140,000 projected for next year, which will leave them about $100,000 in the bank. So very similar picture to what we have in the human services fund. The energy fund, as you all recall, we dedicated some resources to green grants this year out of the energy fund. And you see in our expenditures that we have nearly none. And so we're projecting that we're going to spend $10,600 this year, and that's really just the administrative fee. I believe Eco Action Partners is entertaining and processing grant applications currently and expects to issue those within the new year. So that's why we've kind of transferred those expenses into the following year, into the 2026 budget. And again, we'll be watching that one closely to see, one, how effective that green grant program works and how much money we have in this fund in the next year to continue that.
Jared, the expenses that show in that bottom table are not reflected in the table above.
They are,
So-
they are
so
not.
It's
just
true.
Yeah.
As a zero, I think you want to write 30,000 or more.
Okay.
And that's why it's a draft.
Yep, I just noticed that myself. Thank you, Anne. That fund balance table is incorrect, so we will be correcting that one. Thank you.
I'm glad to see we're planning to spend more of that in 26. That was
Yeah.
the point of that fund,
Right.
or that.
And I think there is gonna be an ongoing conversation about if we want to change the way rent fees work, but that's something that Matt Gonzalez and Star Jameson are working on, so. The COVID fund, which we are excited to see all zeros for the 2026 year. We can start to put that behind us. You'll continue to see the COVID fund in the budget at zero until all of the actual numbers roll off the book. So, and the Housing Authority Fund, this is where you can see, we do have a projected end year balance of 3.6 million. We're gonna bring in 1.1 million, spend 698,000, and just to note, we do not have any construction of, say, the Ilium Sheriff's Office project in here. We will bring that back once we have some firmer numbers and ask for a supplemental appropriation at that point in time. So this also goes to support SMRHA. So I think we have a $150,000 contribution to SMRHA out of this fund, and we are supporting the grant that Drea gets paid out of as well for this resource. So.
Mike likes
And
that comment.
kind of last
Oh,
but not least.
I was actually just confirming the 150,000 for SMRH out of there,
Yeah.
but I do like Drea's stuff too.
The solid waste disposal district, again, in this case, we are seeing some, we have a healthy fund balance. We did get a little bit of net revenue. And next year, we do have some capital plans to both work on the, the cardboard compactor and to do some fencing out at that site. Some things that are maybe maintenance that is overdue a little bit. And so those are a few of the expenses out of that fund. We're still projecting a positive net position and adding a little bit to that fund balance for our future years. So,
Jared, do we foresee a large capital expense looming? Is that why we're salting away money in that fund balance in the solid waste district?
I would say there's always opportunity for some equipment to go down and we might need to replace it. Some other improvements that I think we've thought about for a few years. That we want to have some resources to do them. I can't say that we have a particular plan for that, but we are saving for a rainy day, and it might be good to look at that and how to enhance that site as well.
If methane emissions become state mandated, we may have no money in that fund, so we'll see.
And just also to
Okay.
keep in mind, the wildlife friendly fencing is included in this budget
Yeah.
for the transfer station.
Would it be appropriate to do anything with composting out of this fund?
Potentially, Star and I have been having pretty robust discussions about waste diversion and
Yeah.
perhaps there could be a construction waste diversion
Oh, yeah.
component of the transfer station even. That's a departure from the composting discussion,
Yeah.
but currently, we've just been thinking about really just pursuing grants for composting. And that's been the idea of the funding stream.
Okay.
I think it's worth a conversation, particularly in light of some resources that we have available, and maybe looking at that use of that site. So,
Is that one that we would like to pull for future discussion? Or is that,
I really wanted to put it in the building this head.
Okay.
Because that's kind of a project that's on your mind.
Thanks. Yeah.
And last but not least, the grant fund, and you see we're projected to have a small amount of income above expenses. But you see the trend is really what's telling in the grant fund of how much total income we're projected to receive. So 2024, we received $3.5 million. This year, we're projected to receive 1.3. Next year, we're projecting a little under 800,000 bucks. And so we're seeing a little bit of a decline. The faucet has gotten pretty tight on some grants. We know that that's happened with some federal grants. It's happening with some state grants based on budget restrictions that the state has. And so that's kind of what we're seeing ahead within this fund. And with that, I think that is the end of what I've got. Happy to answer any cursory questions, or I think we're just happy to say that we're in a little bit more positive position than we thought we were going to be, which is great to say. To reiterate kind of what we had on the agenda that was going along with this, with salary adjustments or health insurance adjustments, I believe.
Before you get to that, sorry, I just want to circle back to my question about, you said we have a minor surplus, and yet we just saw a lot of funds with negative, what do you call that?
Negative fund balance.
Negative
or
fund balance,
negative
but you're
deficit.
saying overall, because there's the 745 surplus in the general fund, overall,
Overall, we're still in a positive position.
okay, that's really great, okay. And do you know what that net number is?
I do not know off the top of my head.
Okay.
But
Okay, that's right.
I can get you that.
I can figure it out, don't worry.
So with that, I just look at this general fund number and this.
We're almost done, John, we'll get to you guys in
Oh, we're good.
3 minutes, yeah.
And any sort of impact, as you recall, Mike, Christina, myself, we kind of developed a way to implement the class and comp study with some caps on how high of increase can take place. So there's just a consideration that now we know we're in a more positive position. I think that total adjustment difference as of today is about $170,000. Additionally, we had assumed kind of an 80-20 split on the healthcare increases that the county has, that is coming for our plan. And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ramona or Paige, that difference that we're passing along to employees is somewhere around the order of $90,000 to $92,000. So these are just places, kind of larger ticket items that if we wanted to change them, we could. Something, it's a little food for thought for you all to chew on while we're thinking about this and while we're thinking about grant opportunities and other things. There's a lot of moving parts in this. But I wanted to kind of throw those out there as if we wanted to do something different, any indication of that would be valuable so we could start to bake that in.
Currently, what's our split with employees on health insurance, do you know?
It's about 80-20. It's just a hair over like 81-18.
So we would be preserving that split if we.
Yes, that's how it's designed right now, is to preserve that split, but there is.
but the costs are going up.
There is a consideration that we could be very generous and absorb that whole amount for employees, keep them. And I believe that would move them to almost a 90-10 split. If we were to assume the full 17% adjustment.
And that
that's
would
being
be
passed to us.
the 17% equals 92K. Okay. And then the other number that you mentioned was 170, and that was based on the class and comp study.
Correct.
And we somewhat arbitrarily capped that because of previous budgetary forecasts. But now that the sun is shining a little brighter, that's a number that we could revisit as well.
Correct.
And just so I'm crystal clear, because for some reason I had 300,000 in my head there,
Mhm.
but if it's 170,000, that would reach like increasing wages for all.
Would be a full implementation.
Full implementation of
It
what
would
was
be a full
suggested.
implementation, and that there is some nuance, and you're keen on that number, Commissioner Gleason, because I believe the $300,000 number is what I had calculated based on what we had done for sheriff's operations deputies last
Right.
year. And so when you take that piece out of it, because we're already paying that today, right? It ends up being about $100,000 difference for the remainder of the employees across the county.
Jared, to answer your question, I'd like to further consider those two options, but not make a decision right now.
And I just wanted them for food for thought.
I'm feeling a little more conservative about it, not that I wouldn't consider it, but just given the way the world is going right now, national, state and local trends, I prefer to be a little bit more conservative. But happy to talk about it further.
Yeah.
That's all I'm proposing. I'm
Okay.
not saying that I'm in favor of one or both or some portion of either. I'm just saying that it's worth bringing up at a future meeting and discussing more completely.
Yeah, and I'd like to get that total number that Anne was referring to.
Yeah.
Just to see exactly where we're at. Projected to be.
Yeah, the net
Yeah.
surplus.
Total across all.
Yeah.
The bottom-
Commissioner, if I might, one quick additional consideration as you think about those two requests for the future is that prior to my arrival, we used to cover the increases for elected officials to make sure that they were not losing money because their pay is fixed as it pertains to the health insurance share. So just something to think about. Our elected officials will take home less if we stick with the current methodology of passing on that portion of the increase of health insurance benefits cost.
Thank you, Mike. Could we tease that number out to have for that future conversation as well?
Absolutely.
I appreciate that.
But I assume we have to do for the elected officials what we do for everybody else, right?
No.
Correct. Otherwise, it could be construed as paying an elected official more.
Right.
Okay.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you all for that very boring presentation.
No, it's
Not at all,
great.
Jared.
It's really good. It's just the right amount of detail for right now. Thank you.
Thanks for all your work on that and to Ramona. It's really easy to process, so appreciate it.
And Paige, I know that was your genius idea to put the fund balances at the top. And that was so much easier and better. Appreciate it.
All right, let me just put this final note and then we'll move. Okay. Thank you very much. Moving on now to well, actually, we're gonna, no, you don't need to skip anything else, do we? Item number 11C, update from the Behavioral Health Solutions Panel. We have John Pandolfo here, who is the chair, as well as some significant firepower from his board. Nice.
I'd like to bring everyone.
Please, everybody come on up and grab a microphone. As you probably remember, you need to speak into the microphone for everybody on Zoom to hear you. Special greetings to Mr. Port, who's come over from the West End, Wrights Mesa.
My
And
pleasure.
Dr. Grundy and also.
We may have some on Zoom too.
Okay. So, John,
Yeah, and Melanie will also be joining us in a minute, I think she.
oh yeah, Melanie Montoya Western was here and we can pull up another chair for her. So I'll let you introduce yourself, but
Yeah.
just for my thinking, my understanding is that one of the reasons you're here is that the commissioner, or sorry, the idea of restarting a co-responder program came up it was 2 or 3 weeks ago. And, are you okay?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm listening.
Yeah, the idea of the correspondent program came up just a few weeks ago. We thought it was kind of dead in the water, but there is new momentum given the new sheriff and other interest among the first responder teams. And in talking with my fellow commissioners during the VOCC goal setting, I let them know this was happening and asked about the 250,000 that had been previously been budgeted for kind of kickstarting the co-responder program. There was concern on this board that our budget wasn't going to be in great shape this year and that we couldn't necessarily afford to do it. The second concern was that we didn't want to invest in a one-year program without knowing where future funding might come from. And then naturally, the conversation came up both from this board and as well as those involved with the co-responder initiative. Hey, isn't that what the Behavioral Health Solutions Fund is for? And so I reached out to you to see, you know, what the capacity of the fund might be to support the restart of the co-responder program. In particular, if 1A should pass, if some of those unanticipated funds could be allocated to the co-responder. And John said to me, wait a minute. I think we need to kind of just bring the board up to speed on how the panel works and how you allocate your funds and all of that. So I think this is going to be a more general conversation, which I expect and hope will lead into a little bit more specific conversation about a potential co-responder program. Is that kind of how you see it?
Absolutely, yeah. And thank you so much for that, laying the groundwork for that, because I think that is exactly the discussion. Just thank you so much for having us here. First of all, we have, again, 4 members of our panel here in person. Dr. Grundy is the vice chair for the committee. I serve as the chair. Chuck and Mandy are both members on the committee. I believe we have Jenny Thomas and Linnea. We're planning on being on Zoom. I don't know if they're on there or not. And then in addition, and I don't know if any of the other folks are on here, we have Andres Jacinto, Josh Compte, David Wadley, and Shelley Spalding. So that rounds out our 10-member committee. We get great support from Tri-County as our administrative service. So Melanie is here in that capacity. Usually Carrie Brock might be sitting in, but she's on vacation. And Carrie does a lot of our legwork behind the scenes and does a really great job at that. So what I'd like to do is just help you kind of understand what our budget is for, we'll start with this year and next year, and that would be the first slide. And I realize the print is going to be small on the screen. The print's even a little bit small on your page. The key takeaway here is that the 2026 budget workbook that we have drafted, which we went through, we might have made a few changes internally since we met with Jared and Mike to go through all this. We're also not showing that additional, the ballot 1A funding. And I get very uncomfortable with the word kind of unanticipated or additional because we're not seeing it that way at all. So I just want to be very clear about that point as a panel. And what we're showing is with what we set up that aligns fairly closely with what we've done in past years is that without that 1A passing, we have projected an ending fund balance, which is the very bottom of about $30,000. And when we met with Jared and Mike, we talked about how, you know, it kind of makes sense to look at a projected fund balance that's about 15% or so of operating expenses. If 1A passes, that fund balance would be about 15% of operating expenses. So we're kind of, even though we're not showing it in here, kind of banking on 1A passing in order to have some amount of money left in our fund balance. Now, that does not include $150,000 in reserves as well. So the sum total of what we would have if 1A doesn't pass and we spend the 2026 budget as we've projected it here would be about $180,000 total. So with that said, we have worked over the last few years to try to dial in The RFP sliding scale fund, if you can see that, which shows 260,000 expected final expenditures for 2025 and a projection of 250,000 for 2026. That's right about in the middle of the page. That is one of the key, I think, outputs of the fund, and that pays for the $110 per session for anyone who lives or works in the county. And I'm going to ask everyone here to please jump in if I misstate anything. And we have seen a real growth in that. We've worked on a process to kind of set all the right guardrails and parameters for how that gets utilized, but it essentially allows anyone in the county who lives or works in the county to utilize 6 sessions at $110. And then if they meet income qualifications, an additional 6 sessions at $110. Obviously, $110 doesn't typically pay the full cost of a session for any provider or very few. So there's some out of pocket kind of skin in the game, I would say, for the folks who utilize that. And it gets very highly utilized, and we get updates at every monthly meeting on where it stands. And last year, about this time earlier, we actually had to cut off new applications. So we've tried to adjust and make all of that work. So that's just one piece. You can see where we have down just below that where it shows grants, we have currently 96,000 plus already committed for next year through multi-year grants that were in place. We're having a harder time approving multi-year grants because of how many requests come in, the amount of requests and everything else. So last year, if I remember correctly, we did not award any multi-year grants. We made everything just 1 year. This year, we have several applications that are multi-year grants, but if we commit that much in advance, it's very hard to respond to what the needs are as we're going through any grant cycle. Below that, we have on paper right now $450,000 for new grants. I'll get to that in more detail in a minute. And because we get a fair amount of ad hoc grant requests, we actually or for this coming year bumped up the ad hoc grant requests to 65,000. It had been somewhere in the 20,000-ish, I think, for the past few years, anticipating because things are, we're in just such a more challenging environment that we would get more ad hoc grant requests. I kind of want to say that $50,000 is, at least maybe in my mind, but I would say in some of our panel members' minds as a working through process this year, already spent on current year grants, which I'm going to jump into in a second. I just want to see, before I do that, if you have any more questions on just the overall budget workbook.
Just that you are showing 0 for school-based services and Spanish-speaking services.
Correct, and that really is because at this point, they're lumped into the 450 and 65,000. What we did is, because those line items previously existed, we kind of break out if there's a grant that's specifically Spanish-speaking or school-based services, then after we get the grants all awarded, they get pushed down into those lines below. So there's a lot there in what I just said, certainly any questions. And again, you can see our general revenue is somewhere in the order of $1 million. It's been less than $1 million, a little bit more than $1 million this year. And for, I'm going to say, a handful of years now, we have overspent. Our expenses have exceeded our revenues as we started with a fund balance from the first few years when the fund was accumulating funds and there wasn't that many asks. We're in exactly the opposite situation right now.
Sounds familiar.
Yes.
And John, can you tell me a little more about the 240,000 budgeted for administration/navigator?
Sure. That is, we worked through what I will call a consolidated RFP, I think at the county's suggestion last year, for all of the management of the various things that need to happen to both manage the behavioral health solutions panel and the work that we do overall, but also the navigator and some of the other aspects of that. So I think Melanie could probably provide a little more detail because it's, I think, more in her realm than mine. And I think Jared was kind of in the middle of that too.
Yeah, Jared and the county team helped us kind of work through that. So that it now includes what used to be 3 different RFPs. One of them is to provide behavioral health navigation services in San Miguel County. We have multiple behavioral health navigators through Tri-County Health Network, both English and Spanish speaking, bilingual and bicultural, who help folks who need just more in-depth navigation with both mental health navigation as well as care coordination services. It also includes the administration of the San Miguel Behavioral Health Solutions Panel and everything that goes into that. And then it also includes the administration of the Behavioral Health Fund, which John talked about in detail, and includes the mental health scholarships that are available to everyone who lives or works in San Miguel County.
And if I could just add that all of those take a significant amount of management for us to function, and it's probably pretty close to third-ish. Okay. We can move to the next slide if you're ready. Okay, so our life from about July through November, December really focuses on the actual grant application cycle, in both in reviewing last year's process, setting up the process, issuing the grant application out there, advertising it, getting grants in, reviewing grants, awarding grants, which, as you have seen, takes up, I'm going to say, half to 2/3 of the total amount of funds of the panel in terms of expenses, if you add all in previous years, this year, so forth and so on. So what you can see here is the requests that came in this year. We had 11 requests, if I'm remembering the number correctly. The grant awards are, the grant requests total over $800,000. We have, if we stay within the budget that we set, $450,000, maybe $500,000 to award. This is the situation we faced the last 2, 3, 4 years anyway, in my recollection of time on the panel. And you can see that we went through, or no, not yet, but just in terms of the cycle, I'll get to that. We've gone through an initial review meeting and then our first of the more detailed review meetings. And we have some very, very hard decisions to make. Every single one of these meets the bucket areas that, again, I think I sent to you in an email as a reminder that, is what the fund is intended for. Every one of them really supports folks within our county. Some of them are what we refer to as pillars of the community. Some of them are a little more kind of one-off on the periphery, but everyone is absolutely deserving. So we're not in a real happy place right now with trying to make some of these hard decisions. And I think Commissioner Waring would say, sounds familiar. So certainly before we move on, I can answer any questions you have on that.
Am I correct in that the Norwood School District did not request grant funding last year?
Correct. It's been a few. They did receive school-based grants for some stuff some number of years in the past, but they have not submitted a grant application in kind of that main application cycle in the last few years plus. That's correct. Yep.
I think the next page is how you decided to allocate the funds you did have.
Well, not exactly. Let me stick on this page for a minute. Sorry to back up on you. I think it is fair to say that many of the grant requests are a lot less than they really could be. And I will speak from example of my own organization, because I've spoken enough and you've seen where we have had funding discontinued for what we call some critical positions. And I would love to ask the panel to pay for everything we need to make up for that, but I would be asking for the entire revenue for the year. So we really were discriminating in how we chose to make requests. I think some of the other panel members will be happy to share with you kind of the lives that they are living, whether it be school districts, whether it be medical centers, whether it be other organizations, in trying to meet the needs with challenging revenue streams in what I'm going to say are unprecedented times. So I only go to say that in summary that this 810,000 could be a heck of a lot more than that. And everyone on the panel kind of realizes that. So just moving on to the last page, I kind of talked in general about our grant cycle, but you can see when we release the application, when the deadline is for submittals, and we quickly over the next, month and a half or so, review all those applications, decide on awards, issue grant letters, because again, these organizations are trying to figure out how they're going to operate in 2026. We're trying to get them that information in as timely a fashion as we possibly can. And, we know right now that we cannot grant every award that is requested. And even trimming it down the way that I've laid out for you leaves us at what I will call bare bones by the end of that time. And the panel is committed to the process, puts an awful lot of work into the process, and we believe it is a good process. And so going back to your kind of opening in terms of, is there money for us to be able to support a request for co-responder for 2026 at this point in time? That is something that the panel has a really hard time trying to consider when we're in the situation we're in. So I'll just leave it at that first. I really want to give other panel members, including on Zoom, a chance to just speak and either fix anything I said or kind of add to anything I said.
Just call on the folks that you'd like to hear from or think we should hear from.
Sure. Dr. Grundy, you're the vice chair. I'd like to see if you have anything you want to share first.
No, I think each year I've been on the panel 4 years.
4 years.
4 years now. And each year it's gotten more difficult because the asks are becoming more, which is a good sign that there's programs going on in the community and people are, institutions, ideas are coming up and percolating. Again, we've sat down and kind of discussed as a panel, like what some of the pillars are. Like maybe we want a new program here or there. We don't make programs. We can fund programs, but we are not the functional part of what's to happen in our community. The pillars I think the whole panel's mindset is to be able to help patients receive care at discounted costs, making sure that there's school-based therapy. I think both primary cares, having an integrated behavioral health has been extremely beneficial. Crisis is in the 3 lists of what the taxpayers wanted us to do. Nobody's presented us with anything over the last couple of years, although Paragon, I think, has introduced an idea, but I don't think it's not necessarily a co-responder program. So they're just hard decisions to make. As a person who works at a medical facility that's a safety net clinic, things like our behavioral health program is shifting Medicaid from the state. I think we had about $100,000 hit, which usually we kind of have that income also coming in. So we can still bill Medicaid, but they actually subsidize us a little bit to have integrated care. So like those are the things that keep happening that are very difficult to maintain a program. And I think that's the panel's thought, or what we're discussing is the priority to maintain what's in the community, or are we going to lose something? We always want to grow something, but we also don't want to lose anything if it's a pillar of the community. So that's what we're struggling with. Chuck, I'd love to hear from you because the FQHCs, I think, are even in more dire straits.
we just received our audit for last year from the auditor. And our grant line item alone decreased my total revenue by over 10%. And that's because grant funds just stopped. The COVID grant went away, et cetera. This year, my grant funds have been cut 9% simply because the funds aren't there. In behavioral health, my Medicaid reimbursement just recently got cut 60%, 11% in medical. The behavioral health fund, which was put in place by the state for indigent care compared to 3 years ago, is down 80%. We have now been compelled to not by legislation. If we want access to our grant funds, our pharmacy, when it comes to the diabetic drugs, we have to sell at or below cost. And in January, we're going to be asked to join a program in pharmacy where there's 10 drugs that they're focusing on. And one of those, Eliquis, my upfront cost to acquire said drugs is going to go up 91 times more than what 91 times. That's not a misstatement. More than what we are. So those are some of the things that we're compelled to absorb in one form or fashion. So Dr. Grundy is absolutely right. We're in a situation where it's become obvious to us that a lot of the folks that were traditional payers of one form or fashion have run out of money, and that's rolling downhill, and we're all absorbing it. And no, I don't have a game plan for how we're going to get through all this.
Mandy, would you like to add anything?
I can speak to a few different topics. So I'm in private practice, but I also sit on the board for Access Health, our other federally qualified healthcare center in our 11 county region. So I hear a lot about all the budget crunch. I will speak to our committee's forethought and foreshadowing that in last year's grant cycle, we really emphasized that we only wanted to fund, or we could only fund essential services. So those are those pillars of the community that you've been speaking to. Obviously, lots of folks on our committee are from those pillar organizations and have been able to fill us in on kind of the crunch that's been happening. Because I was a part of the original ballot initiative, I mean, we had to be very specific based on the community's desires. So we can only fund those that fall within the 4 bucket areas. And we're getting extra clear this year that it can't be bucket adjacent. It needs to be within the bucket. Yeah. So it's crisis services, substance use prevention and intervention, school-based services, and suicide prevention and intervention. So it can't be a reach that if you do this service, you might also sort of, do suicide prevention. Are you doing a suicide prevention program? It so happens that a lot of our essential providers have developed programs in those areas that they used to be able to balance their budgets with lots of different income streams, and they're just being slashed. So we are in a very difficult position to have to look at some of these essential services. I also want to say, just because I'm a glass half full kind of person, I'm so grateful that we created this fund in 2018. We actually have a program from Park City coming to learn from us because they don't have a similar fund and they're in huge budget cuts because they're saying, wow, your county has unrestricted funds to be able to fill in the gaps of some of these essential services. And they're feeling like they're just, in a much different position. I will also, and I may not be, I may be speaking just Mandy Miller here. I loved our co-responder program when we had it, and I helped develop it. And it's absolutely necessary as a provider in this community. We've also added 2 law enforcement folks to our committee who also can't speak more about the need for the co-responder program. I've said before, I'd love to see it be more of a job share with like a school-based therapist or someone at the med center, something where we can meet both needs. Because just because all of these essential services are needed doesn't mean we don't also have the need for co-responders. Thanks.
Yeah.
And if I could just round out with this, and then I would say I'm certainly done, is when we first understood that we were potentially not going to get the full 0.75 mils, I would say that was a level of crisis for the panel to hear, which is why we felt so strongly that we needed a ballot measure 1A. And as you can see, we're at some level banking on it with, obviously we will live if ballot 1A doesn't pass. But that's why, as I said, I feel strongly like not to consider it available additional unanticipated kind of funds. And I think it's fair to say if we had an application in our bundle right now for a co-responder program put out by the sheriffs or wherever, it would, it would be under the same consideration as all the other, grants that we're considering, but we don't. And we have the funding that we have right now, and we have the process that we have, that is defined, I'm going to say, for the panel, by the panel, whatever else. So that's kind of where we're at.
And unfortunately, the kind of interest in the co-responder program revived off schedule for this process.
Mhm.
Yeah. Do you want to say something else?
I just wanted to cross-reference something I heard Mandy say with something I just heard you say, John, which actually was Dr. Grundy said that there's a need to not lose programs. And I think that's wise. But I also heard you say, John, that if a co-responder program was in the hopper, that it would be given the same amount of scrutiny. And those two don't quite click together in that one is brand new and the other is pillars of the community that already exist. And I'm trying to square that circle in my own head. I don't know what I would do if I were on the panel, but I do know that I would want to give every proposal a fair shake. But I also know that I'd be reluctant in current economic climate to start something new for fear that we couldn't keep funding it. And that, I think, is why we wanted to come hear from you all, is because we could start it up, but we are not sure that in this economic climate, we can keep it going either. So knowing now how pressured you are, and knowing that we're out of cycle, as Commissioner Brown just noted, this may be something that we refine and work on at our end and come to you with a more formal presentation in cycle in the future, and see if we can do what Mandy Miller has wisely suggested, see if there's any synergies or ways to use one person for multiple roles in order to get some savings, but still have the programs we all want.
Sure. And to speak to your question, or like noting what might have appeared as inconsistency, anyone could submit an application for anything. And it is up to the panel to decide in the end what the best use of the funds is, to recommend to all of you, of course. And so I think there is a tension. I don't believe we have anything on our rating rubric, and our rating rubric is really a guideline to get us started for our discussions, but everyone reviews all the grants, fills out a rubric, doesn't really say, is it a continuation or is it new? I don't think we have anything like that, right, necessarily. So really, if things meet the 4 buckets, they all deserve merit. It really becomes a question of, what do we have for funds? With everything we all know and all of the cross constituents, I would say, and representation on the panel, where do we need to make those decisions? So there's always a tension, unfortunately, but I don't know that that particular tension, as maybe we laid it out and you noted, is any different than the various other tensions that we have. And, if something fits bucket area number 1 very, very well, but doesn't fit the other 3 bucket areas, but something else fits all 4 bucket areas, kind of well, like, we also have to work with that tension. So
I'll also just speak from a financial perspective. We all had our eyes on, I know you all did too, on Montezuma County, who did a partnership with their fire and EMS and Axis to employ their co-responders, and the program only lasted a few years, and eventually Mancus as a town tried to solely fund it, and then it's no longer. And so there's a risk to one organization solely funding a program. So if we're looking at developing a program, I really think we want to look at diversifying the funding of the program.
And that would be like a question is like, what's the sustainability? I think that's the plan. I mean, some of what you see that's asking us, some of the pillars, like, they're not sustainable. Like, there's not a great answer to mental health, sustainability, profitability in the US. And so some of this is deciding we want this. I think it's a public fund that you all are overall in charge, is that
Mhm.
right?
Well, I think
Like-
we have, we have to approve your recommendation, yeah.
Like, does there end up being like from here on out, you have a line item of 100,000 to go towards a co-responder? And you figure that it'll subtract from other things, possibly. But like, hey, is it a dedicated line item thing that moves forward in perpetuity? But it probably is not gonna cover the whole thing, right? So those are kind of, I think, bigger decisions that we'd prefer you all not to make, like, hey, give us 100,000 right now.
Yeah, no.
We'd like to deal with what's on our table this year, but in the future, I think that's the bigger discussion. Of if you really want some of this money going towards one of those pillars that's out there, like, I think you've got to guide us on that.
And I think to your point of there being a new sheriff appointed, looking at the timeline here, that kind of initiative from the sheriff's office and willingness to support a code responder program. You know, I think maybe I'm just kind of thinking out loud right now, but we step back and think about the timeline because there's an election next November that's gonna decide a sheriff for the next 4 years,
Mhm.
right? And I think that would kind of define moving forward, the willingness and initiative, for the sheriff's office to support a co-responder program. We can potentially entertain the idea of funding it for a year and seeing what happens at that point. But everything I'm hearing right now really makes sense to me to diversify this funding and think about it being more sustainable, coming from various organizations that could support and sustain a program like that.
I totally agree, and we talked about that in the most recent co-responder meeting. The issue is, like us, many of those other organizations have annual allocations. And so we can't sit down with Mountain Village or the town or the fire departments and say, hey, would you commit to funding the co-responder program going forward? And it just can't happen, they can't say yes. But you make a good point about the sheriff and us gearing up this program because there's current interest, and should something change in the year.
Yeah, it's unknown in another year when, you know,
What the
direction will be, yeah.
I will say that both the towns of Mountain Village and towns of Telluride indicate, well, particularly the town of Telluride, Josh Comte indicated an interest in participating because they recognize the value to their agency of a co-responder program. But they were already too far into their budget cycles as well to both of the towns to make an allocation this year. And of course, we didn't have the bandwidth to go and put a presentation or a request or anything at this time, so.
And just to be clear, we also believe, like Mandy said, I mean, we believe in it as a great idea. I think we're all in a similar bind right now. And I would like to just kind of raise one more question, which I'll call a rhetorical question. You kind of said earlier, as you were opening up this discussion, that you guys talked about it, you looked at it, you had the conversation among the commissioners around funding for it. And then the statement came out, the Behavioral Health Solutions Fund, isn't that kind of like a great fund for this? Isn't that what it's geared towards? So I guess my question is the Behavioral Health Solutions Fund the only place within the county budget where there is money for mental and behavioral health, or are there other locations where there's money for that? And I'm not saying for an answer or discussion right now.
I think that's kind of it. I mean, we did allocate, and maybe Jared, you're much closer to the numbers than I am, but we did allocate 250 in previous, well, in 2024 for this, but that was like a special allocation. Obviously, we have the Human Services Department and the Public Health Department, but those are not providing behavioral health services. So I can't think of any.
The sheriff's department did it before. Funded the co-responder.
They funded the whole thing?
Mhm, yeah.
And that
was kind of why it didn't come to the solutions, because Sheriff Masters said, we're gonna do it within the sheriff's department.
Mhm.
And I do want to be clear, we have included $250,000 in the current budget in the sheriff's department where it was.
For 2026.
for the 2026 program in light of the conversations about trying to reboot this thing. But as you've aptly pointed out, Commissioner Brown, that's kind of, we had envisioned that to be the seed money,
Right.
right? To plant it and figure out how it can run, because we are concerned that doing that year over year over year, it's, you know, as you know, from our processes, from your community support request list that we're considering at another meeting, you know, we're all under immense request in our communities for everything. And, you know, it is not slated to abate at any time soon.
Just as a brief background, that was also because the sheriff's office received a $200,000 grant that funded that position for 2 years.
Previously.
Yes, correct.
It wasn't from the county funds. Okay, that's right. Thank you.
That's correct.
Yeah, Jenny, I've seen your hand. Hi.
So when I originally raised my hand, it was because I wanted to make the point that Sharon then did make, which is the key thing to think about is that we do not create programs. That is not, and it would be inappropriate in our role as this board to create programs. We fund applications. So that was my original point I had raised my hand for. But the other point I would want to make is that during the tenure when the sheriff's office was operating that program, they did apply for and receive one of our grants. So I mean, they did do that. So that is, we have funded the co-responder program in the past.
Oh, do you know how much that was for, Jenny? Just out of curiosity?
I don't know the answer to that. Melanie might be better and maybe not. So sorry to put you on the spot, Melanie.
Yeah, I don't have that information right in front of me. My memory, which is totally questionable, is that the last grant that the Sheriff's Department received for this was actually returned because the co-responder program had kind of dissolved and they weren't able to rehire for that position.
Okay, so either the point still is that they applied for the money and we granted them the money. We prioritize the spending of the money in that way.
Thank you, Jenny. That's interesting. My understanding, though, when we were looking at the co-responder program last year was that state funding was no longer available.
I think that's specific to the $200,000 grant
Yeah,
that
the
Mike was mentioning. Yeah, that was no longer renewable.
Yeah, okay. And just also to clarify, we weren't asking you guys to run the program or develop the program. That wasn't part of what my emails were about. That was more just, hey, is there any opportunity for us to tap into the behavioral health solutions panel? All right, well, that's helpful. Anything else to share?
The only other thing I thought of is, we do contract with Paragon to serve us for mobile crisis and, they're out of the Front Range, but they do develop programs. So it's worth inviting them to the conversation. They don't do co-responder, but they are mobile crisis. And we've had our limitations with having folks that are based out of the Front Range provide those services, as you probably know. But they do quarterly feedback sessions with us where we all get together and talk about how it's going. So a lot of what we hear from law enforcement is the limitations of having Paragon. So they're already funded and their funding continues to do the mobile crisis. We may just want to engage them on this.
Well, we have been working with Access, you know that.
Right, yeah,
Right, okay. Yeah, yeah, probably Paragon should be brought into the conversation. Good point.
So just to maybe clarify and or wrap up, I don't know, our plan as the panel is to continue with the process that we kind of laid out here today and award grants, and how much we award in the end, if we decide to take more risk with spending more because there's so much need and leave less. That's the discussion we're kind of having among the panel as well right now.
It did occur to me, and this is a question I think for Jared, when you're budgeting, why is there a need for a reserve as well as a fund balance? And what is the I understand the need for a reserve 100%, but what is the need for a fund balance and to build that up over time, other than for a capital program?
It's a good question. I think we asked this question of John and Melanie when we did have our budget discussion, and they mentioned like, we aren't saving for the rainy day proverbially in this fund, right? And our government programs aren't saving for retirement either, so.
Yeah.
So there is not necessarily a need, as you mentioned, in some programs, having some sort of capital planning effort is apt. But in this program, it's not necessarily a requirement by any means. Having, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, John or Melanie, but I believe the reserve that has been presented has just been kind of a, if something were to happen, can we tail out or can we cash flow some grants?
Yeah.
Or those kind of things, but
But John mentioned that you had suggested that the fund balance should be 15% of something, so you were encouraging them to retain any money that might be, knock on wood, brought in through 1A. Is that right? Did I misunderstand that?
I don't remember exactly how the conversation went, but 15% was discussed as that's a common number to be looking towards. And,
That's
you know,
what?
well, if of $1 million roughly. Yeah. And so, you know, we're not employing people per se. We are doing everything through contracts that have preset amounts. What could go wrong? You know, our car's not going to break down where we need to. But one example is when the behavioral health fund requests far exceeded what we had budgeted, that ate into the reserve that we had available at the time. And that was before we made the decision. We have to be careful because we don't have that much reserve anymore. So we have to kind of limit how far we can go over with the behavioral health fund. And again, if we get what I'm going to say is distressed, valid ad hoc grant requests, I don't think we're going to say, oh, we went to zero on our ad hoc grant line, we cannot go over anymore. We might be contacting Jared and you folks to say, like, we have a real need. And, you know, I also sit on the early childhood panel, as does Galena, and we, you know, we're getting those type of requests right now, kind of as we speak, for the early childhood panel. So to plan on zero reserve, I kind of want to do that because there's so much need, as the person who feels like we need to do everything we can to support behavioral health in San Miguel County. But as the person who chairs the panel and needs to keep it sustainable, I can't, you know, in good faith, run on a zero projected fund balance.
Suggest you do, but you have a reserve in here of 150,000, which is 15% of your budget. And so my question is, if 1A comes through and there's an additional, what would it be, 60 or something?
130.
130.
Right.
Why does that need to be retained?
Well, typically we have had roughly that, at least for the last year or two, you know, I don't think it is irresponsible of the panel to have the 150 in reserve and 150 ending fund balance. We did transfer last, I believe I can't remember if it was 2025 or 2024. We said the needs are really high, and we took 150,000 out of reserve and moved it in and basically granted it out. And I think, you know, that's potentially some of the discussion we're going to have when we try to finalize what awards are going to be, is do we need to use reserve for this? Are the needs that high? And then we have no ability to ever do that in the future, or do we hold on to some so that when other things rise to that level of urgency, because I think, as Jared said, things ain't going to be better a year from now for any of us, for any of our funds.
I think though is that if 1A passes, you will have an additional 130, and there doesn't appear to be a reason to retain that because you've already budgeted 150,000, which is a 15% reserve.
Well, except that if you look at this year's end of year projection, it has 150,000 left in reserve and 150,000 fund balance. And that is more or less the way that we've operated. I don't think it's that much different than the early childhood fund operates as well.
Commissioner Brown, I think another way to look at that double reserve, if you will, is unallocated funds. And what I hear John saying is that it's prudent to have extra money for emergency, but it's also prudent to have extra money to keep the existing commitments afloat if the economy turns upside down and everything goes way south. And so instead of thinking of it as a fund balance and a reserve, maybe think of it as reserve for disaster and also unallocated funds for unexpected requests mid-cycle.
That what I heard him say, I thought earlier, is that we needed to hang on to that in order to have a 15% reserve. But I must have misunderstood.
Yeah, and if I use the word reserve, I was actually referring to the fund balance itself.
Okay, thank you.
If 1A does pass, will your panel revisit any of the grant requests, or I mean, based on the discussion that was just had, it sounds like you're.
That's a great question, and a question we have addressed, and we don't want to wait until after vote and obviously officially certification, all that, to be able to let people know. So the hard decision we have to make is, do we allocate all that 450,000 we've shown plus another 50,000 plus maybe more? But allocating the 450,000 and the additional 50,000 out of the ad hoc line would leave us, if 1A passed, with 150,000 in fund balance, expected fund balance at the end of the year. I think we are going to have some discussion about, do we take the risk and commit some of that before even knowing if 1A passes? Or do we delay and change the process from what we've done in the past to say some kind of consideration? Do we award grants on a contingency basis? This is what we will award you, and if 1A passes, we'll actually award you this much. Those are the discussions we're kind of in the middle of. And I'll also say our meetings are totally public and anyone is absolutely welcome to attend.
Thank you all for coming. Really appreciate you all being here and all the work you're doing for the panel and in your primary positions as well.
Well said. Thank you, Ann.
Okay, we are back on track here for item number 12A, which is county housing matters. I will say that the Board of Commissioners is now sitting as the San Miguel County Housing Authority, and we are here to consider a request from Andrew and Alicia Dines for an exception to the rural home.
First,
11D.
I think we need to, sorry, I was gonna suggest that we, since we have members of the public here, that our staff should come back. Is that okay?
That would be great. What time?
This is, sorry about that.
That's okay.
I'm sorry,
I have
Rebecca.
the office locked, so I wanna.
Yeah, get back there. Why don't you give us half an hour?
Okay.
Come back around 3, and then if we have extra time here, we can fill it with something else.
That sounds great.
Does that sound good to everybody?
Thank you.
I'll shoot you an email if we do.
Thank you, Becca. Sorry about that. I, for some reason, thought that happened. Okay. So we are now sitting as the San Miguel County Housing Authority, and we are considering a request from Andrew and Alicia Dines for an exception to the rural homes for sale for locals, affordable housing regulations and guidelines regarding 5.2.4 continuing residency standard and 5.2.5 continuing property ownership standard. Pam Schifrin is here, as well as, I believe, Mr. Dines. Nice to see you.
Thank you, commissioners. As stated in your packet, the applicants have submitted a request for ultimately an extension, but really a new request to have the exception heard for their continuing residency and continuing property ownership standard. They purchased a Pinion Park home back during the lottery process, and then we're fortunate enough to also be able to purchase a Meadowlark unit closer to their work. And so they were granted an exception at that time last year, 2024, allowing them an opportunity to sell the Pinion Park home within a year, which is coming up to expire here at the beginning of November. And based on their efforts and communication with the realtor, they are haven't had an opportunity to sell it yet. So they're asking for an additional frame and to continue renting it.
Okay. Andrew, would you like to say anything further than what Pam shared?
No, you may already have this information, but just that we did hire a realtor to help us sell this after we were initially given permission. And then about a month ago, we did lower the price because what has been happening is people are interested in the home, but they don't qualify.
I have a couple of questions. One, Pam, regarding precedents. Thank you for outlining that in this memo. Can you tell me a little bit more about the second precedent that you mentioned in here? In September of 2023, the San Miguel County Housing Authority granted an exception for ownership of other residential property. In that request, applicants lived in their deed restricted home and had ownership in a free market home through an LLC. Can't remember that and I'm surprised we granted it.
I do apologize. That was retained from the previous
Sure.
exception, so I had not researched that specific request.
I can speculate,
Yeah.
not knowing for sure, but I think that was for the McTeagues.
Yeah. That was due to Kathy James passing and Jesse and Jake McTeague inherited an interest in their deceased mother's property.
And they were given an exception for 1 year, which we did not extend, as I recall. They were required.
Yeah, it was a
to-
little apples and oranges in that this was a partnership LLC with other family members and it was not a direct sale. So yes, you're right. We did not extend that.
It was a 1 year extension or 1 year opportunity for them to settle that matter.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. Okay,
Thank you, Maura. You were exactly
Thank you.
exactly spot on.
okay.
And I had not seen any additional exceptions beyond that, what was stated. That I've been my research.
And my second question is, I know that in the covenant that I have signed is if my home doesn't sell within a certain period of time, I need to reduce the sale price. And then again, I need to reduce the sale price. Is there anything like that in the Pinion Park covenant?
That was, that's a good question. I noticed that as well, and I did review over and over, get the covenant or the opinion parks, and it does not, as far as I can legally tell, indicate that there is a status to do that, like on a timeline.
Okay.
Similar to that.
Because I mean, my understanding is that when you have a property and it's not selling, you have to reduce the price. And that is something that people, the risk we take on when we acquire a property. So, yeah.
The question, and you might not be able to ascertain this, but the interested parties that you've had in your Pinion Park unit were, and they're having income qualification issues, would the asking price that you've just dropped to potentially have qualified those interested parties? Like, you think your asking price would help the cause?
I can't speak specifically to any of the interested parties in the past year, but just more generally, that is part of our hope is that we'll make it more affordable for someone who would actually qualify. But it's not a lot in the grand scheme of things. This house is just so expensive for the qualifications that were designated for it.
If I may, just as kind of a reminder, we all may remember this, but I want to, say it just for these issues. You recall whenever mortgage rates increased from kind of between the time Pinion Park was built to the last couple of years, right now the mortgage rates based on, I think it was Danny Kraft's presentation last night is, 6.3% for a highly qualified borrower. And so I think the same problem is happening with this property that has happened to a number of the Pinion Park properties where people are just about hit those AMI thresholds. but then that puts them right on the bandwidth to actually qualify for the mortgage, right? And so I think that that's, you know, we're seeing this continue to play, particularly in the Pinyon Park scenario, as time goes and as we don't see rates abate in any meaningful way. So.
Jared, to try to combine Commissioner Gleason's question with Andrew's response, is it possible, and I don't know how to do this math, to come up with the very small junction between the ability to qualify at 120 or less and the amount that you need to make in order to pay the current interest rates, and perhaps back into a reasonable asking price that is going to be almost arbitrarily set by these external market forces and this underlying 120 AMI requirement. I don't know if that's how you arrived, Andrew, at the number 420, or if that's just where it felt like it might work and you're going to see if any darts hit the board.
I can just answer that last part. No, we didn't do it. As far as I'm aware, there's no kind of analysis that's scientific. I basically asked my realtor kind of what she recommended as a price drop.
Okay. I think based on everything we all understand about this, that your broker may not be able to use her or his traditional market wisdom to come up with the right number, and that it may be incumbent on one of our great minds to actually tell you what the number has to be in order to make this deal work. And if you're sincere about getting an extension and fulfilling that obligation in the coming year, instead of an educated guess based on a broker's knowledge of the general market, I think we may have to do a very difficult calculation and come up with a very narrow range of what is possible. And then you have to pick within that actual range and accept that number as unfortunate luck, unfortunate timing, but getting yourself out of this cycle of coming back and asking for another extension because the number that we guessed at still isn't possible. And we can go at that two ways. One is to stick with the recommended 420 number and see how we do. But if there is a certain amount of time that passes, say 6 months, and you've had several interested parties, but it's still not working, to me, that's a sign that we need to do the hard math that I'm unable to do. I don't even know how to begin it. But I do know that at some point, you don't want to keep coming back to us and asking for this. We're having to battle to figure out, can we do it without overextending ourselves and setting up a precedent that we're awkwardly reluctant to do. So it may be better to just face reality soon and do the hard math up front. Jared is probably the resident mathematician. Sorry, Jared. Is that a calculation that's even possible to come up with a price?
That's how these prices are set.
Yeah. And so knowing that, since it's not possible for me, is it possible that we could make that calculation, suggest a number to Andrew, and if we can agree on a number, maybe it is 420. I haven't run the numbers and neither has Jared, but I'd like to just get this so it does work instead of guessing and then having it not work.
If I may, Commissioner
Please.
Waring, as Commissioner Brown mentioned, this is how these developments get kind of priced in a lot of respects. And I think, again, one of the problems with this particular project was it was priced at 4% interest rates, right? And then they jumped to 7%. And right now we're at 6.3. So theoretically, we could set some parameters and say, all right, we're going to use today's prevailing rate. We could use, a 3-person, because it is a 3-bedroom, AMI value that is based, and we could do that math. And that's impossible to do, that would set kind of an upper limit, and then we could go from there. But it would be up to you all to kind of say, we accept that kind of structure, right? And my question to you would be, if you want to allow a window to see if this new price works, or if you just want to run down that path immediately.
I mean, as I recall, and I don't see it in this particular memo, but in the past, we've been told that we cannot grant exceptions to the deed restriction based on financial hardship. And I think that's kind of what you're asking, Andrew, is that you don't want to take a bigger loss or a loss if at all, if you don't have to, on the sale of this house. And yet this is our deed restriction is set up to, provide for relatively affordable housing for our workforce. And yet it operates in a relative free market, right? And we cannot just respond to every person who doesn't want to sell their house at the market price by saying, okay, well, you can have an exception to the deed restriction, or we're really starting to kind of micromanage what was meant to be, which was set up to be a different kind of process. And so we really aren't able to say, sure, let's give you this exception because we don't want you to have to lose too much money on your house. That's not what this program is set up for. We don't have the right to do that. So I do think that we're gonna have to ask you to make a hard decision, or make a hard move and lower the price of the house to a number that someone can afford, who makes 120% AMI in the realities of this economic market. So.
I guess one benefit that Andrew has been giving the community is that he has been renting to qualified tenants and intends to continue to do so. And if the property were sitting vacant, and I would be extremely vexed, and I think we'd all be in a much different mindset about granting any extension. However, I do agree with what you just said, that much as I don't want you to take a bath, Andrew, I fear you may have to.
Or at least a dip.
A dip.
Hopefully not a bath.
Plunge a toe.
Yeah.
And I think I would answer Jared's question of, is it worth doing the math now or later, with the answers now? Let's get the right number for today's conditions and see if we can get you a buyer soon. And Jared's actually scribbling some numbers. He may be able to come up with a number that we can all hear in a second, and you face may change. Yeah, it's a big number. All right. All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Go ahead, Galina. I'm just learning that this is not going to happen. The number's not going to be presented to me.
Exactly. I think that a little time needs to be allocated. I appreciate that you're renting it to a qualified tenant as well, and it's not just sitting vacant. And in my mind, that's the point of all of this deed restricted housing inventory, is to house our local workforce. And your unit is, well, both units are currently doing that. So I'm willing to extend this request for another year with some caveats that once we get this number that Jared is able to provide, whether that be X amount of days or months, that you would lower the price to make it work for the market.
I think the broad strokes of what you're saying makes sense. My concern is, all right, so we're trusting this calculation to one individual to determine what is or is not affordable. I mean, I just feel like, rural homes did not, I don't know, I feel like I'm kind of like the one stuck kind of holding the bag. And obviously, like you mentioned, recessions happen, people get evicted. You guys aren't in a position to protect me from that, but if the difference is, me renting to a qualified applicant for another year versus having to take like a, I've already lowered it enough to lose money on this transaction. Obviously, it's like how deep will I need to go to satisfy, what you guys demand for an extension? And I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see what numbers we think kind of make sense in the current market.
If it would make sense to continue this conversation to another time in another week or two. And allow Jared to use an established methodology to calculate that number. And share that with you and your family, Andrew, so that you guys can review that and understand what it's come up to. Or what it's come to. And I think that would also, having a number would help us understand kind of what we're asking potentially of you. And also kind of help us understand how much time we need to, should probably allow for this. Maybe it's such a dramatic increase or decrease that we say, okay, we wouldn't suggest that right away, but that we would come up with some plan to work towards that, having the house on the market for a period of time. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
And just to allay your concerns, Andrew, the calculation that I'm asking Jared to do is not calculus, it's algebra. And there is a specific formula and he can walk you through it. You can understand it. I've seen it and I've understood it when someone's walked me through it, but I'm not going to pretend I could do it on the fly either. But it isn't out of thin air.
I wonder how or who came up with the price that I had to pay, which was because it didn't sell in the lottery. They then raised the price by like 10% by the time they sold it to me and made it clear that was completely non-negotiable. And, to be really transparent, I think this is probably one of the problems with this calculation. I mean, it would not have been affordable to me if I didn't have like a small bit of family money. And I think, so if we're looking at I don't know. I think obviously, yeah, the timing of this is unfortunate and I took that leap. I had the luck to be able to take that leap for my family. So I'm prepared to, that I shouldn't be making money on this house, certainly.
I mean, you took 2 leaps, right? You invested in the Pinion Park and then you chose to move and without having sold your home, which a lot of people wouldn't have, or some people wouldn't have had the courage to do that. And so I think that's why we're finding ourselves in this situation.
That all makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, how long do you think that we should defer, Commissioner
I
Brown?
mean, I was thinking of, I don't know, Andrew, are you in town the next week or two that you could sit with Jared?
Yes.
Jared?
I was gonna suggest that we just maybe ask Pam, his current exception goes through November. Is that accurate?
We say November 6th or something?
It's close. It's the early November.
Yeah, November 6th is the date.
Looking at the calendar, if we were able to calendar this for either the 29th or the 5th, I think that would give us time to do some math, have a couple conversations and get to a place where we could inform that discussion a little further.
Let's go for the 29th, if that's okay. That gives us 2 weeks. And looks like a lighter agenda relative to the November 5th. Does that sound good?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. All right, and we'll hope that number is something we can all follow.
And Andrew, I did notice that in the background that you had already accepted that you would be losing money at the current asking price. And I appreciate you saying that. And I understand and appreciate also you saying, I'm willing to do that. I shouldn't be making money on this house. That is almost noble. And I appreciate your support in a way of the housing program that we're trying to run here.
Thank you.
The other observation I'll make is that based on many of the prices of today's deed restricted housing, most of the folks that are owning are having to receive some sort of subsidy, grant, family backing in order to get a toe in the door. And you're not alone there either. It's just cold hard facts. If you're making 25 an hour, you're not buying a house, tell you right, deed restricted or otherwise. So truth.
All right, and do you all know how to reach one another, Jared and? Okay.
We know people.
And you know what would be great too, Pam, is, and Jared, is when you come back, if you, with that number, if maybe rather than us kind of working out a plan on the fly, if you could give us a template or a starting point that we could work with, that would be helpful.
And put in the back of your mind Commissioner Brown's notion of following the graduated decline model. I think that may be a template that's worth pursuing.
All right. All right, thank you so much, nice to see you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Andrew. Thank you, Pam.
Thanks, Pam. It's just about 3 o'clock. I am going to take a quick bio break, if that's okay. We'll come back and chat with Becca and Christina in just a few minutes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, you know, so you can burn covenant of action, yeah, it's absolutely fine, shut that.
We record. Okay, we are ready to roll. Okay, hello, San Miguel County. It's 3:04 p.m. We are continuing our regular meeting of San Miguel County Board of Commissioners on Wednesday, October 15th. We have arrived at item 11D, consideration of a policy waiver and hiring authorization for a specific candidate in the county treasurer's office. We have on the agenda a possible executive session regarding citation 4F of that county, the CRS, but it's likely we will not need that. We will carry on in public. And who is leading this? Looks like Becca. And we have your memos, but how about it?
I am appearing today just to ask for a policy waiver for 1.03 personnel relationships in the workplace to hire a candidate that I deem the most qualified candidate to work under me as the deputy treasurer. And I don't know if you guys need any of the information that's all in the packet, but I have the policy here and the memorandum and my letter and my conflict mitigation plan. Any of which I can share, or you can ask me any questions or tell me what you need on me to proceed.
I think you did a great job laying everything out in the memo, and I appreciate the request, and I appreciate that this was reviewed by our HR department, Christina Lambert. And you feel, it sounds like, feel comfortable with the, I'm trying to look at the exact document, the conflict mitigation plan, that's the name of it.
Yes,
You feel
yeah,
comfortable
I
with that?
reviewed it and I feel comfortable with it. We discussed any concerns that I did have and we worked through those and we worked on the documents together. And, I did have naturally some concerns about anytime we hire a family member, an elected official or employee. But I feel we did work through those concerns with this mitigation plan.
Appreciate that. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Becca or Christina?
No, I echo your comment, Commissioner, that Rebecca, you did a great job of outlining the problem, the answer, and I think that this is worth a try. I have confidence that everyone involved is going to stick to the agreement as outlined, and that for better or for worse, Rebecca, you are the one that is responsible for enforcing and holding everyone to their agreements.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I echo what Commissioner Waring just said, that you are taking on extra in this role by agreeing to kind of oversee this agreement. And that, I have confidence in Christina's backing of this process. And of course, your letter of recommendation certainly speaks volumes to Ms. Nix's her qualifications to be in this role. And yeah, I feel comfortable with it based on just coming back to the baseline of what is laid out here in the conflict mitigation plan and making sure that those that compliance is stuck to. And revisit it. Yeah.
Okay, do we need a motion or probably?
We do, and I'm willing to make it. I move to approve a policy waiver and hiring authorization for a specific candidate in the county treasurer's office as presented.
I second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. I as well. Go get her.
All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Have a great day.
Thank you both.
Thanks, Christina.
Thanks again for your patience with our schedule. Alrighty, we have reached the end of all of this very specific agenda items, so we are gonna circle back. Do we still have our manager online, or are we gonna have Jared Biggs? Yes, we do. There's Mike. Jared, handle it. There you
Good
are.
morning. Or good afternoon. Just for updates, last Wednesday, Jenna Kask and I attended a session hosted by Maria Stark, the new Indigenous Peoples liaison to the county and intergovernmental efforts, to hear with them, as well as Telluride Institute, what potential programs and additional activities they're proposing to reinvigorate that group now that she has taken over from former Commissioner Art Goodtimes. And you see some of those requests in the community support funding requests that you'll be hearing here in a few weeks. El Pomar leadership was here last week and met with some of their larger grantees, such as Bright Futures and the AHA School of Arts. They facilitated a conversation with the Betcher Foundation and local and regional nonprofit leaders. Coming out of that, I was able to request a $25,000 grant for the Norwood Food Bank remodel of the fairgrounds facility, and we should hear about the result of that by the end of October. And if awarded, those funds would be available the first week in November, which is excellent for a very quick turnaround, knowing that that space will require a substantial investment and remodel to accommodate the Norwood Food Pantry in the fairgrounds facility. Clear Networks was able, after we were able to get the as-built drawings from the 3-lane expansion that happened in 2016 on Highway 145. The county had paid for conduit to be buried. We were able to finally locate that exact conduit in the handholds. So we're moving forward with our trade of Clear Networks' use of that conduit in exchange for connecting our road and bridge facility at Deep Creek. If and when we develop housing on the CDOT parcel there, that will also serve that. However, those folks will have to acquire service through Clear Networks. Clear Networks is working in under the gun today is our standard digging moratorium day for the county as far as digging in county road rights of way for road and bridge. So they are likely to be coming forward with some requests to continue digging conduit as they complete or substantially initiate, I should say, their project to take fiber down valley into Placerville from its current terminus in Ilium. Do you have any questions? Yes. I wanted to make sure that everybody knew that there have been several phishing attempts via email, and just today I received 2 on my cell phone and 1 via email, and noticed several others. So I asked the public to remain vigilant and understand that the county will never ask them for wire information and or to transfer funds. And if they do, to please call a county office from our website. Do not go through any links that are sent, as San Miguel Planning was one of those where we did not send it, but a fraudulent email was sent out to many folks asking them to wire money to an email that appeared to be from the San Miguel County Planning Department, but was not. And if you look in the email address, it is fairly clear that that is not our email. Colorado Parks and Wildlife is putting on a training for non-lethal wolf mitigation. Next Wednesday, they'll be in Gunnison at the public library in the evening from 4 to 7. And next Thursday, the 23rd, they'll be in Montrose from 5 to 7 p.m. at the Lions Club. Hopefully they will also have that online, but there has not been a link set yet. But CPW website would be a great place for the public if they have questions or concerns. We have been tracking our collared wolves, and we do receive notifications anytime those wolves are within San Miguel County. We know that last month we did have 2 different wolves tracked, one through Hastings Mesa and one closer to Nucla. So they are roaming the area, but luckily no predation reports as of recently. We did, I pulled the trigger on joining the county as a membership of the Colorado Association of Ski Towns for 2026. I've sent that application in. This would largely be to take part in their efforts to understand things such as taxation and other things. There are numerous counties: Pitkin, Eagle, Summit, Route, other mountain town hosting counties that have been members now for several years and experience benefit. So this will hopefully create some new avenues for the county to pursue policies or information that could be beneficial long term. Colorado State Extension sent out emails today about offerings, upcoming classes this week and in the next 2 weeks. If folks are curious about those opportunities, please go to our website and click on the CSU extension for more information. And then next week on the 22nd, the commissioners will be in Placerville in the evening for a work session and listening session. We do know that we will have 2 CDOT representatives there. One will be online, one is proposing to be in person, so hopefully they remain in person. So look forward to engaging with them and hearing some of the information that is largely related to highway traffic in its impacts in Placerville. On October 29th, that was also proposed to be a work session that is likely to be changed to a special meeting. And one of our curiosities from our budget review earlier was what departments or offices you may wish to speak to as a part of your budget process. Just in listening to the conversation today, I did think it might be wise for us to meet with our sheriff's office as well as our Parks and Open Space Department, but I defer to the commissioners about whether or not you agree with that and what other departments or offices you may wish to speak to.
Yeah, I also think it would be good to speak to Human Services.
Okay.
To potentially address the waiting list, and what we had entertained about potentially funding those extra 3 kids on that list. And now that we know where we're at with budget, that's something that was on my list to address.
That's a great idea. I, didn't look deeply at the budget, but I would say if there are any departments that have a relatively large increase because they have some significant plans for next year, whether it's hiring or new programming or something like that, I would be interested in hearing from those. Are there any of those that exist, or are we kind of just holding?
I think largely we, in our discussions and our kind of approach, we dissuaded a lot of big asks, saying that we want to keep our powder dry for a couple particular reasons. And so I don't think there's anyone who's really proposing significant changes, no staffing at all.
No staff increases.
Yeah, no staff increases. Correct. And no significant changes to programmatic process. So I think the biggest changes tend to be, as Mike already identified, like our parks and open space shift to kind of balance that and with their facilities management team. And, a couple of other things which we could cover, having parks and open space on, company. So.
Okay.
I see you adding that to the future work sessions as we speak. So thank you, Commissioner Brown.
Sure. Lance, anybody you're particularly interested in hearing from?
I think we hit the big ones right there.
Okay. I would say to Mike and Jared and Ramona too, if anybody, if any of the, as you were going through these conversations, with the departments, if there's anything that you feel we should know about that we don't already know about, you would add them to this list. Does that make sense? Sorry, I think the jet lag's kicking in.
Doing great.
So.
Conducting, I sound like I have jet lag right now. But I was also, I don't, sorry if I'm not framing this correctly, but what I've learned about the reallocation of, or not allocation, but the way that treasurer fees are now being kind of re-stacked. I thought that it might be worth a conversation with Brandy about maybe having some, like a quarterly check-in on that. Because as I understand it, those fees are now getting placed in the general fund, and just to keep track through the year, that's to be like where those funds are and if they could potentially be allocated to any given department. I don't know. Like I say, I don't know if I'm framing this right. It's a new concept to me that I've just been mulling over, but it's something I would like to visit.
Yeah, and you know what, I remember hearing that we were changing the way treasurer's funds were being accounted for, so maybe it's, I don't know if we need the check-in, that's a nice offer suggestion so that we can stay in touch with her office, but, or maybe just an overview, a reminder of why we changed that and how it changed. Would that be a good starting point?
Yeah, that would be a good starting point, just to kind of have a touch in on that and how it relates to the budget moving forward.
That's great, and then after we learn more about what that change was, if you want to have regular check-ins with Brandy, we could schedule those, that makes sense? All right, I'm just saying something. Okay.
That sounds good. And while you're typing and adding that, Commissioner Brown, just to remind the public, next Wednesday evening in Placerville, we'll start at 4 p.m. and go until 6:15. There's a reservation afterwards, which is why we could not have at a later time, but we will be there from 4 to 6. And our next regular meeting on November 5th, we have numerous items, including the Ilium Alexander right-of-way vacation on County Road L63 and 63.7, as well as the Mountain Village lot line adjustment, Department of Human Services and Public Health updates, review of the 2026 community grants that was shifted from today. And then a question I have is at 9:35, it has that we'll be speaking with our district attorney, Anna Cooling, from the 7th Judicial District about their budget. However, when I met with the other county managers in the 7th Judicial District, and they asked me to respond to Ms. Cooling about our conclusion, because all of the counties had to agree on a budgetary amount. We did include her first of 2 requests, which was for an approximate 25% increase. And it is noted that the county's additional $36,000 contribution will be on top of that increase. Both of those amounts are included in the county's budget. There was not an interest from the other counties to revisit her additional budgetary ask of an additional 9%. And that was acknowledged by her office. So I don't think it is a conversation about a budget request, because that has already been set for all the counties. And I can tell you it took some significant effort to get many of our surrounding counties to increase to that 25% request. There is little to no interest that they have in having an additional conversation about a greater budgetary contribution to the 7th JD. I wonder if we want to keep that meeting as an update, but I wanted to just make sure that it was understood this is not a discussion about how much additional we might be contributing to the district attorney. Commissioner Waring?
Mike, I think that I'll speak just for myself and see if the board agrees. I'm happy to have an update from Ms. Coolen about activities in her office. But if she wants to make a journey or get on the meeting via Zoom, I'm not interested in discussing anything about the budget. It sounds like that is set.
That is correct.
Agree. Yeah.
So let's let her know that. And if she would be willing to update us, we'd welcome her company. But we're not willing to talk numbers at this point.
Excellent. Thank you.
In touch with her to confirm that. Is that you, Mike, or Carmen?
I will reach out to her right after our meeting today.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Those are all the items I had to update today. Happy to answer any questions or receive feedback.
All good here? Jared, anything to add?
I do have a couple items. I wanted to mention, last Monday, we did have a pretty successful strategic stakeholder roundtable meeting.
I'm dying to hear about that.
We did just post some of the summary items on our webpage, and we are kind of compiling all of our notes now with the team. And so there will be a lot more to come, but I was really heartened by the discussion. And you know, it was really great conversation. We didn't get as far as maybe we wanted to, because we had a lot of really great conversation. But I wanted to at least note that we had that last Monday, and Commissioner Waring may speak to it as well. We also held listening sessions in Ophir, Town Mountain Village, Norwood, and Placerville, all of which we at least had a few conversations with locals about their various experiences, which again, we're summarizing all of that and going to bring back to the table for some more. We are actively planning our next SSR roundtable meeting as well. And we're kind of looking to have a cadence where we're having one of those meetings every 2 months or so. Make sure we don't lose momentum, but we also have time to do homework if we do.
So do you have that date yet?
Early December is the doodle poll.
Yeah, we're sending a doodle poll for that second week of December, right? So that was really great. I mean, I went home and my wife said, well, how was it? And I said, it was actually, you know, really great conversation. I was pleasantly surprised. In addition, we had last night, I was happy to speak at the Taylor Wright Foundation's Path to Homeownership meeting, where myself, James Van Cooger, Drew Nelson, from the Mountain Village Town of Telluride, we all spoke about each one of our organization's efforts for affordable housing. And Elaine Demas did a great job of presenting all of the various options for potential new homeowners of, you know, resources and a lot of really great information. There were also a couple of banks that did presentations on how to finance. So it was really a soup to nuts. You know, you don't know where to start. It was a great premiere, and they'll be putting that on the Taylor Wright Foundation's website. And also, I believe it's going to be a start of a series of some more of these kind of engagements. So
How well attended was that?
it was a packed room. I don't know if I'm pretty sure it was for the pizza and not for me. It's fine. But it was a full room. I think there was probably 24 people, maybe a little more than that in the room. So it was really well attended. really well received. I'm interested to see what they did do a survey, so see what the feedback was.
That's fantastic.
That was a really great session. I did go to a fair board meeting on Monday night to discuss the concept of the extending the existing space at the fairgrounds for the food bank. Admittedly, the group was not too keen on the idea, and I've got a whole long list I'm happy to share with you. Some of their reservations, but as I told them, we're looking for opportunities to make it work. And so what I had proposed to them is I would share that feedback with you all. And also kind of work in two different directions, continue with the RFP to see about moving ahead in the space remodel, but also get a little clarity about other options that may be out there. There were a lot of other places that they said, why not here, 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 and here? And I said, great, we can maybe walk and chew gum at the same time. Knowing that there is a little bit of a time constraint on this.
And in what format are you gonna share their concerns?
I was going to send you all an email, I've kind of itemized, because my notes are pretty messy, so I need to clean them up. And other than that, I just want to call attention, we do have Coteau County Lines tomorrow at noon. Megan, to her credit, has put together a good playlist of what we're going to cover. And of course, if you commissioners have anything to add, we're always happy to add a few items. So I'm gonna have to get you guys on one of these days again. So
Who are the guests tomorrow, Jared?
tomorrow we have Mikhail Madsen. Kind of traditionally we've put him in front of Veterans Day as it's coming in a few weeks.
Nice.
And also help me, Megan, who else do we have there?
Michael Wazinski.
Michael Wazinski. So
Would you
they're
like to-
talking about the election.
Eminem.
Eminem.
When are the commissioners back on the roster? Do we have that scheduled?
We don't have that scheduled, but we can get that loaded as soon as November, probably. So
Sure.
Yes, please.
Would you be able to send that list of concerns via email from the Fair Board by tomorrow at 2:00? Cause I'm meeting with the Fresh Foundation, some members of the Fresh Foundation Board, and I'd like to be able to bring that to
Surely,
them.
surely, and I did also get a write-up from Deanna Burbridge, our manager at the fairgrounds too, so some of her considerations. So I'll be adding those together and get them out to you probably later this afternoon. That's it.
Great. Commissioner updates. I'm interested to hear about the SSR plans. Anything to add to that? What Jared had to say?
Sure. Jared was correct in saying that the meeting went stunningly well, in that we had probably 20 people in the room and another 7 or 8 on Zoom, and everybody had an opportunity to speak their piece. And so we started out just with simple introductions and affiliations and what your hopes were for the participation in the group. And we had a whole agenda after that, and we never got to it.
Yeah.
Because everybody wanted to really explain what their motivation was and present either a sticking point that they'd encountered or heard of, or a solution that they'd thought of. And some of them were within the scope of the mission of the group to adjust the land use code, and some of them were not. But as chair, I opted to let everybody kind of speak their piece for this first meeting, and was able to lean into the consultants and say, I think this is really time well spent to let everybody get established and that we can be more structured in the future. We agreed as a group that because we had strayed so far from our hopeful agenda, that we might add more meetings or take more time in this process and nobody balked at that idea. In an informal survey after the meeting, I checked in with some of the members just to make sure that my instincts were that it was good, but I wanted to hear that from other people or get some feedback on their feelings about the first meeting. And it was universally positive that they felt there was the right people in the room. It was there was a good chance that we would produce effective results. And I don't think anyone is hung up anymore on the 1128 number that has been generated by our housing needs assessment as that is the number and we must meet it. And who's going to do it in which jurisdiction? Jared was able to very gracefully address that early on and talk about how this is a number that is a target, but it's not necessarily one we're ever going to reach. And that while each jurisdiction has been assigned another portion of that number, that it's not necessary for each jurisdiction to focus entirely on that number. And we're working together as a region to do our best to provide housing for our community. And that helped, I think, just to hear that we weren't dead set on achieving a specific must-hit number or we're blowing it, but that we'd been given a target and we were going to do our best. That led us into carrying capacity. And that was a topic that we knew we wanted to broach. And the group, I think, learned that it's very difficult to quantify, but that there are possible metrics that we hadn't thought of. And one of them that was brought up, for example, was CDOT establishes a LOC, level of use. LOS, level of service. And it, just like a report card, ranges from A to F. And perhaps the county could decide in our land use code that anything less than a C, if a new development were to produce an F level traffic LOS, that we were not going to be able to proceed with that. And so that was an interesting new angle at how to establish carrying capacity that is comfortable. We didn't make any decisions. We didn't pursue that as one topic that we were going to address in that first meeting, but we all agreed that that was an opportunity that we wanted to continue to chip away at and see what else we could come up with and see where we ended up in that avenue, because all of us agreed that the tension that we are facing is big need, but also geographic and infrastructure constraints, and that we needed to be clear-eyed about any decisions we made to open up the land use code for housing, knowing that there would be consequences.
I have a question.
I'm ready.
I think that's wonderful. It's just all of this is great. I'm so glad to hear that that first initial meeting was, there's just so much good engagement. And I'm wondering if there's a certain point in the process where this could be presented at an intergovernmental meeting to bring some of these concepts to all of our counterparts in the region. Just that concept of LOS and thinking about carrying capacity. And I think it's very timely to bring this information from this focus group to.
I don't think it's timely yet,
No,
but
not yet.
I think it will be.
When it's baked.
And yes, I think that at some point in the process, we will have a series of recommendations, and that before they go to the planning commission or the commissioners, that we could certainly share them with the larger regional governments and either get feedback or at least let them know what we're considering, and they could attend the actual meetings where they'll be discussed in detail. So that's a great idea. Thank you.
Fantastic, and thank you so much for sharing that, Lance.
You're welcome. It
Really
was a
appreciate
pleasure.
that. That's a lift though, so thank you.
More to come. The consultants and Drea and I are and Jared will be meeting well in advance of our next meeting and setting future agendas very carefully. And my goal is to manage a pretty large group in an effective way. And I think that everybody in the room has got good meeting skills and background and etiquette and understands that we do need to work together and that throwing wrenches or bombs isn't going to be productive. So I think we'll be good. Yeah, high hopes. Should I keep going?
Sure.
All right. I had a report from Jared's meeting last night with the housing, Elaine's housing meeting, just through my wife Laura, who was hosting it for the library, and she echoed his nose count and also his observation that the folks that were in attendance were engaged and got really good information. She was listening in and was impressed. So well done, Jared, and everyone else that presented. I attended a SMRHA meeting on 10/6, and we discussed let's see if I can summarize here quickly. Mike opened the meeting by going through where we ended up on our deed restriction reversion. And the group was grateful to hear that we'd managed to come to a conclusion. Elaine Demas mentioned or brought up brought us all up to speed on how her efforts are going for the Telluride Foundation's mortgage assistance program. And I can give you those numbers, but basically it's $258,000 across both Telluride and, across both San Miguel and Uray counties. So it's working, and she has encountered a few obstacles, but she's also had a number of successes. So she's feeling positive, and the program is starting to gain legs, get some traction. We then talked a bit about how our compliance has been delayed as we create a new SMRHA portal for deed restricted owners to be able to enter their name and then be able to see what their deed restriction is and understand very clearly where they sit. And we're going to hold on sending out letters until that new system is tested and vetted so that we don't roll it out so quickly that we have bugs and frustrate people. So Jared and I are among some of the test beta pilots on that, just to put our own information in, see what the computer spits out, cross-reference it with our own documents and make sure that it's working. And once we've done that beta testing with a small group of insiders, if you will, then we'll be able to feel confident putting it out to the public.
We had told the public that we would be getting those letters out like mid-September, which I totally understand we need to do it at the right time so that we're really prepared and do it well. But do we need to update the HOAs on that? Because I know we had sent out an initial notice. Do you know what I'm talking about? We've emailed them all saying we've made a decision, we're gonna be having work, educational events, and we're gonna send these letters. Do we need to
I know
update
that
them?
Pam and Jared are meeting later this week, Thursday or Friday, with Maura to discuss that.
Okay.
And I think that that's a really good suggestion to send out a very short update saying we are in a little bit of a holding pattern, but we haven't forgotten you.
And here's why,
Yeah.
we're trying to make this process, smooth or something like that. That'd be great.
Thank you. Good idea. Glad we're talking. The other meeting that I attended that I wanted to share with you was actually just a SMART meeting where we didn't have a quorum. So we discussed without making any decisions the 2026 SMART budget, and we got reports on Colorado Association of Transit Managers meeting that David and Carrie attended, and we are going to dig deeper into the budget at our November meeting.
I apologize because I missed that meeting and I could have sent our alternate or asked our alternate to attend. I'm so sorry.
Lance reached out last minute
It was-
and realized there was no quorum, and I already had previously.
Yeah.
It's all right. Of all the meetings to not have a quorum, this was a good one, and we were able to defer the few items that did need a vote to next meeting without any hiccups. So all's well.
Good.
Thank you.
Not to put you on the spot, but you attended the entirety of the CCI legislative session.
Oh, didn't we talk about that last meeting?
Oh, yeah.
I forgot. I did not.
That must.
Yes, I did.
You carried the torch there.
I did.
Which we appreciate and.
No problem. It was perfect timing. I had the COVID, so I didn't feel like doing much else. I have a email summary of what was agreed upon as the priorities, and I thought I shared that with you, but if I didn't, I'm gonna conjure it up if I can. Here it is. No, it might have been that I never hit send. The legislative priorities are non-periodical publishing, which, as you recall, was the ability to put things in non-local newspapers. EMS services, which was to have EMS providers become designated critical workers. Both those were by acclamation. Enforcement authority was regarding weed management, and that passed by 100% margin. Revising the fiscal note. Oh boy. Help me with that one. They passed.
Where did you?
I just wrote these down at the very end of a long day, but I didn't cross-reference back to what they were tied to with the language.
That's okay.
But the titles will be correct.
That revisions to the legislative fiscal note process and the 5-year look back was the human services one.
Right, that was,
And that Linnea ended up coming back and saying,
yes,
Yeah.
that was an advantage to human services. It streamlined funding at the state
Oh, yes.
level.
Yes, yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Maintenance of county roads. Jared, keep helping me here. That was,
that was
For
the
state park.
the state park road money. We're using a little bit of the state park resources for
Correct.
road maintenance to the state park.
and we're gonna push on that with a 90% passage rate. It had to hit a 65% passage rate. The revising the child welfare fund passed by 82%, and I'll rely on Mr. Biggs's screen instead of my leaky memory to make sure we get that right.
Like keeping the money in child welfare.
Correct.
Mhm.
Instead of transferring
Yeah.
out to other kind of statewide program.
Mhm. AQCC regulation, I believe that was the methane concern that passed by 74% margin.
And that's to oppose it, I think.
That is to oppose it or to tinker with it in such a way that there would be a rural resort accommodation. We didn't discuss all the possible changes, but we did agree that it needed work. Proposition 123 reform and Proposition 123 corrections both passed. And the excise tax concept passed at 65%, which was the bare minimum for threshold for passage. The tier 2 items, and there's only 4, were child exploitation, and that is not saying that we supported it, but Janet's going to tell me what we did.
It was jail time.
Right.
Yes.
As opposed to just probation.
Correct.
Yeah.
If you were convicted of or even accused of sexual offense. Utility condemnation, and this was brought out by, I believe, Weld County, who felt that the condemnation authority of major power providers was preemptive and unfair. And we had a long discussion about this and decided that while it seemed to be currently a very individual county concern, that knowing that we need to electrify big portions of the state, that it will become other counties' problem as well, and that it was worth trying to get ahead of. And the other tier 2 was wildlife harvesting. That was related to poaching wildlife on state land. And we agreed that was a concern, but not top concern. And state funding for emergency management. I think we all just felt like our state budgets were dwindling. own budgets were dwindling and that we wanted to try to maintain a dog in that fight, try to keep some money coming. Nothing else on the docket passed, which includes some of the issues that we were deeply concerned with. None of those got any traction. So I was really pleased at the end of the day because in looking at what we had supported when we went through the list in EGNAR, everything that was on our list is either no comment or we support was included, and everything that we were dead set against did not get mentioned or furthered.
Great, I'm really pleased to hear about that access tax. That was tier 1.
Yes. And then we had a kind of coda postscript discussion because we were hoping to end up with 5 to 8 priorities and we ended up with 10. But staff was able to confirm that they felt comfortable taking on those 10, that some were related. For example, the both Prop 123s were bundled together in their mind, and that some of the others would take minimal staff time, and that the counties proposing them had already done some of the legwork and that it wouldn't be as big a lift as starting from scratch. So we didn't have to go through the second round of winnowing down our first list, thank goodness.
Thanks for that report. and
You're welcome.
For being there for the session.
My pleasure.
I'm gonna do much this. Okay, so on the 6th, I attended a stakeholder meeting with community leaders from Matarita, Nucla, Norwood, Ridgeway, Uray County, Montrose, San Diego, Kennedy's, the town of Mountain Village, and Merrimack Ventures, who are the developers of the horses in this residences, to discuss the impacts of the four-season workforce. Uray Commissioner Jake Neese and Town Ridgeway Manager, sorry. His name is Peyton Neal. They were kind of late additions to this meeting. It had initially understood it was just going to be kind of West End stakeholders, but they asked to be part of this meeting. So they joined at the last minute, and it was great to have their voices there. And it was a very civil, healthy conversation. Dale Reed, who is the COO of Merrimack Ventures, hadn't addressed the group at all. He talked with folks individually. But this was a good opportunity to have everyone at the table. And he basically was reporting that this is an incredibly complex project. And because of the complexity, they've made the decision to select construction firms that can accomplish the projects, most of which are union workforce. So that's why they've made the choice to not use as many local contractors for this project. They're trying to keep subcontractors local. And he claims that their lowest paid wage is 6 figures, 100,000 a year. So that was a new claim that I'd heard coming from this project, and that it's very high paying jobs.
These are the people constructing the building.
Yeah.
Contractor.
Yeah. So they just broke ground 2 weeks ago, and the excavation portion of this project is projected to last approximately 75 days. There's a website that people can access to get updates on the construction project process, and just get an idea of what they're doing up there and how that might impact the region with traffic and so on and so forth. So there is some sort of insight to what's going on there. They closed on the Rimrock Hotel in Matarita to house workers and have officially contracted with Camp Fee in Matarita, and Mountain Lodge in Ridgeway for long-term workforce housing. And the future plans for a man camp are currently unknown. That's to be determined. They're having to overcome a lot of hurdles there, and Mr. Reed agreed to really engage with all the stakeholders on how their plans evolve so that they can hopefully stay in front of the concerns that are being brought forth. The town of Mountain Village reps brought an informative sheet with revenues and impacts, which included projections of what San Miguel County will be receiving in use tax and property tax in the coming years for this project. The numbers that were produced there were not what our staff is kind of finding to be, there's some discrepancy or questions about what that funding will be. However, I did just receive an email from Mayor Prohaska, and she said San Miguel County will receive a payment from Mountain Village totaling $1,841,466 this week. So that's much more definitive than what we had received previously, and that's for use tax, based on the building project. So I'd love to continue a conversation at some point about, as those funds come in, how we're gonna allocate those funds. There was discussion at this meeting, and I have been having conversations with county staff about potentially utilizing some of those funds to offset the impacts from this project, i.e. potentially funding another deputy, to respond to what the increased activity that might be happening on the west end of the county, potentially helping fund the CDOT project with rockfall mitigation on Norwood Hill. We can continue these discussions, but there will be use tax coming initially for this project, and that was a topic of discussion. Mountain Village presented this in a manner that was like, this is what San Miguel County is going to be receiving, and so your concerns about mitigating impacts for this project, basically like, how's the county gonna contribute? So that was presented to the group as a whole, and I can share that document with you all, just so you can see that verbatim.
Does anyone know what we normally do with that use tax that comes in? Does it go to the building department?
Use tax is a general fund, right? So it's deposited into the general fund. We do use building fees specifically for the building department, but the use tax is to be used at kind of the commissioner's discretion.
Okay, and what was it gonna ask? Oh, is that the full amount of the use tax anticipated for the project, or that's like the first week or the? Do you have any idea?
Determined.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get more clarity on this. And it's, yeah, I haven't been able to get total clarity on that.
Okay.
Mike has been engaging with Paul Weiser as well to try to get some more detailed information based on what the non-village is receiving and what information they've ascertained the cost.
Commissioner Gleason,
Yes,
may I interrupt for a moment?
absolutely.
I did receive correspondence from Paul Weiser indicating that 1.8 million that the county will receive in use tax is the total that the county will receive for the entire project. There was some other numbers that I had questioned and that were attributable to other special districts included as purported county revenue. So I have requested a meeting with them. We're still trying to get that date so that we can get this information. Because this was the information that was shared at that West End stakeholder meeting, was the first that we've heard anything. I have been going back and forth with Paul to try and understand where their numbers are coming from and what the revenue generated could look like. But I did receive confirmation that 1.8 million is the total of all use tax for the project, at least via email from Paul. And hopefully we'll be able to get this meeting in the next 2 weeks so that we can better inform the board of what we might expect.
And that 1.8 presumably is not included in our draft budget, is that as a revenue source?
That is correct, because as of about 4 days ago, that was the first we had ever heard of what that anticipated revenue could be.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And yeah, thanks, Mike, for that engagement with Paul Weiser. That's been really helpful. At the meeting, there were concerns raised by the town of Natarita and town of Ridgeway about loss of lodging tax due to the hotels being occupied for multiple years. That loss of revenue. Norwood Fire Chief John Bachrath asked for a collaborative plan to mitigate the emergency response impacts. So more of like a direct collaboration with Norwood Fire and potentially Natarita and Nuclear Fire and EMS to try to plan and kind of like scale up for the potential influx in the population. And then Uray County Commissioner Neese suggested some potential ways to offset the impacts would be to build other hotels or housing units in the occupied towns to leave a legacy behind. On that note, I brought up the concept of potentially collaborating with SMART to invest in a new bus or fleet vehicles to transport their workforce rather than subcontracting out local transportation companies. Once again, give back to the regional communities. And also pointed out to Mountain Village that they did not address the impacts of the workforce housing shortage when approving this project, and their code should be updated to reflect this standard. And I do feel that was one real blind spot in the process here and why we're at this moment, because these discussions are now being had pretty late in the game and there isn't really much of a plan in place. So we had some engagement about that, and Mayor Prohaska responded to me in an email that she's thinking about bringing that to council. So maybe for future projects, that might be an adoption to their policies. But ultimately, no decisions or negotiations were made, but there was a commitment by Merrimack Ventures to continue to engage with local communities and this particular stakeholder group as their workforce housing plans evolve. So to be continued.
Is there another meeting scheduled or?
There isn't yet. There will be an internal stakeholder meeting, just to follow up on that and that conversation, and to potentially think about if there was a community benefit agreement ask, based on these conversations, what would it be? But I think there's still so many more questions than there are answers at this point as to what the workforce plan will be and where they're able to potentially site a man camp. There's just, they don't have a plan yet. They're still trying to figure it out. So just kind of trying to be proactive rather than reactive. And then I took a nice drive that evening after this meeting and drove over to Breckenridge and attended the Mountain Towns 2030 Climate Summit, and that was just great. I'm so thankful to have had the opportunity to attend that. There's some just wonderful networking and a lot of really great inspiration, regional and worldwide actions being taken to advance renewable energy development. And currently with solar and wind projects, that funding being clawed back by the Trump administration, there's really an emphasized focus right now on geothermal energy, battery storage, and transmission line developments and improvements. That's kind of where a lot of entities, NGOs, and governments are redirecting their focuses currently.
Is that because there are subsidies or so grants or whatever available at the federal level for those particular projects?
Precisely. So funding is, for the Inflation Reduction Act, which was allocated to specific solar wind projects, is being rescinded on, but there's still funding available through the IRA for geothermal, as well as battery storage, and then transmission lines are available.
Sure.
And as we know, we need more development and kind of work on our transmission lines to make renewable energy more readily available to rural communities specifically. So there's a focus on that right now, and that was inspiring to just like, you know, that what we've been learning here about geothermal energy, you know, it's really it's becoming quite widespread, and it is a pretty like widely accepted bipartisan kind of energy source. Yeah, and the city of Aspen is tapping into mine shafts to heat and cool their municipal buildings through geothermal. Really, heard lights were going off.
Wow.
Yeah,
They have to do the drilling.
right, exactly.
So it's
Our
real.
drilling.
Yeah.
So they're starting to develop a big project around mine shafts and using that ambient air temperature to heat and cool buildings in their municipality. So that was inspiring. There's an entrepreneur in Salt Lake City that's developing battery storage that can be used in small community solar arrays. That's really viable and affordable. And then local energy cooperatives are investing in transmission lines to make renewable energy deliverable to rural communities. There's a real focus on that. Holy Cross Power, which is like Eagle County, that region, they reported that they generated 94% of their power from renewables this July and August. So making big movements, making renewable energy readily available for their grid. One highlight for me was I attended an elected officials lunch where there was just great robust discussions over public lands, drought resiliency, wildfire, water, geothermal. And what I really took away is the importance of messaging around renewable energy and really kind of reframing that it is the most affordable, accessible and safe form of energy. And that's kind of like a shift in just messaging as to like how, you know, the public can get on board with renewables regardless of, you know, where they stand politically. But you know, most telling of our current financial woes, many commissioners lamented that although climate resilience is very important for their governments and constituents, you know, everyone's addressing the pressing needs of housing, childcare, health and human services. And that, you know, those are of course taking precedent and bandwidth and funding. But you know, we just had some great discussions about how building resilient, healthy communities will in turn spur a greater interest in renewable energy, but you have to take care of the people first. So it was just cathartic, honestly.
Nice.
And just had great conversations on relational leadership and using difficulties to find solutions, just some feel good stuff. And then I also attended the payment for ecological services presentation that Star Jameson and Chris Hazen gave, and that was really well attended and garnered lots of interest. And I believe because of that presentation, Gunnison County is looking to adopt a similar program. So total success there, and there was a lot of other interest other than Gunnison County, but the Gunnison County Commissioner Puckett was like, she's wanting to implement this, and she's so excited to hear that a program like this actually existed, because she's been kind of formulating this in her mind. But yeah, it's great. Those were the highlights. Well, there were many others, but that's amazing. No, y'all gotta get on with your afternoon, so we can catch up later about it, but it was really, really wonderful, Joe.
Thank you for attending.
Yeah, really a great shot in the arm for me. And then I attended a CCI briefing on the Colorado Energy Office's renewable energy siting report. I have been attending these meetings. But quick background, Senate Bill 24-211 directed the Colorado Energy Office to collaborate with other state agencies to develop a report evaluating several factors in the siting of commercially viable clean energy and transmission projects. And this This report also directed the CEO to ensure opportunities for public comment in the development of the report, which resulted in a survey and listening sessions with stakeholders and local governments. So this is where I've been participating in these CCI listening sessions to give feedback on this report in recent months. The survey and listening sessions sought input on local permitting procedures and timelines, financial considerations, public engagement strategies, wildlife, impact management, decommissioning policies, community benefit agreements, and development of transmission infrastructure. There was a large response from the energy industry on the survey, with a smaller response from local governments, NGOs, and federal agencies as well had some input, but not a lot. And there's a notable lack of response from the agricultural sector. And perhaps because of this, the report read to be kind of swayed towards the needs and perceptions of the energy sector. And there was definitely, it was a bit critical of more restrictive renewable energy land use codes. And there was high praise for clear, concise, and less complex regulations. San Miguel County's newly adopted solar regulations were cited in the report numerous times and were called out as the quote, longest and most onerous, unquote, regulations in the state. And there were case studies from Mesa, Weld, San Miguel, and Montezuma County land use code updates, and called out how public engagement shaped these regulations. The energy sector gave feedback in the report that they find a wide array of local renewable regulations challenging to navigate, and note inconsistent fee structure being one of their biggest concerns. And the conservation sector implored the need for high priority habitat standards in all regulations. But the local government's engagement with the siting report has revolved around bringing to the forefront challenges they are currently facing when navigating renewable energy siting. The strong points made included the need for early, meaningful engagement with communities on proposed projects. And I think we really felt that in our solar regulation process with, the concerns on Wrights Mesa with the One Energy project that was on our doorstep, and how that kind of evolved into the regulations that we ultimately ended up adopting. And there's an overall resistance and concern from counties on the concept of state mandated renewable energy land use code. And so at this point in the process, there's Colorado Energy Office does not have a lot of funding to continue engagement, but counties were really keen to have a little bit more engagement, potentially a survey that is specific to counties and not just this broad stroke survey, and to also get more feedback from the agricultural sector, because they didn't really give feedback. So there may be another survey, or this report might be it, before it's given to the governor's office. So that, yeah, I did have a reporter from the Colorado Sun reach out to me asking some questions about San Miguel County being cited in this report many times. So I did talk with him about that. And yeah, some fun things looking forward. I'm helping orchestrate a county snowplow naming contest with all school districts. And it'll be kindergarten through 6th grade, and students will have an opportunity to name, come up with a name for a snowplow, and Ryan Rigetti is helping. He's excited about it. And Katie Alexander in Norwood is donating the decals. So, fun. And then there is a film at the Livery in Norwood on Thursday, October 23rd from 5 to 7, Common Ground. And that should be a really fun event. There's going to be a panel with representatives from Montezuma Land Trust, Chaminade Conservation District, some various ranchers and farmers from Wrights Mesa, a local 4-H student who went to a regenerative agriculture program in Italy this summer. It should be a great event. And that's all I have today.
I think our personal space department is putting that on, aren't they?
Yes,
Together with
Janet
Stacey.
has been instrumental in planning it, and Eco Action Partners is also helping with it, as is Annika Christensen from CSU Extension. It's great.
All right. I have not been to any meetings since we last got together because I was out of town. But I think I mentioned informally, but I think I need to tell you straight out that ICE was here yesterday and did arrest somebody, detain them. It was not the person that they had intended to take away. It was somebody who was walking down the street that they picked up and took to detention. So that was really our first kind of event that didn't take place at the jail, somebody just being arrested, and the community is super upset, scared, because it felt a little more random than anything past. So just a heads up that that happened. All right. That is it from me. I think we've reached the end of our agenda unless Moore's come up with something under attorney matters in Milburn. All right, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second, will you vote?
Aye.
I as well. This meeting is adjourned. We will reconvene next Wednesday at the Pleasantville School. Oh, yeah, no, we're gonna have that morning. No, you're good. No, I was just,
We've missed the soccer.
that's okay. Oh, you've missed soccer? I'm so sorry.
So moved.
I told